All right, what's good, y'all? It's been a minute, but you read the title of the video. Today, we're going to be doing this disturbing movies iceberg that I found. Yeah, it's about that time of the year, spooky season, right around the corner. You already know how I feel about Halloween, bro. Fall's the best season ever. Halloween's the best holiday ever, so we might as well get into the spirit a little bit. So we got this iceberg, and it's basically just a whole bunch of disturbing movies. I've seen a handful of these, not gonna lie, but the ones at the bottom I hadn't seen until researching for this, and it's yeah, we're gonna be talking about some gnarly shit, bro. It's yeah, it gets pretty fucked up. Not gonna lie, bro. So if you don't like this type of shit, maybe don't watch it at nighttime, or not at all. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Subscribe. Anyways, let me add in the fact that for every movie I'm just gonna add in like one of my favorite letterbox reviews, because some of these reviews are actually funny as shit. So yeah, I'll just add those in like at the end of every one. Also, the rating does not describe how I feel about the movie. All right, yeah, let's just go ahead and get started. So we're starting off in tier 1, and the first movie we're going to be talking about is Saw. And Saw is a 2004 American psychological horror film, and basically it revolved around the mystery of this guy called the Jigsaw Killer, who would test his victims' will to live by putting them through deadly puzzles and games where they have to like inflict pain on themselves in order to survive. Now this movie follows this guy named Adam, who wakes up in a bathtub and his ankle is chained to a pipe, and across the room is this guy named Gordon, who's also chained. And in the middle of the room, there's this body of someone who apparently had shot themselves in the head, and they both find tapes in their pockets, and Adams tells him that, you know, he's got to do what it takes to survive, and Gordon's tape says that he needs to kill Adam by 6 o'clock or his wife and daughter will be killed. They end up finding 2 hacksaws inside a toilet, which they try to use to cut their chains, but it doesn't obviously work. And Gordon's like, oh shit, they're meant for our feet. Now, Gordon's wife and daughter at this point are being held captive in an apartment, as the guy who kidnaps them is watching Gordon and Adam through a hidden camera. And basically, it ends up being revealed that Gordon had an affair with one of his medical students, and he figures this is the reason why he's being, you know, chained up and tested, quote unquote. Once 6 o'clock hits, the captor, who is named Zepp, who was an orderly at the hospital that Gordon works at, decides to kill Allison and Diana, but they end up freeing themselves and fight him. And this whole fight attracts a cop's attention, who ends up saving Allison and Diana before chasing Zepp into the sewers and then being shot after a brief fight. Gordon hears all this go down on a cell phone, and he decides to saw off his foot and shoot Adam with the revolver in the middle of the room. And Zepp ends up entering the bathroom to kill Gordon, but Adam, who survived the gunshot, kills him with a toilet tank lid. Gordon crawls out of the bathroom to try and find help, and Adam tries to look for a key on Zepp's body. He ends up finding another tape, and it reveals that Zepp was just another victim following Jigsaw's rules to get an antidote for a poison that he was given. And the tape ends up ending, and the corpse in the middle of the room rises, and it's revealed that the guy was John Kramer, who was the real Jigsaw Killer. He tells Adam that the key to his ankle chain was in the bathtub and went down the drain when he first woke up, and Adam tries to shoot him, and John's like, nope, and electrically shocks him through the chain, and then exits the bathroom before shutting the door, and he's like, game over. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Anyways, yeah, that's Saw. That's Saw. Sure, cancer may be killing John Kramer, but let's not act like lying face down on that germy ass bathroom floor for a good 7 hours helped them at all. 4 stars. Alright, next up we got the Blair Witch Project, and this is a 1999 supernatural horror film that was kind of like one of those found footage type of movies, you know, where they're like holding the camera. And this was like a pioneer of that type of style of movie, so OG right here. And basically at the beginning of the movie it states that the footage that was shown was said to be found on a discarded camera of 3 young filmmakers who had gone missing. And it starts off in October 1994 when film students Heather, Mike, and Josh go out to make a documentary about this myth called the Blair Witch, and they end up traveling to Maryland and start interviewing residents about the legend. People end up telling them a story about this guy named Rustin Parr, who was a hermit and lived in the woods and kidnapped several children in the 1940s and supposedly killed them all in his basement, murdering them in pairs while having one stand in a corner. And the students were like, all right, let's go into the woods and we'll explore and research. And they end up meeting two fishermen and they're like, no, you don't want to go in the woods. They're haunted, for real. But the students are just like, nah, fuck that. We're going in the woods. So they decide to hike to this place called Coffin Rock, where 5 men were found ritualistically murdered in the 19th century, and they decide to camp there for the night. The following day, they end up trying to hike back to their car, but can't find it before dark, and they decide to just camp out. And yeah, things get pretty creepy, and they hear like twigs snapping and shit. And in the morning, they find that 3 cairns have been built around their tent, and Heather's like, oh shit, our map is missing. Mike ends up revealing that he kicked the map into a creek out of frustration, which ends up provoking a fight. Like, bro, what the why would you do that? But anyways, they end up deciding to head south using Mike's compass and discover stick figures suspended from trees. During the night, they hear strange sounds, including children laughing, and after their tent ends up being shaken in the middle of the night, they decide to hide in the woods until dawn. When they return to their tent, they find that all of their stuff has been ravaged through, and Josh's equipment is covered in slime, and they end up realizing later that they had been walking in a circle. One of the students, Josh, disappears the next morning, and Heather and Mike try to find him, and that night they hear Josh is screaming but are unable to locate him. The next day they find a bundle of sticks tied with fabric from Josh's shirt, and upon opening the bundle they find a blood-soaked scrap of his shirt containing teeth, hair, a finger, and a large piece of tongue. And that night she records herself apologizing to her family and Mike and Josh's families, taking responsibility for their presumed untimely doom. Later they end up hearing Josh's screaming again and decide to follow the scream into an abandoned house containing demonic symbols and children's bloody handprints on the walls. They end up going to the basement looking for Josh, and yeah, an unseen force attacks Mike. He drops a camera, and Heather enters the basement screaming, and her camera captures Mike standing in the corner facing the wall. Heather calls out to him, but he doesn't react, and this unseen force attacks Heather, causing her to drop the camera, and the movie ends. It's maybe good that these guys got lost in Eaton or whatever, because before stuff starts going wrong, it seems like their documentary was probably going to suck. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we got The Conjuring, and this is a 2013 American supernatural horror film, and this is apparently inspired by real life reports. It's based on a true story, so you should be freaking the fuck out right now. Anyways, it starts off in 1971 with Roger and Carolyn Perrin, who move into a farmhouse in Harrisville, Rhode Island, with their 5 daughters, Andrea, Nancy, Christine, Cindy, and April, and their dog Sadie. Within the next few nights, paranormal events end up occurring, including the house clock stopping at 3:07 a.m., and the dog is found dead one morning. Carolyn and Christine both end up encountering a spirit, and this causes her to contact demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren, who had recently investigated a possessed doll called Annabelle. Ooh. The Warrens end up conducting an initial investigation, and Lorraine, a clairvoyant, sees that dark forces have latched onto the Perrin family, and leaving the house will not free them. Further research reveals that the house belonged to a witch who sacrificed her week-old baby to the devil and murked herself in 1863 at 3:07 in the morning, and ended up cursing anyone who would take her land. One morning, the witch appears to Carolyn and fully possesses her, and that night, the group hears a spirit luring Cindy into a wardrobe, where she reveals a secret passage. Lorraine enters the passage and falls down the cellar, where she sees a spirit of a woman the witch had possessed a long time ago and used to kill her child. The witch attacks Nancy, and the entire incident is caught on camera. The Warrens try to use this evidence that was caught on camera to get the Catholic Church to perform an exorcism, but Father Gordon explains that approval would have to come from the Vatican because the Perrin family aren't members of the church. The Warrens' daughter, Judy, ends up being attacked in their own home by the witch, and the Perrin family take refuge at a motel, but Carolyn, being possessed, takes Christine and April back to the house to kill them. Ed, Lorraine, and their assistant Brad find Carolyn in the cellar trying to stab Christine, and they tie Carolyn to a chair as they attempt to exorcise her. Though Carolyn escapes and attempts to kill April, Lorraine is able to use her powers and remind her of a special memory she shared once with her family, and this allows Ed to complete an exorcism and lift the witch's curse. Yeah, returning home, the Warrens add the haunted music box from the parents' home to their room of cursed artifacts. I'm just saying, if Ed and Lorraine asked me to be in a throuple with them, I wouldn't say no. 3.5 stars. Alright, the next movie we got is Jaws, and this is a 1975 American thriller film which takes place in the New England beach town of Amity Island, where a young woman goes skinny dipping in the ocean, and while treading water she gets attacked and pulled under by an unseen force. The next day her remains are found on shore, and a medical examiner concludes that her death was due to a shark attack, which leads to this police chief, Martin Brody, deciding to close the beaches, but the mayor is like, no, we need this beach open for our economy. Keep it open, bro. Keep it open. Police chief is like, alright, whatever, until the shark kills a young boy named Alex in full view of a crowded beach. A bounty ends up being placed on the shark, and a local professional shark fisherman, Quint, offers his services for $10,000. Local fishermen end up catching a tiger shark, and the mayor proclaims that the beach is safe. And Hooper and Brody end up finding a half-sunken vessel in which they remove a great white shark tooth from the boat's hull and drop it after finding the corpse of a local fisherman. They decide that a great white shark is responsible for the deaths, and the mayor is still like, nah, I'm not closing the beaches, we need that money. And on the 4th of July weekend, there's another shark attack, and it kills Brody's older son, and Brody's like, alright, we need this guy Quint, this professional shark hunter, let's get him. So Quint, Brody, and Hooper set out in a boat called the Orca to hunt the shark. That night the shark ends up returning and rams into the boat, disabling the power, and in the morning they attempt to call the Coast Guard, but Quint, who has become obsessed with killing the shark without any assistance, smashes the radio, and after a long chase Quint ends up harpooning the shark, and yeah, just starts getting fucked up and the Orca starts to sink. Trapped in the sinking vessel, Brody shoves a pressurized scuba tank into the shark's mouth, climbs onto the crow's nest, and shoots the tank with Quint's rifle, killing the shark with an explosion. And yeah, Hooper and Brody resurface and paddle back to Amity Island. Reminds me of Shark Tale 2004. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we got Sinister, and this is a 2012 American supernatural horror film, and it's about this true crime writer named Ellison Oswalt who moves into a home in Chatford, Pennsylvania with his wife, son, and daughter, and his family didn't know, but Ellison had moved them into a home where a family was murdered by hanging, and he intended to write a book about the case. Ellison ended up finding a box in the attic that contained like a scorpion and a projector and reels of Super 8 footage, each labeled home movies. Now all the films were footage of different families being murdered in various ways, such as mass drowning. Pretty sure there was one where they were like in a car and they blew up. Ellison ended up consulting a local deputy and discovered that the film murders took place at different times and in different cities across the country, dating back to 1966, and a child from each family disappeared after every murder. It was suspected that the murders were a part of a cult initiation rite rather than the work of a single person, and eventually Ellison would start hearing footsteps and noises throughout the house, and Ellison ended up seeing some like ghost-like invisible children, and this freaked out Ellison, and he took the camera, projector, and films outside and burned them. Ellison ended up moving out the house with his family, and he would go on to discover the projector and films in his own attic, along with a new film labeled Extended Cut Endings. And the new footage depicts the missing children coming on screen following each murder, revealing themselves to be the killers under the influence of the demon Bukul. Following this event, Ellison became lightheaded and noticed a green liquid at the bottom of his coffee mug, along with a note from his daughter that says, "Good night, Daddy," before losing consciousness. He would awake to find himself, his wife, and his son bound gagged on the floor, and Ashley, his daughter, would approach them while filming with the 8mm camera. She tells her father that she will make him famous again and proceeds to murder her family with an axe. Nothing warms my heart more than seeing families hang together. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we got American Psycho, and this is a 2000 horror film, and it takes place in 1987 with this man called Patrick Bateman, who is a young and wealthy New York City investment banker who spends most of his time dining at popular restaurants while keeping up appearances for his fiancée Evelyn. At a business meeting, this is probably like one of the most famous scenes, Paul Bateman and his associates flaunt their business cards, and he's like, "Let's see Paul out." and it's like he's like, oh, it's so perfect. It's such a good scene, bro. Y'all gotta watch that scene. If you don't watch the movie, at least like watch the scene. It's pretty good. Bateman resents Alan for his affluent lifestyle and ability to obtain reservations at this really popular restaurant called the Dorja, and he ends up manipulating Alan into getting drunk. He then lures Alan into his apartment and kills him with an axe while dancing to Hip to Be Square. Bateman then goes into Alan's apartment and leaves like a message on his answering machine as like kind of like an alibi, claiming that Alan had gone to a business trip in London. A private investigator starts interviewing Bateman regarding Alan's disappearance, and Bateman's like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Later on, he gets 2 prostitutes and then films himself having sex with them, and kind of like some kinky torture type shit. One of Bateman's colleagues, Lewis Carruthers, reveals a new business card, which pisses off Bateman, so he tries to strangle him in a bathroom, and Carruthers is like, no, yeah, I want this. I want this for real. And Patrick's just like, oh, hell no, what the fuck? And he's like, he just like leaves, like it's wild. Later on, Bateman brings this prostitute, Christy, to Alan's apartment where he drugs his acquaintance, Elizabeth, before having sex with Christy. After Bateman kills Elizabeth, Christy runs and searches for an exit, and Bateman chases her and then drops a chainsaw on her while she runs down a staircase. Later on, Bateman uses an ATM and he sees a cat, and the ATM actually says, feed me a stray cat. So he gets ready to shoot a cat, and a woman comes up to him and she's like, don't do that, and he shoots her. And then there's this whole like police chase, and Bateman ends up like shooting some of the officers, and he blows up a police car, and then he kills 2 more people before running into his office. He calls his lawyer and leaves like this whole confession claiming that he killed like 20 to 40 people. And in the following morning, Bateman actually goes to Paul Allen's apartment to clean up like all the dead bodies he had there, but he finds out that it's like completely empty and it's for sale, and the realtor tells him that the apartment doesn't belong to Paul Allen. So this kind of like shakes up Bateman, and then he ends up going to meet with his colleagues for lunch, and he sees his lawyer Carnes, and Carnes is like, oh yeah, that message that you left me, the confession, it was funny, man, it was a good one. And Patrick's like, dude, I'm serious, man, I murdered Paul Allen, I'm for real. And then his lawyer's like, no, Paul Allen's in London, this isn't funny. And then Bateman just returns to his friends, and they start talking, and and he's just kind of like sitting there unsure if everything he did was completely imaginary. And that's the end of the movie. It's pretty good.
Gotta respect a man with a hobby. 4.5 stars.
Alright, next up we have Wrong Turn, and this is a 2003 slasher film, and it takes place with college students Rich Stoker and Hallie Smith, who are rock climbing in the remote forest of West Virginia. And when Rich reaches the top of the cliff, he is suddenly murdered before he can help Hallie up, and someone begins to start yanking Hallie up the cliff, forcing her to cut the rope and fall to the ground. She attempts to escape, but then is caught in a line of barbed wire and pulled back into the woods screaming, and she is killed off screen.
And then there's like this group of friends, and they're driving, and then they make a wrong turn and then get in a car accident with this other group of people.
Now 2 of their friends, Evan and Francine, stay to watch the cars while the others go find help, and Evan ends up disappearing when he hears something in the woods, and Francine finds his ear on the ground. She backs away from it in horror, and barbed wire is forced into her mouth by a mysterious figure, and the remaining group find an isolated cabin and go inside to try and use the phone, and they end up finding human body parts. They're forced to hide inside the house when the occupants return home, and there are 3 cannibal inbred mountain men, and they enter the cabin with Francine's corpse, and the hiding group watch as her body is dismembered and eaten. After the cannibals fall asleep, the group attempts to escape, but their captors awake and chase them into the forest, and the group ends up finding cars left by previous victims and try to make an escape plan. One of the members of the group, Chris, gets shot in the leg while trying to distract the cannibals, and another member, Scott, attempts to create a diversion for the other 3 to escape, but gets killed with arrows instead. The remaining members of the group, Jesse, Carly, and Chris, stumble upon an old watchtower with an old radio and try to call for help, and the cannibals end up arriving and are alerted when the radio starts responding to the group's call. Unable to get inside, the attackers set the tower on fire, and the protagonists escape by jumping into the trees, which leads to a chase in which Carly gets decapitated by one of the cannibals. Chris and Jesse end up running and hide in a cave until morning, and the cannibals eventually find them, pushing Chris down a hill and then kidnapping Jesse and taking her back into the cabin. Chris survives the fall and meets a police officer, but the officer is killed by one of the cannibals, who shoots him in the eye with an arrow. Chris ends up hitching a ride by holding on to the underside of a truck as the cannibal drives it back to the cabin, where Jesse is tied down to a bed in preparation to be eaten, and Chris fearfully watches as the cannibals chop up the dead policeman. Before they can move on to Jesse, Chris sets the building on fire and drives a truck through the wall, and he fights off the cannibals and frees Jesse, and they escape as Chris kills the cannibals by blowing up the cabin. And yeah. The scariest part about this is the old man at the gas station drinking strawberry milk on a hot day. 3 stars. Alright, the next one we got is called Spotlight, and it's a 2015 American biographical drama film. And it's not disturbing in the sense of like violence and gore and shit. It's more about the investigation into cases of like widespread and systematic child sex abuse in the Boston area by numerous Roman Catholic priests. But yeah, this Spotlight team begins to uncover a pattern of sexual abuse by priests in Massachusetts and an ongoing cover-up by some of the Boston churches. And they learned through a former priest that worked to rehabilitate sexually abusive priests that there were like approximately 90 abusive priests in Boston, and that was like 6% of the priests. And they develop like a list of 87 names and begin to look for victims to back up their suspicions. This team ends up starting investigations, and then September 11th happens, the 9/11 attacks, and they're forced to deprioritize the story, but they end up gathering momentum again. And yeah. This one's more disturbing because I say that shit like this actually happens, but it's not like any of these other movies can happen to. It's just more common for these certain situations to be meticulous, perverted humans rather than violent serial killers. So yeah. Alright, nobody thought to look at the manifest of the Catholic vote? Come on. 3.5 stars.
The Catholic vote is gonna be headed on out today. The Catholic vote.
Alright, next up we got Sicario, and this is a 2015 American action thriller film directed by Denis Villeneuve. And bro, this is like one of the first films that's directed by him on the list, and if you're a fan of him, bro, I'm telling you, you should watch Blade Runner 2042 or Dune. So good. Now, Sicario follows this FBI agent who's enlisted by a government task force to bring down the leader of a powerful and brutal Mexican drug cartel. It starts off in Arizona, and special agents Kate Macer and Reggie Wayne lead a raid on a Sonora cartel safe house where they discover dozens of decaying corpses hidden in the walls, and outside an explosive booby trap kills 2 police officers. And following the raid, Kate is recommended for and joins a joint task force overseen by the CIA, and their mission is to apprehend Sonora Lieutenant Manuel Diaz. This joint task force ends up trying to cross the El Paso Juarez border, and they get ambushed by cartel hitmen who the Delta Force swiftly kills. And during the gunfight, Kate is forced to kill a federale and is left visibly disturbed by the violence. Matt, who is a CIA operative, reveals that the real mission is to disrupt Diaz's drug operations, so he will lead them to his boss, drug lord Fausto Alacant. And the task force ends up raiding a bank to seize Diaz's laundering money. And after recovering this financial evidence, Kate and another member of the squad, Reggie, want to start a legal case against Diaz, but are ordered to stand down to avoid jeopardizing the operation. Reggie ends up introducing a man named Ted to Kate, who's a local police officer, and they become intimate. But then she realizes Ted is working for the cartel, and in an ensuing struggle, Ted strangles Kate before Alejandro appears and subdues him. Alejandro and Matt reveal that they were using her as bait, knowing the cartel would target her after seeing her face on the bank's CCTV. And Alejandro and Matt brutally beat Ted and coerce him into revealing the names of the other officers working for Diaz. After the team learns that Diaz has been recalled to Mexico, they prepare to raid the tunnel near Nogales. And Matt reveals to Kate and Reggie that their involvement is technically a necessity, as the CIA is not allowed to operate alone within US borders. And Reggie's like, nah, Kate, we need to go. But she's like, nah, I want to stay. They end up getting in a gunfight with the cartel, and Kate follows Alejandro into Mexico, and she sees him abduct Silvio, who is a corrupt Sonora police officer working for Diaz. And Kate attempts to arrest Alejandro for this, but he shoots her in her Kevlar vest before driving away with Silvio at gunpoint. On the US side of the border, Kate confronts Matt, who explains that the mission is part of a broader operation to consolidate the cartels into a single entity that the US can more easily control. Alejandro, who previously worked for the Medellin cartel in Colombia, was hired to assassinate Alarcon, the man responsible for ordering the murder of Alejandro's wife and daughter when he was a prosecutor in Juarez. Alejandro then kills Silvio after he stops Diaz's vehicle and forces Diaz to drive to Alarcon's estate. Upon arrival, he quickly kills Diaz, Alarcon's guards, his wife, 2 sons, and Alarcon. The next day, Alejandro appears in Kate's apartment and forces her at gunpoint to sign a statement attesting that the entire operation was legal. As he leaves, she aims her pistol at him, but cannot bring herself to pull the trigger. In Nogales, Silvio's widow watches her son's soccer game, which is briefly interrupted by the sound of distant gunfire. And the movie ends. The best episode of Narcos I've ever seen. 5 stars. Alright, next up we got The Game, and The Game is a 1997 American thriller film. It starts off with investment banker Nicholas Van Orton, estranged from his wife and younger brother Conrad, and he is haunted by seeing his father die by suicide on his 48th birthday. For Nicholas's own 48th birthday, his brother presents him with an unusual gift, which is a voucher for a game offered by a company called the Consumer Recreation Services, promising that it will change his life. Though doubtful, Nicholas meets with fellow bankers who enjoyed the game, and he goes to the CRS office to apply, but the time-consuming psychological and physical examinations required irritate him, and he is later informed that his application has been rejected. Soon he starts believing that his business, reputation, finances, and safety are endangered, and he actually encounters a waitress, Christine, who appears to have been endangered by the game as well. He contacts the police, but they find the CRS abandoned. Eventually, Nicholas's brother Conrad appears at his apartment and apologizes, claiming that the CRS attacked him. And with no one else to turn to, Nicholas finds the waitress Christine's home, discovering that she is a CRS employee and her apartment was fake. When Christine says they are being watched, Nicholas attacks a nearby camera, and armed CRS personnel swarm the house and fire upon the pair, who run away. Christine tells him that the CRS drained his bank accounts using the psychological tests to guess his passwords, and yeah, he's broke. He starts to feel dizzy and realizes that she drugged him, and after he loses consciousness, she admits that she is part of the scam as well, and that he made a fatal mistake in giving his card security code over the phone. Nicholas wakes up entombed in a Mexico cemetery and sells his gold watch to return to San Francisco, where he finds his mansion has foreclosed and most of his possessions have been removed. He then asks for his brother Conrad in a hotel, but is told that his brother has been committed to a mental institution due to a nervous breakdown. Nicholas then retrieves a hidden gun and seeks out his ex-wife for help. While apologizing to her for his neglect, he learns that Jim Feingold, a CRS employee who conducted his tests, is an actor working in television advertisement. Nicholas then forces Jim to find the real CRS office and takes Christine hostage, demanding to be taken to the head of CRS. After being attacked by CRS guards, Nicholas takes Christine to the roof, and Christine, realizing that Nicholas's gun is not a prop, frantically tells him that this is all part of the game, his finances are intact, and his family and friends are waiting for him on the other side of the door. He refuses to believe her, and Nicholas shoots the first person to emerge out the door, Conrad. Devastated over the accident, Nicholas jumps off the roof but lands on a giant air cushion. He is then greeted by Conrad, who is actually alive since the gun was actually a prop, and the rest of the people from the game. Everything had been staged by his brother for his birthday present, and Conrad intended to help Nicholas become a better person and embrace life.
So you just gonna bring me a birthday gift on my birthday to my birthday party on my birthday with a birthday gift? 4 stars.
Happy birthday, bitch.
Alright, next up we got Gone Girl, and this is a 2014 American psychological thriller which follows the events surrounding a man named Nick Dunn, who becomes the prime suspect in the sudden disappearance of his wife, Amy. And it starts off on their 5th wedding anniversary. Writing teacher Nick Dunn returns home to find his wife missing, and her disappearance receives massive press coverage, and a detective ends up finding poorly concealed evidence of a struggle in the home, and the media suspect Nick due to his apathy towards Amy's disappearance. In the past, Amy revealed to Nick that Amazing Amy, which was like her parents' children's books, was a perfected version made up of Amy's actual failures, and their marriage began to disintegrate over time as both of them lost their jobs due to recession and moved from New York City to Nick's hometown of Missouri to support his dying mother. Nick ended up becoming distant with Amy and began cheating on Amy with Andy, one of his students, while Amy became more resentful towards Nick for making her move to Missouri. Forensic analysis of the house uncovered clean bloodstains, and this indicated that there was a murder, and one of the detectives discovered evidence of financial issues, spousal disputes, and Amy's recent propensity to acquire a gun. So Amy and Nick had played like treasure hunt games on every wedding anniversary, and this year Amy had hidden items purchased with Nick's credit card in the shed, as well as a diary that showed Amy's growing dread and ending with the fear that Nick would eventually kill her. Amy then drove to a campground in the Ozarks, and upon discovering Nick's affair, she conceived a plan to frame him for her murder. She misrepresented the relationship between herself and Nick by falsifying accounts in the diary, and unbeknownst to Nick, she had befriended her neighbor to tell her stories about Nick's temper and steal her urine to manipulate pregnancy results. She placed supporting evidence of Nick's guilt in the clue spots for the quote-unquote treasure hunt to let the police find them, and she also splattered her own blood across the kitchen and cleaned it up haphazardly. She assumed that Nick would be executed for her murder, and she planned to drown herself. Nick ended up deducing Amy's plan and convinced his twin sister, Margot, of his innocence. He then flew to New York City and hired Tanner Bolt, who was a famous lawyer known for representing men accused of killing their wives. And Nick also met Amy's ex-boyfriend, Tommy O'Hara, who Amy had actually falsely accused of rape. Later on, Amy's campground neighbors would eventually rob her, and she called Desi Collins, her ex-boyfriend, for help, convincing him that she fled Nick's abuse. Desi would agree to hide her in our lake house, and afterwards, Andy, the student, revealed their affair at a press conference. And Nick appeared on a talk show trying to claim his innocence and apologized for his shortcomings as a spouse to lure Amy out of hiding. The detective believed that she had enough evidence to arrest Nick for murder, but the lawyer got Nick out on bail, and Amy ended up realizing that Desi intended to help her to forcibly kindle their relationship, and Amy then uses Desi's surveillance cameras to make it appear that he had kidnapped her and slits his throat while they had sex, and returns home to Nick covered in Desi's blood, clearing Nick of suspicion and framing Desi as the kidnapper after recounting a false account of their altercation to the detective. The detective ended up bringing up some of the inconsistencies with Amy's account and retorts by calling her incompetent, and Amy ends up telling Nick the truth and admits to Desi's murder, saying that him pleading for her to come back is the man that she wants. And Nick shared this with the detectives, his lawyer, and his sister, but there was no evidence of her guilt. Nick then intends to leave Amy, but she reveals that she is pregnant, having inseminated herself with Nick's sperm that was stored at a fertility clinic. And then Nick violently reacts to Amy's insistence that they should remain married, but feels responsible for the child and decides to stay married. The couple then announces on television that they are expecting a child. Whenever I think about getting back together with my ex, I watch this film. Works like a charm every time. 5 stars. What do you mean by that though?
Can't that go two ways?
All right, next up we got Black Swan, and this is a 2010 American psychological horror film, and yeah, it's about this woman named Nina Sawyers who lives with her overprotective mother, Erica, a former dancer, and dances with the New York City Ballet Company. And the company is opening with the season of the performance Swan Lake. The director is looking for a new dancer, and Nina auditions for the roles and gives flawless rehearsal as Odette, but fails to embody Odile, which is like it's like a dual role. There's like a dual role thing: White Swan Odette and Black Swan Odile. And the next day, Nina asks Thomas, the director, to reconsider her role, and he forcibly kisses her, and she bites him and runs out of his office. Later that day, Nina sees the cast list and discovers to her surprise as she received the lead roles. At a gala celebrating the new season, Beth, one of the dancers, accuses Nina of providing sexual favors to Thomas in return for a promotion. And the next day, Nina hears that Beth was hit by a car, and the director, Thomas, believes that Beth was attempting suicide. Later during rehearsals, Thomas tells Nina that there's a newcomer, Lily, who has a physical resemblance towards Nina, but also an uninhibited quality that Nina lacks. And yeah, this leads to Nina having some like hallucinations, and she finds some scratch marks on her back. One night, despite her mother's objection, Nina accepts Lily's invitation to go out for drinks, and Lily offers Nina an ecstasy capsule, saying that it would help her relax. Nina turns it down, but Lily ends up spiking her drink with powder. The two dance at a nightclub and return to Nina's apartment later that night. Nina barricades herself in a room with Lily and performs oral sex on her. The next morning, she realizes that she is late for the dress rehearsal, and upon arriving at the Lincoln Center, Nina sees Lily dancing as Odile and confronts her about the night together. Lily denies going home with Nina and taunts Nina for having a sexual fantasy about her, and Nina becomes convinced that Lily is trying to take her place, especially after learning that Thomas has made Lily her alternate. This leads to Nina's hallucinations growing stronger and her injuries increase, going as far as hallucinating herself into transforming into Odile. On opening night, towards the end of the ballet's second act, Nina is distracted by another hallucination and loses her stability as Odette, and this causes the male dancer playing the prince to drop her on stage, which infuriates the director. She returns to the dressing room and finds Lily preparing as Odile, and during a confrontation, Lily transforms into Nina, and the two fight, breaking a mirror, and Nina stabs her with a large shard of glass from the mirror, killing her, and the body reverts to Lily. Nina then hides the corpse in the bathroom and takes the stage, dancing flawlessly as Odile, and returns to the dressing room. Nina then resumes the Odette tutu and White Swan makeup, and she hears a knock at the door. She opens it to find Lily alive, and Lily apologizes and congratulates her before taking her leave. Confused, Nina sees the mirror is still broken, but the towel she used to mop up the blood is clean, and she looks down and pulls a piece of glass from her abdomen, realizing she stabbed herself, not Lily. Nina dances the final act of the ballet, which ends with Odette throwing herself off a cliff and Nina landing on a mattress. The theater erupts in thunderous applause while Thomas, Lily, and the others gather to congratulate Nina, who remains lying on the mattress. Thomas sees the blood spreading at her waist and shouts for help, and he frantically asks Nina what happened to her. Nina calmly replies that she was perfect as the screen fades to white.
I relate to Natalie Portman because I too take every artistic criticism to an intensely personal level and love jerking off and stabbing myself. 5 stars.
Alright, next up we have Psycho, and this is a 1960 American psychological horror thriller film. And it starts off during the Friday afternoon in a Phoenix hotel where real estate secretary Marion Crane and her boyfriend Sam Loomis discuss their inability to get married because of Sam's debts, and Marion returns to work and steals a cash payment of $40,000 and sets off to drive to Sam's home in Fairville, California. On the way, Marion stops for the night at the Bates Motel located off the main highway and hides the stolen money in a newspaper. And proprietor Norman Bates descends from a large house overlooking the motel and registers Marion under an assumed name and invites her to dine with him. After Norman returns to his house, Marion overhears Norman arguing with his mother about Marion's presence, and Norman returns with a light meal and apologizes for his mother's outbursts. Norman then discusses his hobby as a taxidermist, his mother's illness, and how people have a private trap they want to escape. Marion decides to drive back to Phoenix in the morning and return the stolen money, and as Marion showers,
a shadowy figure in a dress appears and stabs her to death. Soon afterward, Norman cleans up the murder scene, putting Marion's body, belongings, and the hidden cash in her car and sinks it in a swamp. Marion's sister Lila arrives in Fairville about a week later and tells Sam about the theft and demands to know her whereabouts. He denies knowing anything about her disappearance, and a private investigator named Arbogast approaches them, saying that he has been hired to retrieve the money. Arbogast stops at the Bates Motel and questions Norman, whose nervous behavior and inconsistent answers arouses suspicion. He then examines the guest register and discovers from her handwriting that Marion spent the night at the motel. When Arbogast learns that Marion had spoken to Norman's mother, Arbogast asks to speak to her, but Norman refuses it. Arbogast then updates Sam and Lila about his search and promises to meet them within the hour at Sam's home. After he enters the Bates Motel to search for Norman's mother, the shadowy figure emerges from the bedroom and stabs him to death. Sam visits the motel when he and Lila hear nothing from Arbogast, and he sees a figure in the house who he assumes is Norman's mother. Lila and Sam alert the local sheriff, who tells them Norman's mother died in a murder-suicide 10 years earlier. Convinced that something happened to Arbogast, Lila and Sam drive to the motel, and Sam distracts Norman in the office while Lila sneaks into the house. Suspicious, Norman becomes agitated and knocks Sam unconscious. As he goes into the house, Lila hides in the fruit cellar where she discovers his mother's mummified body. She then screams, and Norman, wearing women's clothes and a wig, enters the cellar and tries to stab her, and Sam appears behind them and subdues him. At the police station, a psychiatrist explains that Norman killed his mother and her lover 10 years earlier out of jealousy. Unable to bear the guilt, Norman mummified his mother's corpse and began treating it as if she were still alive. He recreated his mother as an alternate personality, as jealous and possessive towards Norman as he felt about his mother. The psychiatrist concludes that mother has now submerged in Norman's personality, and Norman sits in a jail cell and hears his mother saying the murders were all his doing, and Marion's car is retrieved from the swamp. Yeah, this is a classic movie. You already know that. It's the one where, you know, it's like the shower curtain and he stabs her and it's like all right, I just wanted to say that because all right, so there's this clip. You guys know the whole like O.J. Simpson case. So there's this clip and there's this interviewer, right? And she's talking to O.J. and she's like kind of low-key accusing him that he did it, and he's like, I didn't do it, and he's kind of like getting angry and shit. And later on, OJ plays like a prank on the interviewer where she opens a door and OJ has like, I think it's like a screwdriver or like a fake knife or something like that, and he pretends to stab her. It's the most, bro, it's the wildest shit, bro.
We won't have to talk about it anymore.
Just did you do it?
No, I didn't. Nope. Did not do it.
After we finished filming, OJ said to me that he had a surprise for me, and I genuinely was surprised. I think it was his idea of a joke, and this is it.
Something we just found us a killer. Hey, call the cops.
If someone offers you milk with dinner like that's an acceptable beverage, you can automatically assume they are mentally ill. 5 stars. Alright, next up we got The Birds. And The Birds is a 1963 natural horror thriller film, and it focuses on a series of sudden and unexpected violent bird attacks on the people of Bodega Bay in California. And it starts off in the early 1960s at a San Francisco pet store, and socialite Melanie Daniels meets lawyer Mitch Brenner, who is looking to buy lovebirds for his sister Kathy's 11th birthday. Recognizing Melanie from her court appearance regarding a practical joke gone awry, Mitch pretends to mistake her for a shop employee, and he discloses her prior knowledge of her and that his ruse was intended to make her appreciate being on the other end of the joke. Mitch ends up leaving without buying anything, and Melanie buys the lovebirds for him and drives to Bodega Bay after she learns that Mitch has gone to his family's farm for the weekend. Yeah, she ends up renting a boat in a town and crosses the bay to leave the lovebirds at the Brenner farm. Discreetly, as Melanie approaches the wharf, a seagull attacks her, and Mitch helps her out and tries to heal her head wound. Mitch's mother, Lydia, arrives and meets Melanie, and Mitch announces to Lydia that he is inviting Melanie over for dinner. Later on, at Mitch's sister's birthday party, Melanie privately tells Mitch about her troubled paths, and during a game, the children are attacked by some seagulls. And later that evening, as Melanie dines with the family, sparrows swarm the house through the chimney and start attacking them. And afterwards, Mitch insists that she delay driving back to San Francisco and stay the night there. The next morning, the mom, Lydia, visits her neighbors, and she discovers that he's an eyeless corpse, pecked lifeless by birds, and she runs away. Lydia runs back home and fears for her daughter's safety, and Melanie offers to pick her up from school. And as Melanie is waiting outside the schoolhouse, some crows start attacking, and they attack the children's, and And then there's some seagulls, and they attack a gas station. Oh my god. Alright, so Mitch and Melanie go to Annie's house to get Kathy, and they find Annie's dead, killed by crows. And that night, they barricade themselves in the family's home, which is attacked by waves of birds. And birds end up trying to peck their way through the roof, and Melanie is attacked, trapping her until Mitch saves her. And then they get ready to drive away to go to San Francisco, and they discover that some birds had gathered outside the house, and they were gonna like sneak attack them or whatever. and on like the car radio, it reports that there were bird attacks, and that the military may intervene. I'm sorry, bro. I know I'm supposed to be like serious about. Nah, actually, I'm not gonna be serious, bro. Imagine getting in your f***ing car and hearing that the military may take action against like flocks of birds, bro. Wild. Anyways, the car drives away, and thousands of birds start flying after them. And the OG Angry Birds movie, 3.5 stars. All right, next up we have It, and I'm gonna be covering the 2017 adaptation of this film because like the older version is a TV show, and this is for disturbing movies. So it starts off in October 1988, and it's this 12-year-old boy named Bill, and he's crafting like a paper sailboat for his little brother Georgie. And Georgie sorry, this part always makes me laugh. Georgie, he starts sailing the boat like along like this rainy street, and he just fucking bobs his head. And alright. So yeah, he hits his head, and his boat ends up going into a drain, and Georgie sees this clown, and he's like, I'm Pennywise, we could be friends. And Georgie comes closer, and then he rips his arm off and drags him into a sewer. And the following summer, Billy and his boys, they try to go and investigate, trying to look for Georgie's body. And eventually one of the new kids, Ben, gets targeted by this group of bullies, and he runs away and meets the guys, Bill's group, and they end up finding a sneaker of this missing girl. And then one of the other bullies is actually killed by Pennywise in the sewers. That's kind of, is that karma? Like, did he deserve that? Because he was gonna that kid up. So low key, bro, low key. The group also gets this other girl, Beverly, who joins the guys, and later on they befriend an orphan named Mike after rescuing him from a bully. So each member of this group has like terrifying manifestations of their own fears that Pennywise comes to them as, and they realize that they're all being stalked by the same entity. And there's like this really scary scene where he's like, you'll float too. And anyways, after Pennywise attacks them, the group ventures into this house to confront it, only to be separated and terrorized. And they end up running away from the house, and weeks later, Beverly confronts and incapacitates her sexually abusive father, and then Pennywise abducts her. And the Losers Club, which is the group, that's their group name, they reassemble and they return to the abandoned house to try and rescue her. And this bully guy who murdered his abusive father, after I guess you could say he either got possessed by it or he's kind of a dick. But anyways, he attacks the group, and Mike fights back and pushes Bowers down the well. And they decide to go down into the sewers to go into the underground lair and find a mountain of decayed circus props, children's belongings, and Beverly. And she is restored to consciousness when Ben kisses her. Pennywise tries to take little Billy hostage, but the Losers Club is like, nah, we're overcoming our fears like right now. And they eventually defeat it and it retreats deeper into the sewers. And Billy's like, yeah, it's gonna starve. It's gonna starve to death during its hibernation. We should be good. Yeah, the losers swear a blood oath that they will return to Derry as adults if the clown returns, and they make their goodbyes, and that's the end of the movie. Georgie was adorable. I will literally reach into the sewer and end Pennywise's life with my own 2 hands for what he did to that kid. Fix your hairline before trying anything, you stinky bitch. 4 stars. Alright. Next up we have Insidious, and this is a 2010 American supernatural horror film. And it's one of the first installments of the Insidious franchise. And it starts off with a married couple, Josh and Renee, and their sons, Dalton and Foster, and infant daughter, Callie, who recently moved into a new home. And one evening, Dalton sneaks away to explore the attic when he encounters a frightening entity and falls from a step stool, and the next day, he inexplicably slips into a coma. After 3 months of treatment without results, Renee and Josh take Dalton home, and the family starts to experience disturbing paranormal events, and Renee hears voices over the baby monitor when no one is in Callie's room. And then they call over some paranormal investigators, and they try to explain all the shit going down. And one of the investigators, Elise, explains that Dalton is not in a coma, but he was born with the ability to astral travel and had been unknowingly doing so in his sleep, and probably believed that he was dreaming. And this time he has traveled too far away and has been captured in a purgatory realm called the Further, and is a place inhabited by the tortured souls of the dead. Without his mental presence, his body is comatose, but spirits desire to use it so they can re-enter the physical world. And some want to live again, and some also just want to cause pain and hurt others because they're fucking dicks. Josh is like, know what, fuck you, I don't want to hear this, get out of my house. Then later on, Josh sees the drawings of Dalton in his room, and they confirm the truth that he has been dreaming and astral projecting, and he cries. And Elise comes back and returns and performs a seance to communicate with Dalton, and he warns them of a man with fire on his face. Elise screams and seems to faint, and the demon possesses Dalton's body, and he attacks the group before being stopped by Elise. She explains that she has known Lorraine for decades, and had previously helped Josh when he was 8 years old, and it's revealed that Josh also possesses the ability to astral project, though he had suppressed his memory of it years ago. Elise had ended up helping him protect himself from a parasitic spirit of an old woman that wanted to possess him, and the only way to rescue Dalton is for Josh to go into the Further and save him. Elise puts Josh under a trance, and he is able to project into their previous house. He fights off one spirit that has been tormenting them and enters the demon's lair through the red door, and he finds Dalton chained. He frees him, but they are chased and attacked by a demon, while spirits of the Further invade the real world and terrorize Renee, Elise, and the others. After escaping, Josh confronts the old woman that haunted him as a child, trying once for all to overcome his fears. The old woman laughs and appears to retreat from him, and when Josh and Dalton return to their bodies, the spirits have all disappeared from their home. Yes, the family celebrates their victory, but Elise senses that something is amiss about Josh. When she snaps a photo of him, Josh becomes enraged and strangles her to death, and Renee is horrified when she discovers Elise's dead body, and even more so when she sees the photo Elise took. The photo reveals that Josh is now the evil woman from his childhood, and she possessed him when he confronted her in the Further. If they wanted to get rid of the demon so much, they could have just put the boy out Sidious. 2 stars. Alright, next up we got The Exorcist, and this is a 1973 supernatural horror film. It starts off in northern Iraq with a Catholic priest who participates in an archaeological dig which unearths the medallion of Saint Joseph and an artifact representing Pazuzu, an ancient demon. And then we go on to Georgetown, where actress Chris McNeil works on a film directed by her friend. And then this little girl ends up coming up to Chris, and the girl named Reagan tells her about her imaginary friend named Captain Howdy. Later, Chris hosts a party, and and then Reagan comes out of nowhere and pees on the carpet. And then Chris puts Reagan to bed, and her bed shakes violently, and you can all see where this is going. Reagan ends up becoming violent, and she is subjected to several medical tests which fail to find anything physically wrong with her. Eventually, Reagan's condition got worse, and Chris seeks out a man named Damien Karras, who is a priest, and she's like, need some help. The possessed Reagan claims to be the devil himself, projectile vomits in Karras' face, speaks in tongues, and reacts violently when tap water is sprinkled on her, and the demon says it will remain in Reagan until she's dead. So Karras gets this experienced priest, Marin, and Marin arrives at the house, and he warns Karras that the demon is using psychological attack, and the priest ends up reading from a Roman ritual, and the demon curses them, and it focuses on Karras verbally attacking his loss of faith and guilt over the circumstances of his mother's death. Karras ends up entering the bedroom where the demon appears as his mother, and showing weakness, Karras exclaims that the demon is not his mother, and Marin excuses Karras and continues the exorcism by himself. Karras assures Chris that Reagan will not die, and they re-enter the room, finding Marin dead. Karras then beats the possessed Reagan and demands the demon take him instead, and the demon rips a medallion of Saint Joseph from Karras' neck and begins to possess him, freeing Reagan, and then Karras throws himself out a window, tumbling down the stairs outside, and he dies. And yeah.
The priest kinda cute though. 3 stars. Alright, next up we have Halloween, and this is a 1978 American independent slasher film, and it's about a mental patient, Michael Myers. You might know, man, you know who the that is, bro. You know how it is. It starts off on Halloween night in 1963 in a fictional suburban town of Illinois, and 6-year-old Michael Myers stabs his teenage sister Judith to death with a chef's knife. And for the next 15 years, he is incarcerated at Smith's Grove Sanitarium. On October 30th, 1978, Michael's psychiatrist and his colleague arrive at the sanitarium to escort Michael to court for a hearing, and they hope that the outcome of the hearing is that Michael will be locked up for life. However, Michael steals their car and escapes, killing the mechanic for his coveralls, and goes back to his old hometown, and upon arriving, he steals knives, ropes, and a white expressionless mask. On Halloween, he sees high school student Laurie Strode drop off a key at the long-abandoned Myers house that her father was trying to sell, and Laurie notices Michael stalking her throughout the day, but her friends Annie Brackett and Linda Vanderklok dismiss her concerns. Bro, those are some weird fictional names, dude. Anyways, one of the psychiatrists, Mr. Loomis here, arrives in this Illinois town looking for Michael and finds Judith's tombstone missing from the local cemetery. He meets with Annie's father, Sheriff Lee Brackett, and they investigate Michael's house, and Loomis ends up telling the sheriff that Michael is pure fucking evil, my guy. And then the sheriff goes on patrol, and Loomis decides to wait at the house, expecting Michael to return. That night, Laurie babysits little Tommy, and Annie babysits little Lindsay across the street, and Michael follows them, spying on Annie and killing little Lindsay's dog. Tommy sees Michael from the windows and thinks he's the boogeyman, but Laurie doesn't believe him, and later Annie takes Lindsay over to the house across the street so she can pick up her boyfriend Paul. When she gets into the car, Michael appears from the back seat and strangles her and slits her throat, and soon after, Linda and her boyfriend, Bob Sims, arrive at the Wallace house and find it empty. After having sex, Bob goes downstairs to get a beer, and Michael pins him against the wall with a kitchen knife. And then he goes and poses as Bob in a ghost costume and confronts Linda. And she strangles her with a phone cord while Laurie listens on the other end of the phone thinking it's a joke. Later on, Loomis discovers the stolen car, and suspicious of what she heard on the phone, Laurie goes to the house and finds her friends' bodies as well as Judith's headstone. She runs away in terror when Michael suddenly appears and cuts her arm, causing her to fall over a stairway banister. She narrowly escapes and runs back into the house, but she finds that she lost her keys to get through the fucking door. Rookie move, bro, rookie move. Tommy lets her into the house, and Laurie orders Tommy and Lindsay to hide
and tries to use the telephones, only to find out that the phones are dead. Michael sneaks through the window and attacks her again, but she incapacitates him by stabbing him in the neck with a knitting needle, and she thinks he's dead, and she starts to go upstairs to check on the children, and she is shocked when she sees Michael alive and approaches to attack her again. She tells the children to hide in the bathroom while she goes into the bedroom closet, but Michael finds her and breaks through the door, and she stabs him in the eye with a coat hanger and in the chest with his own knife. She then tells Lindsay and Tommy to go down the street and call the police, and after they leave, Michael awakens once again and slowly approaches Lori. Loomis sees the kids running from the house and goes to investigate, finding Michael and Lori upstairs, and Lori rips Michael's mask off, momentarily distracting him as he tries to put it back on. Loomis then shoots Michael 6 times, knocking him off the balcony, and And then Loomis looks over the balcony to see that Michael has vanished. And that's it. He's still out there. See, this is why I simply don't have sex. 1 second you're laying the pipe down, and all of a sudden the big boy come in and try to stab you because he's jealous of you and your rockin' hog. I don't need that pressure in my life. Porkin' is a young man's game. I got bills to pay. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we got Friday the 13th, and this is a 1980 American slasher film. And starts off in 1958 at Camp Crystal Lake. Counselors Barry Jackson and Claudette Hayes sneak inside a storage cabin to have sex, and there's an unseen assailant that ends up murdering them. Then we go on in present day, 1979, where camp counselor Annie Phillips is driven halfway to the reopened Camp Crystal Lake. Annie is warned about the camp's troubled past, beginning when a boy drowned in Crystal Lake in 1957, and after being dropped off, she hitches another ride from an unseen person who drives past the camp. When Annie escapes the vehicle, the killer chases her into the woods and slits her throat. At the camp, counselors Ned, Jack, Bill, Marcy, Brenda, and Alice, along with the owner Steve Christie, refurbish the cabins and facilities as a thunderstorm approaches. Steve leaves the campground to stock supplies, and Ned sees someone walk into the cabin and follows. While Jack and Marcy have sex in one of the cabin's beds, they're unaware of Ned's body above them, his throat having been slit, and when Marcy leaves to use the bathroom, Jack's throat is pierced with an arrow from beneath the bed. The killer then follows Marcy into the bathroom and slams an axe into her face. When Brenda turns in for the night, she hears a little boy's voice calling for help, and she ventures outside to the archery range where the lights turn on, and Brenda screams. Later, Steve returns and recognizes the unseen killer, who stabs him to death. Worried about their friends' disappearances, Alice and Bill leave the maid cabin to investigate, and they find an axe in Brenda's head and their phones disconnected and the truck inoperable. When the power goes out, Bill goes to check on the generator, and Alice heads out to look for him and finds his body pinned with arrows to the generator's room's door. She flees to the main cabin to hide, only to be traumatized further when Brenda's body is thrown down from the window, and soon after, she sees a vehicle pull up and rushes outside thinking it's Steve. Instead, she is greeted by Mrs. Voorhees, a middle-aged woman who claims to be an old friend of Steve and his family. She reveals that her son Jason was the boy who drowned in 1957, blaming his death on neglect by counselors who were having sex instead of watching Jason. Revealing herself as a killer, she attempts to kill Alice, but Alice knocks her unconscious. And at the shore, Miss Voorhees tries to kill Alice again with a machete, but Alice gains the advantage and decapitates her. And Alice then gets into a canoe and floats out on Crystal Lake and falls asleep. And Jason's decomposing corpse attacks her, at which point she awakens in a hospital surrounded by police. And when Alice asks about Jason, the sergeant says there was no sign of any boy, and she says, then he's still there. Bro, I love these like cheesy 80s scary movies, man. I eat them up. Don't call yourself a Friday the 13th fan if you've never murdered teenagers. 2.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Contagion, and this is a 2011 medical thriller, and it's about coronavirus. Literally, bro. Alright, so it starts off with this woman, Beth, returning from a Hong Kong business trip, and she has an affair with her ex-boyfriend during a Chicago layover, and 2 days later, back home in suburban Minneapolis, Beth's husband, Mitch, rushes her to the hospital when she suffers from a seizure, and she dies from this unknown virus. Returning home, Mitch finds that his 6-year-old stepson has also died, and then he's completely isolated but not found to be naturally immune. After being released, he protectively keeps his teenage daughter Jory quarantined at home. Now later on in Atlanta, these representatives meet with the CDC over concerns that the disease might be a bioweapon, and they dispatch this Dr. Aaron, who tries to trace everyone who had contact with Beth, and she negotiates with reluctant bureaucrats to commit resources for a public health response. Soon after, Dr. Aaron becomes infected and dies, and several cities are placed under quarantine, and this leads to panic buying, widespread looting, and violence. At the CDC, it is determined that the virus is a combination of genetic material from a pig and a bat-borne virus. All right, I'm gonna stop. Yeah, they start looking for a cure, and they determine that the virus is spread by respiratory droplets, and Anyways, all this shit goes down. The pandemic reaches a death toll of around 2.5 million in the U.S. and 26 million worldwide. The CDC ends up awarding vaccinations by lottery based on birth dates, and they start issuing vaccines and shit. And in the flashback, it's discovered that there was a bat who went to a pig farm and dropped an infected piece of banana that was then consumed by a pig. And then the pig was slaughtered and prepared by a chef in a casino who didn't wash his hands. And then that's how Beth got the virus. March 2020. 5 stars. Alright, next up we got the Belko Experiment. It's a 2016 American horror thriller film, and it's about 80 Americans working abroad for a company called Belko in Bogota, Colombia, and one day they're locked inside the building, and they basically have to go Hunger Games on each other. It starts off with all of them arriving into the building in Bogota, and there's security outside and all that shit, and they're like, hey, this is new. They start their day, and they're working, and an announcement is made ordering them to kill 2 of their co-workers or else there will be consequences, and several people try to leave the building, but there's still shutters that are locking them in, and people ignore the announcement at first, thinking it's a prank, but when the time is up, 4 employees die when explosives hidden in their heads detonate and blow their skulls apart. And our main guy here, Mike, tries to remove his tracker with a box cutter, and the voice is like, nah, you take that out, you're gonna fucking die, bro. And so he's like, all right, you got it. The group is then told that 30 of them have to be dead within 2 hours or 60 will be killed. And they basically split into 2 factions, one led by Mike, who believes that there should be no killing, and one led by Barry, who's kind of like the boss, who intends to follow the directions. Barry and his group, as well as some was the executives, break into the armory and try to burn off the lock to get access to the weapons. And Mike and his group try to signal for help, but it doesn't really do anything. And basically Mike and his group they kind of jack off or whatever. Barry's group ends up getting the weapons, and they select 30 people, forcing them to kneel in line, and they start shooting them with gunshots to the back of the head. And Danny, one of the workers who was hiding in the basement, sees this happening and shuts off the building lights, and a whole bunch of people start running away and escaping, and Barry and the group start killing people or whatever. And Barry and his group start hunting down people, and the voice informs them that only 29 people were killed, and the 2-hour time limit ran out, and 31 people literally get their heads exploded, and it leaves only 16 people. And the final task is the employee who has killed the most people within the hour will be spared. And Barry is like, oh yeah, I'm up, bro. So everyone's trying to get their bodies up, and a whole bunch of people get killed, leaving 6 survivors: Vince, Mike, Barry, Danny, and Leandra, and a cafeteria lady who was shortly killed afterwards. And Barry shoots Vince and Danny, killing them, and he also shoots Leandra. They try to make like this whole romance in it, but come on, man. Come on, Hollywood. Why do you gotta put in like the whole romance trope? Like, these niggas are literally killing each other, bro. With this girl literally gets killed and she proclaims her love to Mike, but like, bro, like 50 people just got their heads exploded and 30 other guys got executed by them. Whatever, bro. Whatever. Anyways, it all ends up with Mike having to fight Barry, and he uses a tape dispenser to beat his skull in, bro. He bashes his skull in. For real. And then, he wins. He wins the Belko experiment games, and he gets escorted by some guards out to the guy who was talking over the intercom, and it turns out that he had collected, little Mike had collected some of the trackers that were in people's heads, and yeah, he hits all the switches and makes the trackers explode, and it doesn't really even matter, because at the end of the movie it shows that this whole thing was like, happening over a whole bunch of other companies too, and at the end it says end stage 1, commence stage 2. Wah, wah, wah. Always read the terms and conditions. 4 stars. Alright, and last but not least, for our final movie in stage 1, I added this one in here. It wasn't in the original. I liked this movie. I thought it should be in this list though. It's called Battle Royale. It's a 2000 Japanese action thriller film. This is like literally the OG Hunger Games, bro. It follows a group of junior high students that are forced to fight to the death by the Japanese government. So yeah, it starts off with our main character Shuya, whose class takes a field trip, but they're like gassed and taken to a remote island, and it's explained that the class was chosen to participate in the annual Battle Royale, and they have 3 days to fight to the death until a victor emerges. They all have explosive collars on them that will kill uncooperative students or those within like danger zones, which is it's the storm. All right, it's the storm. Each student is provided rations, a map, and supplies, and a random weapon, and and 2 of the students end up being like killed before even getting off the battle bus, bro. Like, yeah, within the first 6 hours there's 12 deaths, 4 by suicide. There's 2 students, Mitsuko Suma and Kazuo Kiriyama, that are like really good, and they're like psychopaths and extremely dangerous. And then there's also this transfer student who's like super badass, and he's they're in this shit, man. Yeah, like a whole bunch of shit goes down. Like there's a lot of killing in this, man. Like, it's wild. Like, you should watch this. You should watch it. It's pretty good. Eventually, on like the final day, it turns out like one of the students like hacked the system and disabled like some tracking devices, and Shuya escapes with 2 other people, except for one of them who dies from his injuries. But he's happy that he found friendship. It was the transfer student, bro. Pretty good though. Pretty good. Not a cell phone in sight. Just teenagers living in the moment. 4 stars. Alright, but that's it for tier 1. But yeah, I'm gonna record tier 2 tomorrow or something. I don't know. I'm fucking tired of shit. But yeah, good job. Tier 1, man. Good job. Good job. Alright, what's going on, y'all? Ready for tier 2? Here we go. Alright, so first off we have Hellraiser, and this is a 1987 British supernatural horror film, and it starts off in Morocco where this guy named Frank Cotton buys a puzzle box, and the puzzle box is said to open a door to a realm of otherworldly pleasure, and Frank ends up solving the puzzle, and hooked chains emerge and tear him apart, which leads to a black-robed figure coming and resetting the puzzle. Sometime after this, Frank's brother, Larry, moves into the house, and he intends to rebuild his relationship with his second wife, Julia, not knowing that she had a sexual affair with Frank before they got married. While Larry's like moving furniture around the house, he cuts his hand open and blood drips into the attic floor and resurrects his brother Frank. Julia later sees Frank and is still obsessed with him, and she agrees to restore him so that they could run away together. And Julia begins picking up men in bars and bringing them to the attic where she like cuts them, and then Frank then drains their life and regenerates his body. Now Christy, Larry's daughter, sees Julia bringing like a man to the house and follows her into the attic, and she finds Frank. She runs away and escapes with the puzzle boxes, but collapses shortly afterwards. And this leads her waking up in a hospital, and she just solves the box out of curiosity and summons a monster called the Engineer and some Cenobites, and she runs away. They try to force Christy to return to their realm with them, and she tells Pinhead that Frank has escaped them, and the Cenobites agree to spare Christy and recapture Frank instead, with the condition that Frank must confess to escaping them. Christy ends up returning home where Frank killed Larry and took his identity by wearing his skin, and the Cenobites are like, nah, we're not falling for this bullshit. And yeah, Christy tries to escape, but she gets held captive by Julia and Frank. Frank reveals his true identity to Christy and like tries to have sex with her. Yeah, he ends up accidentally stabbing Julia and then drains her life force, and then Frank chases Christy into the attic, and when he's about to kill her, the Cenobites appear after hearing him, confessing to killing her father. Then the Cenobites ensnare him with chains and tear him to pieces. And yeah, Christy, and then, oh damn, I've been saying her name wrong the whole time, bro. It's Kirsty. Fuck. I'm not re-recording that, bro. Kirsty ends up throwing the puzzle box into a burning pyre, and yeah, someone ends up picking the box up, and yeah, it stays out there. Ooh. I'm not here to kink shame, but what the fuck? 4 stars. Alright, next up we have Hills Have Eyes, and this is a 1977 horror film that follows a family called the Carters, who end up being targeted by some cannibal savages after being stranded in the desert. It's kind of got like Wrong Turn vibes, but anyways, this family, they're traveling through Nevada, and they stop at this gas station for fuel, and the guy there, Fred, urges them to stay on the main road as they leave. And yeah, they don't really listen, and they kind of like skid off the road and end up crashing. And the dad, Bob, tries to walk back to the gas station to get help, and he ends up finding Fred, who tells him about his son Jupiter. And as a child, Jupiter killed the family's livestock and later murdered her sister. Fred attacked Jupiter with a tire iron and left him in the hills to die. However, Jupiter ended up surviving and had children with a depraved alcoholic prostitute known as Mama. And together they had 3 sons, Mars, Pluto, and Mercury, and an abused daughter, Ruby. Suddenly, Jupiter crashes through a window, kills Fred with a tire iron, and takes Bob prisoner and crucifies him. And Pluto sneaks into a trailer and tries to signal Jupiter to set Bob on fire as a distraction, and Brenda stays in the trailer with Katie while Ethel, Lynn, Doug, and Bobby rush out to save Bob, and they eventually get rid of the fire, but Bob dies. Afterwards, Pluto and Mars ransack the camper that the family was driving in, and Mars rapes Brenda, and when Ethel and Lynn return, Mars shoots them both, and Pluto abducts Katie as the brothers flee, intending for the family to eat her. Hearing the screams, Doug and Bobby rush back only to find Lynn dead, and Ethel mortally wounded, and Brenda traumatized, of course. Mars and Pluto end up returning to their home, and Beast pushes Mercury off a hilltop to his death. Doug sets out to find Katie, while Jupiter and Pluto set out to kill the remaining family members. Beast ends up tearing Pluto's throat out, and Brenda and Bobby use Ethel's corpse as a trap to kill Papa Jupiter. Doug gets to the cave where he sees Ruby knocking out Mama and carrying Katie away, and Doug catches up with Ruby, but Mars follows and attacks Doug, and then Doug kills Mars, and yeah. When your circle's small, but all y'all crazy. 4 stars. Alright, next up we have Old Boy, And Oldboy is a 2003 South Korean neo-noir action thriller film, and it follows the story of Oh Dae-soo, who is imprisoned in a cell which resembles a hotel room for 15 years without knowing the identity of his captor. So it starts off in 1988, where a businessman named Oh Dae-soo is arrested for drunkenness, and after he's picked up from the police station, he's kidnapped and wakes up in a sealed hotel room where food is delivered through a trap door. Watching TV, he learns his wife has been murdered, and he is a prime suspect, having been framed by his captors. As years of imprisonment pass, he ends up hallucinating and grows deranged from solitude, and eventually attempts to commit suicide. While he's unconscious after slashing his wrists, he ends up being resuscitated and bandaged and prevented from dying in order to ensure that he continues to live in agony. 15 years later, in 2003, Dae-soo is suddenly released after being sedated and hypnotized, and he wakes up and tests his fighting skills on a group of thugs, and a mysterious beggar gives him money and a cell phone. He enters a sushi restaurant where he meets Mi-do, a young chef, and he receives a taunting from his captor and collapses and is taken by Mi-do. Dae-soo attempts to leave the apartment, but Mi-do explains that she is romantically interested in him, and they end up forming a bond. And after Dae-soo recovers, he makes an attempt to find his daughter. He ends up finding out that she was adopted, and he gives up trying to contact her, and now he's focused on identifying his captors. Dae-soo comes across a private prison where other people can pay to have people incarcerated, and Dae-soo tortures the warden, who reveals that Dae-soo was imprisoned for quote-unquote talking too much. He is then attacked by guards but manages to defeat them. It's revealed that Dae-soo's captor was a wealthy businessman named Lee Woo-jin, and Woo-jin gives Dae-soo an ultimatum. If Dae-soo can uncover the motive for his imprisonment within 5 days, Woo-jin will kill himself. Otherwise, he will kill Mi-do. Dae-soo eventually recalls that he and Woo-jin had gone to the same high school and had witnessed Woo-jin committing incest with his own sister. Rumors ended up spreading, and Woo-jin's sister killed herself, leading to a grief-stricken Woo-jin to seek revenge. Knowing this, Dae-soo leaves and sets out to face Woo-jin. And at Woo-jin's penthouse, Woo-jin reveals that Mi-do is actually Dae-soo's daughter, and Woo-jin had orchestrated everything by using hypnosis to guide Dae-soo to the restaurant, arranging for them to meet and fall in love. And yeah, it was all a revenge plot to make him experience the same pain of incest. Dae-soo ends up apologizing for the involvement of Woo-jin's sister's death, and then he ends up cutting out his own tongue as a sign of penance. Woo-jin finally accepts Dae-soo's apology, and then Dae-soo tries to activate a device that he thinks is a pacemaker to kill Woo-jin, but little does he know it's a remote that is connected to loudspeakers that play an audio recording of him and his daughter having sex. Dae-soo ends up collapsing in despair, which leads to Woo-jin entering an elevator, and he shoots himself in the head. After some time, Dae-soo finds a hypnotist to erase his knowledge of Mi-do being his daughter so that they can stay happy together, and they live happily ever after. Reuniting with my daughter after 15 years gone wrong. 5 stars. Alright, last one because I'm tired as fuck. Alright, next up we have The Hunt, and this is a 2020 American horror thriller film, and it's really just about these rich people deciding to hunt these 10 like captives that they end up gagging in a forest, and a whole bunch of shit goes down. Yeah. Yes. Yep, that's all you get for this one. This isn't even a movie. Americans just be like that. 2 stars. Alright, next up we got Midsommar, and this is a 2019 folk horror film by Ari Aster, and it starts off with this girl named Danny, and she's left like completely traumatized after her sister commits murder suicide by filling her house with carbon monoxide, killing herself and her parents. And this kind of makes her relationship with her boyfriend a little bit strained, and her boyfriend Christian ends up getting like an invitation in the summer to go to Sweden with his friends Mark, Josh, and Pell to go to a midsummer celebration at an ancestral commune. Christian ends up inviting along Danny reluctantly, and upon arrival they meet Simon and Connie, who are an English couple from London who are also invited by people from the commune, and they end up taking psychedelic mushrooms. Danny has a bad trip and she starts hallucinating about her dead family, and they end up going to a cliff a day after their arrival, and they see that two people literally jump off the cliff and commit suicide. And when one of the guys jumps off, he starts screaming, right? I mean, because he's fucking, you know, and everyone else starts screaming, and it's just like completely off-putting to everyone, to all the outsiders who are there. And then they bash his head in with like a hammer. And then it's later explained that every member of the community does this at age 72, and it is believed to be a great honor. Christian decides to write his thesis on the commune there, and disturbed by the ceremonies, Danny tries to leave, but she's convinced to stay by Pell, and he explains that he too was orphaned after his parents died in a fire, and the commune became his new family. Now, Connie and Simon, the London couple, they also want to leave, and they're supposedly driven to a nearby train station. Now, after apparently peeing on a sacred tree, Mark is lured away from the group by one of the female commune members. Now, that night, Josh sneaks out of bed to try to get photographs of the commune's sacred texts, despite being forbidden to do so, and he ends up getting bludgeoned in the head and then dragged away when he's caught. And it's then revealed that Mark was killed as someone is wearing his skinned face. The next day, Danny and Christian are coerced into drinking a hallucinogenic drink, and Danny ends up being crowned the May Queen. Yeah, man, good stuff. And then Christian is drugged, and he participates in a sex ritual designed to impregnate Maja, who is a younger female of the commune, while other female members watch and mimic her moans. Danny witnesses the ritual, and then she later has a panic attack, and she starts crying, and all the other people around her start mimicking her cries as well. And after the ritual, Christian tries to run away, and then he discovers Josh's leg and Simon's body on display in the barn after being subjected to a blood eagle, and then Christian is paralyzed by an elder. For the final ceremony, the commune leaders explain that they must offer 9 human sacrifices to purge it of its evil, and the first 4 victims were the outsiders lured by Pell, and the next 4 must be from the commune. And Danny ends up having to choose between either Christian or a commune member to be the final sacrificial victim, and she chooses Christian, who is then stuffed into a brown bear's body and placed in a triangular wooden temple alongside the other sacrifices. The building is then lit on fire, and they all die. It's quite an ending. It's disturbingly, horrifically beautiful in a sense. I don't know, but it's a good movie. Imagine being left out of your family's suicide. LMAO. 3.5 stars. Next up, we have Hereditary. This is another psychological horror film that was written and directed by Ari Aster, and it starts off with a miniature artist named Annie Graham, who lives with her psychiatrist husband and their 16-year-old son Peter and their 13-year-old daughter Charlie. The family ends up attending the funeral of Annie's mother, Ellen, and Annie later on attends like a support group, revealing that her and her mother didn't have that good of a relationship until Charlie was born, and Ellen became a more significant figure in raising her. Later on, the son, Peter, gets invited to a party, and Annie insists on Charlie going with them. At the party, Peter leaves Charlie unattended, and she has a peanut allergy, and she eats some fucking chocolate cake that has walnuts in it and goes into anaphylactic shock. So they have to leave the party, and as Peter is driving Charlie to the hospital, she's like trying to get out. I don't know, man. Look, she's a little girl. I don't know what she was doing, but she was trying to get air, I guess, and she leans like all the way out the window and gets decapitated by a telephone pole. Peter drives home and leaves Charlie's body in the car, and Annie discovers it the following morning, and this kind of like breaks the whole family apart low key. Peter ends up becoming reclusive, and Annie becomes extremely angry with her son Peter, and Steve tries to like piece everything back together. Annie ends up befriending someone from her support group named Joan, and she teaches Annie how to perform a seance to communicate with Charlie. And later that night, Annie and the family try to attempt the seance. Objects start to move and break, and Peter becomes petrified when Annie begins speaking Charlie's frightened voice until Steve douses her with water. From then on, Peter starts getting plagued by supernatural forces, and Annie starts to suspect that Charlie's spirit has become malevolent. Annie ends up going through her mother's old belongings and ends up finding a photo album featuring pictures of Joan and Ellen, her mother, together, despite Joan claiming that she never even knew Annie's mother. It's revealed that Ellen was the leader of an ancient witch coven, and Annie also discovers a book of information about a demon king named Paimon that states that King Paimon wishes to inhabit the body of a male host, and the person who summoned the king of demons would be given riches and rewards. Annie then later ends up finding Ellen's body in the attic with occultist symbols. While Peter is outside at school, Joan appears and tries to expel his spirit from the body for the demon king Paimon, and in class he is taken over by a strong unseen force and slams his head against the desk. Annie tells her husband Steve about the discoveries and tells Steve to just burn the sketchbook, and then Steve is like, nah, you're unwell, bro, I don't know what you're talking about, and Annie just takes the book and throws it into the fireplace. But as it erupts, Steve bursts into flames and Annie looks on and becomes possessed by King Paimon. Peter ends up waking up and sees his father's charred corpse by the fire, and he starts seeing the nude coven members in the house before Annie chases him into the attic. Peter ends up watching as Annie decapitates herself with a piano wire before he dives out of a window to escape. As Peter lies on the ground, Paimon ends up possessing him, and Annie's headless corpse levitates in the Charlie's treehouse, and the now possessed Peter follows his mother into the treehouse. There he finds Joan and the other coven members, a headless corpse of his mother and grandmother, and Charlie's crowned, severed head resting on top a mannequin. Joan appears and places a crown on Peter's head, and she addresses him as Charlie. And then she swears an oath to him as Paimon and declares that he is now free to rule over the coven. And then they chant, "Hail Paimon, hail Paimon, hail." Anyway, a movie and a 2-hour reminder to take your birth control. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we got Seven, and this is a 1995 American neo-noir psychological crime thriller film, and it is basically about these two detectives who hunt a serial killer that use the 7 deadly sins as his motives. It starts off with William Somerset, who is partnered off with this guy, David Mills, and they're both detectives, and they're set to investigate a set of murders. And the trends are, 7 deadly sins, and it starts off with this morbidly obese man who was forced to eat until his stomach burst, representing gluttony, and a criminal defense attorney who was killed after being forced to cut out a pound of flesh from himself, and that represented greed. Clues at the murder scenes ended up leading them to a suspect's apartment where they found a third victim who was a drug dealer and child molester strapped to a bed, and he was emaciated and barely alive, and he was representing sloth. Now, despite being alive, the guy was in critical condition and unable to respond to any of the questions, and it ended up being revealed that there were daily photographs taken of this victim, and it showed that the crimes were planned far in advance. Detectives end up using library records to identify a John Doe and track him to his apartment, and when the John Doe flees, Detective Mills chases him and he falls from a fire escape and injures his arm. Mills ends up searching a truck before being struck by a tire iron, which leaves him incapacitated, and the John Doe walks up and holds him at gunpoint before escaping. It's revealed that the apartment contains hundreds of notebooks revealing the John Doe's psychopathy, and as well as another clue for another murder. The detectives arrive too late to stop a man that was forced by the John Doe at gunpoint to kill a prostitute by raping her with a custom-made bladed strap-on, and this represented lust. And the following day, they attend the scene of a fifth victim, who was a model whose face was mutilated by John Doe. Yeah, she was given the option to call for help and live a disfigured life or commit suicide by taking pills, and she ended up choosing the latter, and this represented pride. The two detectives end up returning to the police station, and the John Doe unexpectedly turns himself in, and he confesses to his crimes, and he escorts the detectives to a secret location where the victims representing envy and wrath are presumably buried, and he agrees to do this, otherwise he would plead insanity. Now, John Doe's directions lead them to a remote, deserted location, And minutes after their arrival, a delivery van approaches, and the driver is intercepted, saying he was instructed to deliver a box to the coordinates. And yeah, you guys know how this plays out. He's like, Somerset opens the box, and he's like, oh shit. And he tells the other detective to stay back, and the John Doe ends up talking, and he's like, I committed the sin of envy as I envied your life with your wife, and the box has your wife's head in it. And then the detective's like, oh no, what's in the box? What's in the box? And yeah, she was pregnant, so yeah, he was pissed. And yeah, it turns out that the last final murder represented wrath, and the detective shoots the John Doe. And yeah, Brad Pitt pointing a gun at Kevin Spacey and repeatedly calling him a bastard is some good shit. 5 stars. Alright, next up we have Clockwork Orange, and this is a 1971 dystopian crime film directed by Stanley Kubrick, and it sets off in futuristic Britain with this guy named Alex, who is the leader of this gang called the Droogs, which include Georgie, Tim, and Pete. And one night, after getting intoxicated on drug-laden Milk Plus, they engage in an evening of quote-unquote ultra-violence, which includes a fight with another gang. They drive to the country home of a writer named Frank Alexander and trick his wife into letting them come inside, and they beat Alexander to the point of crippling him, and Alex ends up raping Alexander's wife while singing in the Rain. The next day, when Alex misses school, he is approached by his probation officer, who is aware of Alex's activities and gives him a little bit of caution. The Droogs express discontent with petty crime, and they want more equality and high-yield thefts, but Alex asserts his authority by attacking them. This scene alone is like legendary, bro. Oh God. On Gangy. Later on, Alex invades the home of this wealthy cat lady and bludgeons her with a phallic sculpture while the Droogs remain outside, and upon hearing sirens, Alex tries to flee, but Dim smashes a bottle in his face, stunning Alex and leaving him to be arrested. The old lady ends up dying of her injuries, and Alex is convicted of murder and is sentenced to 14 years in prison. 2 years into the sentence, Alex eagerly takes up an offer to be a test subject for the Minister of Interior's new Ludovico technique, and it's an experimental aversion therapy for rehabilitating criminals within 2 weeks. Alex is strapped to a chair and his eyes are clamped open while he is injected with drugs, and then he's forced to watch films of sex and violence, some of which were accompanied by music of his favorite composer. Alex ends up becoming nauseated by the films, and fearing the technique will make him sick, he begs for ending the treatment. 2 weeks later, the minister demonstrates Alex's rehabilitation to a gathering of officials, and Alex is unable to fight back against an actor who taunts and attacks him and becomes ill, wanting sex with a topless woman. The prison chaplain complains that Alex has been robbed of his free will, and the minister asserts that the Ludovico technique will cut crime and alleviate crowding in prisons. Alex ends up being released from prison, only to find that the police have sold his possessions to provide compensation to his victims, and his parents have let him out of his room. Alex ends up encountering an elderly vagrant who he attacked years earlier, and the vagrant and his friends end up attacking him. Alex gets saved by 2 policemen and is shocked to find that the policemen were his former gang members, Dim and Georgie, and they drive him to the countryside, beat him, and nearly drown him before abandoning him. Alex ends up waking up to find himself in the home of Mr. Alexander, who is now using a wheelchair, and Alexander doesn't recognize Alex from the previous attack, but knows him in the Ludovico technique from the newspapers. He sees Alex as a political weapon and prepares to present him to his colleagues. While bathing, Alex breaks into Singing in the Rain, and this causes Alexander to realize that Alex was the person who assaulted his wife, and with help from his colleagues, Alexander drugs Alex and locks him up in an upstairs bedroom. He then plays Beethoven's Ninth Symphony loudly from the floor below, and unable to withstand the sickening pain, Alex attempts to commit suicide by jumping out of the window. He survives the attempt and wakes up in a hospital with multiple injuries, and while given a series of psychological tests, he finds that he no longer has aversions to violence and sex. The minister then arrives and apologizes to Alex, and he offers to take care of Alex and get him a job in return for his cooperation with his election campaign and public relations. As a sign of goodwill, the minister brings in a stereo system playing Beethoven's Ninth, and then Alex contemplates violence and has vivid thoughts of having sex with a woman in front of an approving crowd, thinking to himself, "I was cured, all right." And the film ends. Moral of the story: use a different song when singing in the bathroom. 5 stars. Alright, next up we have The Strangers, and this is a 2008 American psychological horror film. And it was actually inspired by 2 real-life events, with those being the multiple homicide Manson family tape murders and the series of break-ins that occurred in the director's neighborhood as a child. It starts off in a secluded area away from civilization where James and Kristen arrive at night to James's childhood summer home, returning from a friend's wedding. Tensions end up building around the couple after Kristen rejected James's marriage proposal, and James ends up calling his friend Mike and asks to pick him up in the morning. And shortly after 4 a.m., there was a loud knock on the door, and a young blonde woman whose face is obstructed asks the couple, "Is Tamara here?" but is turned away by James. James ends up going for a drive for a pack of cigarettes for Kristen, and before he departs, he starts a fire in the hearth. While waiting for him to return, Kristen hears another knock on the door but doesn't open it. Upon asking who it is, she learns it is the same girl as earlier, asking for Tamara. Kristen reminds her that she already came by and locks the door as the mysterious girl walks away. Kristen realizes that the chimney flue is closed and attempts to open it, and the smoke ends up triggering the smoke alarm. And as Kristen attempts to disarm the alarm, she is startled by another knock at the door and drops the alarm on the floor. She ends up calling James' cell phone, but their call is cut short, and Kristen ends up returning to the kitchen where, unknown to her, an intruder watches her lingering in the adjacent hallway. She notices that the smoke alarm that she left on the floor is now sitting on the chair, and she realizes someone has been in the house. Upon going to retrieve her cell phone from the charger, she finds it missing and begins to panic, and she hears a noise in the backyard, and she arms herself with a knife, and upon opening the curtains, she finds a masked man staring at her. Screaming, she stumbles into the hallway and watches as the front door is forced open. When she goes to push the door closed, the blonde woman, now in the doll-like mask, looks inside, and after locking the door, Kristen runs to her bedroom where she hears a crash before James returns. After she explains what happened, he goes outside to obtain his phone, where he finds his car has been ransacked and vandalized, and sees the masked blonde woman watching him from a distance. The couple attempt to leave in James' car, but another masked brown-haired woman rear-ends them in a pickup truck, and this forces them to flee. Back inside the house, Kristen and James find a shotgun and wait for the thugs in a bedroom, and Mike ends up arriving to pick up James and realizes something is wrong after seeing the vandalized car. He enters the house, and James, mistaking him for one of the intruders, shoots him and he dies. James then remembers that there's like an old radio transmitter on the barn in the property, and he tries to leave and go get it, and he ends up encountering the brown-haired woman, and when James tries to shoot her, a masked man ambushes him and knocks him unconscious, which leads to him discharging the rifle. When Kristen hears the shot, she runs to the barn and finds the radio, but the brunette woman smashes it with an axe. Kristen then rushes back into the house, where she encounters a blonde woman who taunts her with a knife, and she tries to escape but ends up being incapacitated by the masked man. At dawn, the couple awaken to find themselves tied to chairs with the intruders standing all around them, and Kristen tries to reason with them before demanding an explanation, to which the blonde replies, "Because you were home." The offenders unmask themselves to Kristen and James before taking turns stabbing them in the chest and the abdomen, and afterwards the intruders drive away in their truck and come across 2 young boys on bicycles. The blonde woman steps out of the truck and asks if she can have one of their track cards, and one of the boys asks her, "Are you a sinner?" to which she responds, "Sometimes." And the boy gives her one, and the strangers drive away as the brunette woman states, "It'll be easier next time." The 2 boys end up coming upon the house, where they discover the bodies of Kristen, James, and Mike, and one of the boys approaches Kristen's body and attempts to touch it. As he reaches out to her, Kristen, still alive, startles him by grabbing his hand and screaming. I would simply pretend I was not home. 2 stars. Alright, next up we got Bone Tomahawk, and this is a 2015 American Western film, and it's about a small town sheriff who ends up like leading a posse to rescue 3 people that were abducted by a cannibalistic Native American clan. And it starts off in the 1890s where these 2 guys, Purvis and Buddy, encounter a Native American burial site, and they are ambushed, and Buddy is killed while Purvis escapes. Purvis ends up reaching the nearby town of Bright Hope and buries his loot. However, the deputy reports him to the sheriff, Franklin Hunt, who shoots Purvis in the leg when he attempts to escape. Hunt then sends gunslinger John Bruder to fetch the town's doctor, but he ends up fetching Samantha O'Dwyer, the doctor's daughter and assistant, who is caring for her husband Arthur, a ranch foreman, after he broke his leg. Hunt leaves Samantha in the sheriff's office with his other deputy Nick to tend to Purvis's wounds in the jail cell, and that night, a nearby stable boy is killed. Hunt learns of the murder and goes to his office, finding it empty with only an arrow left behind. The professor, an educated Native American, links the arrow to a tribe that he refers to as the Troglodytes and locates the valley where they inhabited on a map, warning Hunt that they are a group of inbred cannibals who were shunned and avoided by other native tribes. Certain that Samantha, Nick, and Purvis have been captured by them, Hunt forms a rescue party with Chicory and Bruder, and then are later joined by Arthur, who insists on accompanying them to find his wife despite his injury. Days into their ride, 2 strangers stumble across the rescue party's camp and are killed by Bruder, fearing that they are scouts for a raid. The rescue party then set up camp in another spot, but are ambushed by a group of raiders who injures Bruder's horse and steals the rest. The following day, a fight breaks out between Bruder and Arthur, which leads Arthur's leg wound to open back up, and Chicory leaves him to recover while he, Hunt, and Bruder continue on foot. Reaching the valley, the rescue party are ambushed by troglodytes, and they end up killing 3, but Bruder is killed, and Hunt and Chicory are captured and imprisoned in a cave. Hunt and Chicory find Samantha and Nick in a different cell and are informed by them that the troglodytes had already killed and eaten Purvis, and the group later witnessed Nick. He stripped, scalped, and then I'm not sure if I could like show this, but they hold him by his legs and then chop down his midsection and open him up and like spill his guts. It's fuck, bro. Yeah, it's bad. Hunt later tricks several troglodytes into drinking liquor laced with an opium tincture, and one dies while another becomes unconscious. Arthur ends up following the men's trail and discovers the valley, and he kills 2 troglodytes and notices an object embedded in their windpipes. After cutting one out, he realizes that it is an animal bone that acts as a whistle. He blows on it, and it ends up luring another troglodyte, and then he kills him. In the cave, realizing 2 of their clan were poisoned, the troglodyte leader grows angry, and they cut open Hunt's abdomen and shove the heated opium flask into the wound and shoot him. Arthur arrives and kills one of them while Hunt decapitates the leader. Arthur ends up freeing Samantha and Chicory, while a mortally wounded Hunt stays behind with a rifle, and he promises to kill the surviving cannibals when they return to prevent them from terrorizing Bright Hope. After the party is at a decent distance from the valley, Arthur blows on the troglodyte whistle with no response. They then hear 3 gunshots, implying that Hunt has killed the remaining troglodytes. Anyone who doesn't like this film can go themselves with a bone tomahawk, or more gently, with a chainsaw. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up, we got Lost Highway, and this is a 1997 neo-noir film, and it follows a musician who begins receiving mysterious messages and VHS tapes of him and his wife in their home. And so it starts off with this guy Fred Madison, a Los Angeles saxophonist, and he receives a message on his house intercom, and it says Dick Laurent is dead. The next morning, his wife Renee finds a VHS tape on their porch containing a video of their house, and after having sex, Fred tells her he had a dream about someone resembling her being attacked. He then sees Renee's face as that of a pale old man. As the days pass, more tapes arrive showing more shots of them asleep in their bed, and Fred and Renee call the police, but the detectives offer no assistance. Fred and Renee end up attending a party that was thrown by their friend Andy, and the mystery man that Fred dreamed about approaches Fred, claiming to have met him before. The man then says he is at Fred's house at the very moment and answers the house phone when Fred calls him. Fred Fred learns from Andy that the man is a friend of Dick Lawrence. Terrified, Fred leaves the party with Renee, and the next morning another tape arrives and Fred watches it alone. To his horror, it shows him hovering over Renee's dismembered body. He is then sentenced to death for her murder. While on death row, Fred is plagued by headaches and visions of the mystery man and a burning cabin in the desert. During a cell check, the prison guard finds that the man in Fred's cell is now Pete Dayton, a young auto mechanic. Although Pete is released into the care of his parents, he is followed by 2 detectives who are trying to figure out more about him. The next day, Pete returns to work at the garage where gangster Mr. Eddie asks him to fix his car. Mr. Eddie then takes Pete for a drive, to which Pete witnesses Mr. Eddie beat down a tailgater. The next day, Mr. Eddie returns to the garage with his mistress, Alice, and his Cadillac for Pete to repair. Later, Alice returns to the garage alone and invites Pete out to dinner. And when Pete and Alice begin an affair, she fears that Mr. Eddie suspects them, and she concocts a scheme to rob her friend Andy and leave town. Alice also reveals to Pete that Mr. Eddie is actually an amateur producer named Dick Lawrence. Pete gets a phone call from Mr. Eddie and the mystery man, which frightens Pete so much that he decides to go along with Alice's plan. Pete ambushes Andy and accidentally kills him before he notices a photograph showing Alice and Renee together. Later, when the police are at the house investigating Andy's death, Alice is inexplicably missing from the photo. Pete and Alice arrive at an empty cabin in the desert and start having sex outside upon the sand, which ends with Alice getting up and disappearing into the cabin. Pete then transforms back into Fred, and upon searching the cabin, he meets the mystery man who begins filming and chasing Fred with a video camera. Fred escapes and drives to the Lost Highway Motel, where he finds Mr. Eddie and Renee having sex. After Renee leaves, Fred kidnaps Mr. Eddie and slits his throat, and the mystery man shoots Mr. Eddie dead and then whispers something to Fred before he disappears. Fred drives to his old house, buzzes the intercom, and says Dick Lawrence is dead. When 2 detectives drive up to the house, Fred runs back into his car and drives off, with the detectives in pursuit. The chase continues into the night, with Fred screaming helplessly and transforming as the car speeds down the darkened highway. I relate to that highway because I too am lost. 4 stars. Alright, next up we have I Saw the Devil, and this is a 2010 South Korean action thriller film, and it starts off one night. A school bus driver named Jang Kyung-chul encounters a pregnant woman named Jang Ju-yun and offers to fix her flat tire. After beating her unconscious, Kyung-chul dismembers Ju-yun at his home, and while doing so, Ju-yun's ring falls. Kyung-chul ignores it and scatters the body parts into a local stream, and when a boy discovers one of Ju-yun's ears, the police arrive en masse to conduct a search, led by Ju-yun's devastated father. The victim's fiance, Kim Soo-yeon, is also an officer and vows to take revenge against the murderer. Soo-yeon learns of the 4 suspects and proceeds to privately torture and interrogate 2 of them. Upon searching the house of Kyung-chul, the 3rd suspect, Soo-yeon finds his fiance's engagement ring, proving that Kyung-chul was the perpetrator. A short time later, Kyung-chul would bring a schoolgirl home and assault her, and Soo-yeon ends up beating him unconscious. Rather than killing Kyung-chul and being done with it, Soo-hyun decides to shove a GPS tracker down his throat, allowing him to see Kyung-chul's location in real time and listen to his conversations. Waking up injured, Kyung-chul walks along the road and is offered a ride by a taxi already containing 1 passenger. Upon getting in and correctly guessing that the driver and passenger are in fact 2 bandits intending to rob and murder him, one being Soo-hyun's unvisited 4th suspect, he strikes out preemptively and kills both of them. Afterwards, he finds the body of the real taxi driver in the trunk. Kyung-chul ends up throwing out all 3 of the bodies and drives into a small town where he sexually assaults a nurse. Soo-hyun arrives to subdue him and slashes his Achilles tendon before releasing him once more. Kyung-chul ends up visiting the home of his friend Taiju, a murderer and cannibal, and after explaining his situation to Taiju, the latter remarks that whoever is after him must be the relative of one of his victims. Kyung-chul consequently deduces Soo-hyun's identity after recalling Joo-yeon's engagement ring, which Soo-hyun had put on before attacking him previously. Soo-hyun arrives and incapacitates both murderers along with Tae-ju's girlfriend, Se-jung. The next day, Tae-ju and Se-jung, still unconscious, are arrested by police and sent to the hospital. Soo-hyun's trusted subordinate arranges for Soo-hyun and Kyung-jul to evade police and receive treatment for their wounds at a separate facility, and the barely unconscious Kyung-chul hears Soo-hyun and the subordinate talking about the transmitter. So-hyun releases Kyung-chul again, but Kyung-chul ends up slashing the throat of a pharmacist while stealing laxatives, and he removes the transmitter and plants it on a driver at a truck stop who he viciously beats. Enraged about this whole situation, So-hyun breaks Tae-ju's jaw, and Kyung-chul arrives at the house of Jang, who is the squad chief, and proceeds to brutally assault him with a dumbbell, and then kills So-hyun's daughter, Jang Si-yeon. Shortly after, Kyung-chul attempts to avoid Soo-hyun's revenge by surrendering to the police. However, So-hyun drives by and kidnaps them right in front of the police's eyes. Taking him to the earlier warehouse, So-hyun tortures him, places him under a makeshift guillotine, and leaves him holding a rope between his teeth to keep the blade from falling. Kyung-chul begins to panic when he learns that his son and elderly parents, whom he had abandoned some time ago, have arrived and are trying to visit him. As the family opens the door, despite his muffled protests, it triggers another mechanism set up by So-hyun that drops a blade and brutally beheads Kyung-chul in front of his whole family. With Kyung-chul finally dead, So-hyun, who was listening through the transmitter some distance away, has an emotional breakdown and realizes that his revenge will never make him feel any better. I probably would not do a lot of this stuff. No rating. Alright, next up we have Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and this is a 1974 American horror film that follows that famous villain Leatherface, and it starts off with Sally and her brother Franklin and their friends Jerry, Kirk, and Pam, who visit the grave of Sally's grandfather in order to investigate reports of vandalism and grave robbing. Afterwards, they decide to go to their old family homestead, and along the way they pick up a hitchhiker who talks about his family who worked at the old slaughterhouse. He borrows Franklin's pocket knife and cuts himself, and then takes a single Polaroid picture of Franklin, for which he demands money. When they refuse to pay, he burns the photo and slashes Franklin's left arm with a straight razor, and then the group forces him out of the van and they drive on. They stop at a gas station to refill their vehicle, but the guy working there tells them that they don't have any gas. Relatable. And then they continue towards the homestead. When they arrive, Kirk and Pam decide to go to a local swimming hole, and they stumble upon a nearby house, and Kirk is like, hey, y'all got any gas in there? And Leatherface kills Kirk with a hammer. Jerry then heads out to look for Pam and Kirk at sunset, and he stumbles upon the house and finds Pam still alive inside a freezer. But before he could do anything, Leatherface kills him. Sally and Franklin then set out to find their friends, and Leatherface comes out of the darkness and kills Franklin with the chainsaw, and Sally runs towards the house. She escapes from Leatherface by jumping through a second floor window, and she flees to the gas station. The guy working there tries to calm her down and offers help, but he ends up tying her up, gagging her, and forces her into his truck, which he drives to the house, arriving the same time as the hitchhiker they picked up earlier, who was Leatherface's brother. The men torment Sally while Leatherface, dressed as a woman, serves dinner, and Leatherface and the hitchhiker bring down a body from upstairs, their grandfather, and he is revealed to be alive when he sucks the blood from a cut on Sally's finger. They decide that their grandfather, the best killer in the old slaughterhouse, should kill Sally, and he tries to hit her with a hammer, but he is too weak. Sally ends up breaking free and jumps through a window and flees towards the road, and Leatherface and the hitchhiker give chase, but they end up being run over by a passing truck. The driver runs away, and Sally escapes in the back of a passing pickup truck as Leatherface waves around his chainsaw in the air in anger. This happened to me once. 4 stars. Alright, next up we have Hostel, and this is a 2005 horror film, and it was by Quentin Tarantino. How about that? So it starts off with 2 college students, Paxton and Josh, who travel across Europe with their Icelandic friend Ollie, and in the Netherlands they visit an Amsterdam nightclub followed by a brothel. Unable to get back to their hostel because of a curfew, they accept the offer of a man named Alexei to stay at his apartment. He convinces him that instead of going to Barcelona, they should visit a hostel in Slovakia filled with beautiful women. The three board the train to Slovakia, where they encounter a Dutch businessman who touches Josh's leg, and Josh yells at him, causing him to leave. Arriving in Slovakia, they find that their roommates in the hostel are two women, Natalia and Svetlana. The women invite them to the spa and then later a disco, and Josh has a run-in with a gang of local criminal kids. The Dutch businessman intervenes to defend him, and Josh ends up apologizing for his reaction on the train. Paxton and Josh later have sex with the two women, while Ollie leaves with the desk girl, Vala. The next morning, Ollie doesn't return, and the two are approached by a Japanese woman named Kana, who shows them a photo of Ollie and her friend Yuki, who is also missing. Elsewhere, Ollie has been decapitated, while Yuki is being tortured. Josh is anxious to leave, but Paxton convinces him to stay one more night with the two women, and both women slip the men tranquilizers. Josh faints on the bed, and Paxton ends up locked in the pantry. Josh wakes up in a dungeon-like room where the Dutch businessman begins maiming him with a drill, making holes in Josh's body, slicing his Achilles tendon, and then slitting his throat. Paxton wakes up in the disco and returns to the hostel, where he learns that he had supposedly checked out. He is greeted by two women who invite him to the spa, and suspicious, he locates the two other women he was staying with, and Natalia takes Paxton to an old factory, where he sees Josh's mutilated corpse being stitched together by the Dutch businessman. Two men drag Paxton down the hallway, passing several rooms where other people are being tortured, and Paxton is restrained and prepped to be tortured. While cutting off a few of Paxton's fingers with a chainsaw, the client, Johan, unintentionally severs his hand restraints, and Johan falls over, accidentally severing his own leg with the chainsaw. Paxton shoots Johan in the head with a gun, and then he kills a guard and finds a business card for the Elite Hunting Club, which is an organization that allows its clientele to pay and kill and mutilate tourists. Paxton also discovers Kana, whose face has been disfigured by a blowtorch, and Paxton kills a man and rescues Kana, and they flee in a stolen car, being pursued by guards. The two end up making it to a train station, and Kana, seeing her disfigured face, kills herself by jumping in front of a train, which attracts attention and allows Paxton to board another train unnoticed. Aboard, Paxton hears the voice of the Dutch businessman, and when the train stops in Vienna, Austria, Paxton follows him into a public restroom and kills him before boarding another train. This is just a good weekend for Bill Clinton. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Requiem for a Dream, and this is a 2000 American psychological drama film that follows 4 characters affected by drug addiction. It starts off with a woman named Sarah who lives alone, and her son Harry is a heroin addict along with his friend Tyrone and girlfriend Marion. The three deal heroin in a bid to realize their dreams, as Harry and Marion plan to open a clothing store for Marion's designs, while Tyrone seeks an escape from the ghetto and the approval of his mother. When Sarah receives a call that she has been invited to her favorite game show, she begins a restrictive crash diet in an attempt to fit in a red dress that she wore at Harry's graduation. At the advice of her friend Ray, Sarah visits a physician who prescribes her amphetamines to control her appetite, and she begins losing weight rapidly and is excited by how much energy she has. When Harry recognizes the signs of her drug abuse and implores her to stop taking the amphetamines, Sarah insists that the chance to appear on television and the increased admiration from her friends Ada and Ray are her remaining reasons to live. As time passes, Sarah becomes frantic, waiting for the invitation, and increases her dosage, which causes her to develop amphetamine psychosis. Tyrone ends up being caught in a shootout between drug traffickers and the Sicilian mafia and is arrested despite his innocence. Harry has to use most of their saved money to post bail, and as a result of the gang warfare, the local supply of heroin has become restricted and they are unable to find any to buy. Eventually, Tyrone hears of a large shipment coming to New York from Florida, but the price has doubled and the minimum purchase risk is high. Harry then encourages Marion to engage in prostitution with her psychiatrist Arnold for money, which of course strains their relationship. Sarah's increased dosage of amphetamines distorts her sense of reality, and she begins to hallucinate that she is mocked by the host and crowd from the television show and attacked by her refrigerator. She leaves her apartment and goes to the casting agency office in Manhattan to confirm when she will be on television. Sarah's disturbed state causes her to be admitted into a psychiatric ward, where she fails to respond to various medications, and she ends up undergoing electroconvulsive therapy instead. After the heroin shipment descends into a melee, Harry and Tyrone travel to Miami to buy heroin directly from the wholesaler. However, Harry's arm has become gangrenous from heroin use, and the two stop at the hospital. The doctor realizes Harry is a drug addict and calls the police, resulting in Harry and Tyrone being arrested. Back in New York, a desperate Marion prostitutes herself to a pimp, Big Tim, and she is forced to perform demeaning sexual acts for a crowd of paying customers. Sarah's treatment leaves her in a dissociated, catatonic, near vegetative state, to the horror of her friends Ada and Ray, who weep to try and comfort each other on a park bench outside the hospital. Harry's arm is amputated above the elbow, and he breaks down in tears after he realizes Marion will not visit him. Tyrone is subjected to grueling labor and racial abuse from the prison guards, all while experiencing a painful heroin withdrawal. Marion returns home and lies on the sofa, clutching her score of heroin and surrounded by her crumpled and discarded clothing designs, and each of the four characters curls into a fetal position. Sarah imagines herself as a beautiful game winner, with Harry, married and successful, arriving as a guest. Oh man. Dude, sorry. Yo. Bro, this shit, I'm not even gonna lie, bro, this movie, it made me, I'm extremely I'm extremely depressed now, bro. Yeah. This was an incredible movie, but I am never, ever, 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 ever going to watch it again. 4 stars. Alright, next up we got Dancer in the Dark, and this is a 2000 musical drama film, and it stars Icelandic musician Björk as a factory worker. Yeah, you know her, man. Alright, it starts off in Washington State in 1964, where Selma, a Czech immigrant, has moved to the United States with her 12-year-old son, Gene. They live in a life of poverty as Selma works out of a factory with her good friend Kathy. She rents a trailer home on the property of town policeman Bill Houston and his wife Linda, and she is also pursued by the shy but persistent Jeff, who also works at the factory. Selma is gradually losing her vision due to a degenerative eye condition, but is saving money to pay for an operation that will prevent Gene from sharing her fate. She also takes part in rehearsals for a production of The Sound of Music and accompanies Kathy to the local cinema, where together they watch Hollywood musicals, as Kathy describes them to her. In her day-to-day life, Selma slips into daydreams, imagining herself in the musical, and Jeff and Kathy begin to realize that Selma's vision is worse than they thought, and that she has been memorizing the eye charts in order to pass vision tests and keep her job. Bill reveals to Selma that Linda's excessive spending has put the couple's house in danger of foreclosure by their bank, and he has contemplated suicide but can't bring himself to carry out the act. Selma promises to keep a secret and confides in him about her advancing vision loss. Bill pretends to leave the trailer but stays, knowing Selma cannot see him, and watches her hide her money in a tin. The next day, Selma accidentally breaks a machine at the factory and is fired from her job. She returns home to add her last wages to the tin, but discovers it to be empty. Realizing that Bill has robbed her, she goes to his house to confront him, and Linda accuses Selma of trying to seduce her husband, explaining that Bill told her Selma wanted him for his money. Not wanting to reveal her knowledge of the impending foreclosure, Selma ignores Linda and confronts Bill about the theft. They fight over the money, with Bill drawing a gun, only to be accidentally shot by Selma. Bill yells for Linda to call the police, saying that Selma has tried to rob him, then begs Selma to kill him. He claims that it's the only way she'll ever get back her money. Selma shoots Bill several times, but only wounds him further due to her poor vision, and finally beats him to death with a safe deposit box once the gun runs out of ammo. Taking her money back, she flees the house and pays for Gene's operation. Not knowing about the murder, Jeff takes Selma to the rehearsal, where her director calls the police to have her arrested. In court, she is accused of being a communist sympathizer and of pretending to be blind to exploit the American healthcare system. Although she tells as much truth about the situation as she can, she refuses to reveal Bill's secret, saying that she had promised not to. When her claim of sending all her money to her father in Czechoslovakia is proven false, she is convicted of murder and sentenced to death. Kathy and Jeff eventually figure out what happened and get back Selma's money, using it instead to pay for a trial lawyer who can free her. Selma refuses this lawyer, opting to face execution by hanging rather than let her son go blind, but she is deeply distraught as she awaits her death. As Selma begins crying, Kathy runs in to tell her that the operation was successful and Gene will see. Relieved, Selma sings the final song on the gallows with no musical accompaniment, and the trapdoor opens and she is hanged before she can finish the last verse. This is the worst movie I've ever seen. 5 stars. Alright, next up we have The Woman, and The Woman is a 2011 American horror film and is the sequel to the 2009 film Offspring. The film opens to an unidentified feral woman with a wound on the side of her torso as she forages through the woods, returns to her cave, and circles what appears to be her child. A wolf, apparently tamed by the feral woman, circles the infant as well but does not harm it. Although it is not referenced in the film, the woman is the last remaining member of a cannibalistic tribe that has roamed the northeast coast for decades. Meanwhile, Chris, a country lawyer, attends a local barbecue with his family, and his oldest daughter Peggy sits off to the side of a pool, upset while reading a book. His only son Brian watches as a trio of boys abuse and push a small girl named Jenny into a corner and makes no effort to save her. After the barbecue, while out hunting, Chris happens upon the woman who is bathing and fishing at the creek. The next day he returns with a net in an effort to capture her. He knocks her out and returns home with her and restrains her in the cellar and directs his family to participate in civilizing her. Over the following days, Chris's family is revealed to be pretty dysfunctional as Brian enjoys causing pain to others and Peggy is just off for her own little world. And Chris and his wife Belle argue as Belle is concerned about the woman's well-being and the current situation they're in, and the youngest daughter, Darlin, attempts to befriend the imprisoned woman using her toy radio to play music. Chris ends up bathing the woman with boiling water and later decides to bathe her outside with a high-pressure power washer, causing her extreme pain. Belle and Peggy both watch in horror, but Peggy rushes to the woman's aid and turns off the water. Peggy is then forced into the house while Belle and Chris move the woman back into the cellar, and Belle clothes the woman with a dress she had sewn together. Later that night, Chris rapes the woman while Brian secretly observes through a hole he drilled on the cellar door. The next day, Brian, who came home from school believing that he is home alone, also violates the woman by initially offering her a gingerbread man cookie he chopped in half before pinching her left nipple with pliers, and is caught by Peggy, who was staying home from school. Belle, notified by Peggy, tells Chris about this, who came home from work, and he dismisses the behavior as adolescent urges. Unable to stand the situation anymore, Belle announces her intention to leave Chris and take their 2 daughters, but not their rapist son. In response, Chris knocks Belle unconscious. Peggy's geometry teacher, Mrs. Ratton, knocks on the door asking to speak with her parents so that she can help her with math, and with Belle unconscious and placed on the kitchen chair and Chris, Brian, and Peggy joining in on the conversation, Mrs. Ratton tells Chris her observations concerning Peggy's well-being at school, including Peggy falling behind in her studies. After asking Chris if Peggy has a boyfriend, Mrs. Ratton tells him that she believes Peggy is pregnant, and just as Mrs. Ratton was about to leave the house, Chris becomes increasingly agitated after reminding her that Peggy does not have a boyfriend, believing that she is accusing him of committing incestuous pedophilia towards his daughter. Chris then knocks Mrs. Ratton unconscious as Peggy watches in horror. Chris and Brian tie her hands and drag her where they keep the 2 family German shepherds, and Peggy protests as Mrs. Ratton is not only her teacher but also her friend. In the barn, Chris and Brian drag Mrs. Ratton into the dog's kennel and lock her inside with dogs tied to a post, barking and snarling at her as she screams in terror. As Mrs. Ratton struggles to escape the dogs, she inadvertently takes refuge by a doghouse, only for Chris to taunt her, telling her that lying by the doghouse is a bad idea, as the kennel is shown to also contain an eyeless girl named Socket, who is their 3rd daughter who behaves like the 2 dogs. Socket emerges from the doghouse and sinks her teeth into Mrs. Ratton's back and tears off her flesh. This leads to Socket eventually overpowering Mrs. Ratton, killing her and disemboweling her before her and 2 dogs eat her flesh and entrails. Peggy ends up releasing the imprisoned woman from the cellar, and the woman attacks and kills Belle, gnawing off most of her face as Peggy watches in horror before the woman tosses Belle's body aside and causing Peggy to run back to the house. After taking a lawnmower blade, the woman then kills Brian, severing his torso, and overpowers Chris and tears his heart out and eats it. And the woman does not attack the girls. Instead, she drinks a gallon-sized water bottle offered by Darlin, and they all walk away from the house, along with Socket acting like a dog, apparently forming a new family. Why'd she have bangs though? 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Raw, and Raw is a 2016 coming-of-age horror drama film, and it follows a young vegetarian's first year at a veterinary At a veterinary school, when she tastes meat for the first time and develops a craving for flesh. It starts off with lifelong vegetarian Justine, who begins her first semester at the school, and the same for her older sister Alexia. And on her first night, she meets her new roommates Adrian, and they are forced to partake in a week-long hazing ritual welcoming the new students. They are brought to a party where Alexia shows Justine old class photos of students bathed in blood, including one with their parents. The next morning, the new class is splattered with blood and is forced to eat raw rabbit kidneys. Justine refuses this because of her vegetarianism, but Alexia forces her to eat one. Justine then leaves with Adrian and later discovers an itchy rash all over her body. She goes to the doctor, and the doctor diagnoses her with food poisoning and gives her cream for the rash. The next day, Justine begins having cravings for meat, which makes her feel ashamed. She and Adrian take a late night trip to a gas station so no one will see her eating meat, and unsatisfied, she eats raw chicken in the morning and later throws up a long bundle of her own hair she had been chewing on. That night, Alexia attempts to give her a bikini wax, but when Alexia tries to cut the wax off with sharp scissors, Justine kicks her away and Alexia accidentally cuts off her own finger. Alexia faints and Justine picks up the finger, tastes the blood, and starts eating it. Alexia then wakes up to find Justine doing this, but later tells her parents that her dog ate it. The next morning, Alexia takes Justine to a deserted road where she jumps in front of a car, causing two people to crash into a tree. Alexia starts eating one of the passengers so that her sister would learn, and instead, Justine is dismayed. That night, she arrives at a party where paint is thrown on her as part of a hazing ritual and forced to make out with someone. While kissing, Justine bites the middle of his bottom lip off, leaving the other party guests shocked and disgusted. Justine then goes back to her dorm and takes a shower where she picks up a chunk of his lip out of her teeth and eats it. Justine then confides in Adrian and they end up having sex, during which Justine tries to bite Adrian, but instead bites her own arm until it bleeds profusely, seeming to orgasm while she does so. At another party, Justine gets extremely drunk, and the next day, everyone in school stares at Justine, trying to avoid her. Adrian then shows her a video where Justine is crawling on all fours, attempting to bite out an arm of a corpse as Alexia eggs her on. Justine confronts Alexia and fights her, eventually biting each other until they are pulled apart by students. And the next morning, Justine wakes up in a bed with Adrian but notices she's covered in blood. She pulls off the blankets, finding Adrian dead with most of his right leg eaten and a stab wound in his back. And Justine then sees a bloody Alexia slumped on the floor. She's initially furious that Alexia killed Adrian, but then cleans Alexia and herself in the shower. Alexia is imprisoned for the murder of Adrian, and Justine is sent back home. And then while she's there, Justine's father tells her what happened is not her or Alexia's fault, and he explains that when he first met their mother, he could not understand why she did not want to be with him. Her father finally says he realized when they kissed for the first time, indicating a scar on his lip. He then opens his shirt, revealing scars and missing chunks out of his chest, telling Justine that she will find a solution. They're eaters, bro. She's an eater. This is a cool first date movie. 4 stars. Alright, next up we have this Japanese 2001 independent horror film called Suicide Circle. And I can't say the word, but you guys will know.
So that's it? What, we some kind of suicide squad?
And basically, I can't even talk about this movie really without it being flagged for it, because it's literally just a whole bunch of people like committing mass suicide. But yeah, that's really all you need to know, because if I talk about it, this video will definitely get flagged. So watching this moments after I woke up probably wasn't the best decision for my mental health. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Freaks, and this is a 1932 American pre-code horror film, and the story basically follows a trapeze artist who joins a group of carnival sideshow performers with a plan to seduce and murder a dwarf in the troupe in order to gain his inheritance. The trapeze artist Cleopatra seduces a carnival sideshow little person named Hans after learning of his large inheritance, and she also conspires with circus strongman Hercules to kill Hans and take his money. Cleopatra kind of like makes her way into this troupe, and you get the whole like gooble gobble, one of us, we accept their gooble gobble. Yeah, and basically in the film's climax, Hans confronts Cleopatra with 3 of the entertainers as backup thugs. However, Hans circus wagon is overturned in a storm, giving Cleopatra the chance to escape into the forest, pursued by them. And at the same time, Hercules goes to kill a SEAL trainer for knowing about the whole plot, and then the rest of the troop intervene and injure Hercules and all chase him off. And they end up capturing Cleopatra, and sometime later, she is shown to be a human duck on display for patrons, as her tongue has been removed, one eye has been gouged out, the flesh of her hands has been melted and deformed to look like duck feet, her legs have been cut off, and she has been tarred and feathered. Cleopatra, it's on site, 3 stars. Alright, next up we have Elephant, and this is a 2003 American psychological drama film, and it takes place in Watt High School in the suburbs of Portland, Oregon, and it kind of chronicles the events of a school shooting, and it's based on part of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre. And it's kind of like a reenactment, kind of just in a fictional setting. I actually had to watch this for one of my courses I took in college. But yeah, these 2 guys, Alex and Eric, prepare to carry out bombing and shooting up their school, similar to the obviously Columbine shooting. And yeah, they order weapons online, formulate an attack plan, and they have a brief sexual encounter in the shower after they both admit they've never kissed anyone before. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean, you already know how the story goes. They both they carry out this school shooting, and I mean, it's not really much to talk about. And it doesn't end with them actually killing themselves. Eric and Alex actually end up meeting back in a cafeteria and have a conversation about who they've shot, and it ends with Alex shooting Eric mid-sentence. Alex leaves the cafeteria and he discovers 2 students hiding in a freezer, and he recites "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo," deciding which one he's gonna kill first, and then the film ends. Is this film a circle? Because I couldn't find the point. 1 star. Alright, next up we have a 2018 psychological horror film called Climax, and yeah, it's interesting. So it starts off in the winter of 1996 with this professional dance troupe led by manager Emmanuel and choreographer Selva, who gather in a rural abandoned school to rehearse an upcoming performance. And after succeeding in completing the elaborate closing piece of the dance, the group commence a celebratory after party, dancing and drinking alcohol made by Emmanuel, while DJ Daddy provides music. Pause. As the party progresses, the dancers get increasingly agitated and confused when they come to the conclusion that the drinks have been spiked with a hallucinogen, presumably LSD. At first they accuse Emmanuel since she made the drink, but she points out that she drank it and is also suffering from its effects. Taylor, resentful towards Omar for dating his sister Gazelle, points out that Omar has not touched his drink and accuses him of being the one responsible, and the group gets angry and locks him outside the building in freezing conditions. Emmanuel sees her young son, Tito, drinking and locks him inside an electrical room to protect him from the agitated dancers, and Selva goes to the room of her friend Lou, who is feeling ill despite not having drank anything. Lou confesses that she did not drink because she is pregnant, and Dom enters the room and accuses Lou of spiking the drink and kicks her several times in the stomach. Me after 2 vodka Sprites. 3 stars. Alright, next up we have Under the Skin, and this is a 2013 science fiction, and it stars Scarlett Johansson as kind of like an alien. It starts off in Glasgow, and a motorcyclist retrieves a young inert woman from the roadside and places her in the back of a van where a naked woman dons her clothes. After buying clothes and makeup at a shopping center, the woman drives the van from town to town, picking up men, and she lures a man into a house, and as he addresses following the woman into a void, he is submerged in a liquid abyss. At a beach, the woman attempts to pick up a swimmer, but he is interrupted by the cries of a drowning couple attempting to rescue their dog. The swimmer rescues the husband, but the husband rushes back into the water to save his wife, and they both drown. As the swimmer lies exhausted on the beach, the woman strikes his head with a rock, drags him into a van, and then drives away, ignoring the baby that the couple left behind. Later that night, the motorcyclist retrieves the swimmer's belongings, ignoring the baby, who is still on the beach. The woman visits a nightclub and picks up another man, and at the house, he follows her into the void and is submerged in the liquid. Suspended beneath the surface, he sees the swimmer floating naked beside him, alive, but bloated and almost immobile. When he reaches to touch him, the swimmer's body collapses and a red mass empties through a trough. The next day, the woman receives a rose from a street vendor purchased from another man in traffic, and she listens to a radio report about the missing family from the beach. The woman then enters a dark room and is examined by the motorcyclist. She seduces a lonely man with facial tumors, but lets him leave after examining herself in a mirror. The motorcyclist intercepts the man and bundles him in a car, then sets out in pursuit of the woman with 3 other motorcyclists. In the Scottish Highlands, the woman abandons the van in a fog, and she walks to a restaurant and attempts to eat cake, but retches and spits it out. On a bus, she meets a man who offers to help her, and at his house, he prepares a meal for her as they watch TV. Alone in her room, she examines her body in a mirror, and they visit a ruined castle where the man carries her over a puddle and helps her down some steps. At his house, they kiss and begin to have sex, but the woman stops and examines her genitals. Wandering into a forest, the woman meets a commercial logger and shelters in a bothy. She wakes up to find the logger molesting her, and she runs into the wilderness, but he catches and attempts to rape her, and he tears her skin, revealing a black, featureless body. As the woman comes out of her skin, the man douses her in fuel and burns her alive. Elsewhere, the motorcyclist stands on a mountaintop and looks across a snowy field.
Yeah, I'm way too dumb to understand films like this, so I'm gonna go watch a Seth Rogen movie. 1.5 star. Alright, next up we have the 2011 neo-noir psychological thriller film called The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. And it starts off in Stockholm, where disgraced journalist Michael is recovering from a legal and professional fallout of a suit that was brought against him by businessman Hans Erik Wennerstrom, and the wealthy Heinrich Wenger offers Michael evidence against Wennerstrom in exchange for an unusual task, and that is investigating the 40-year-old disappearance and presumed murder of Henrik's grandniece, 16-year-old Harriet. As every year, Henrik receives a framed pressed flower, and it was the same one she always gave him on his birthday before disappearing, and he believes his killer is taunting him. So Michael moves into a cottage on the Wagner estate on Hedested Island. Meanwhile, Lisbeth Salander, a young, brilliant investigator and hacker, is living with her guardian before they suffer a stroke, and he is replaced by Niels Bjurman, who is a sadist who controls Salander's finances and extorts sexual favors by threatening to have her institutionalized. Unaware she was recording him, Bjurman chains Salander to his bed and brutally rapes her. And at their next meeting, Salander tasers Bjurman, binds him, and rapes him with a dildo, and tattoos "I am a raped pig" across his chest. Using the recording she made, she blackmails him into securing her financial independence and having no further contact with her. Michael ends up exploring the island and interviews Vanger's relatives, learning some were Nazi sympathizers during World War II. He ends up recruiting Salander as his research assistant, and she discovers a connection between a list of names and numbers and numerous young women who were brutally murdered from 1947 to 1967, indicating a serial killer. Many of the victims have Jewish names, making her theorize the murders could have been motivated by anti-Semitism. One morning, Michael finds the mutilated corpse of his cat on a doorstep, and another night while walking outdoors, a bullet grazes his forehead. After Salander attends to his wounds, they have sex, and the pair learn that Harriet's late father, Gottfried, and her brother Martin committed the murders. While looking for more proof, Michael gets caught by Martin and forced into a specially prepared basement. There, Michael is gassed unconscious and placed in restraints. Martin then brags about killing and raping women for decades, like his father, but admits to not knowing what happened to Harriet. Michael is then about to get killed when Salander arrives and attacks Martin and forces him to flee. She pursues him on a motorcycle until he runs off the road and hits a propane tank, blowing up the car and killing him.
Solander then nurses Michael back to health, and they deduce that Harriet is alive and in hiding. Traveling to London, they find her. They sit on a park bench where Harriet reveals that Gottfried sexually abused her when she was 14 for an entire year before she was able to defend herself, accidentally killing him in the process after pushing him into a freezing river. Martin continued the abuse after Gottfried's death, and her cousin, Anita, smuggled her off the island and let Harriet assume her identity in London, though Anita and her husband were later killed in a car accident. Finally free of her brother, Harriet returns to Sweden and tearfully reunites with Henrik. As promised, Henrik gives Michael information against Winterstrom, but it provides to be outdated and useless. Salander then reveals that she has hacked into Winterstrom's accounts and discovered that he is laundering money for various criminal syndicates. She gives Michael the evidence, and he publishes them in an editorial, ruining Winterstrom and bringing Michael national prominence. Salander, in disguise, travels to Switzerland and removes 2 billion euros from Winterstrom's secret accounts, and then Winterstrom is then later murdered in an apparent gangland shooting. On her way to give Michael a Christmas present, Salander sees him and his married lover, Erica, being affectionate, and she discards the gift and rides away on her motorbike. Comfort movie, 5 stars. And that's it for tier 2. Yes, yep, good job. You did good. We made it. Alright, moving on to tier 3. And first off, we have Last House on the left. And this is a 1972 American exploitation horror film. And it's pretty interesting. So it starts off with this girl named Marie who plans to attend a concert with her friend Phyllis for her 17th birthday. And her parents, Estelle and John, express their concern about her friendship with Phyllis, but they let her go and give her a peace symbol necklace. Phyllis and Marie head into the city, and on the way they hear news of a recent prison escape involving criminals Krug Stillo, a sadistic rapist and serial killer, his heroin-addicted son Junior, Sadie, a promiscuous psychopath and sadist, and Fred Podolsky, a child molester, peeping Tom, and murderer. Before the concert, Marie and Phyllis encounter Junior, and he leads them to an apartment where they are trapped by the criminals. Phyllis tries to escape and reason with them, but she fails and is gang raped. The next morning, Marie and Phyllis are gagged, bound, and put in the trunk of Krug's car and transported to the woods. Marie recognizes that the road is near her home, and Phyllis is forced to urinate in her jeans, and Marie and Phyllis are forced to perform sexual acts on each other. Phyllis distracts the kidnappers to give Marie an opportunity to escape, but is chased by Sadie and Weasel, while Junior stays behind to guard Marie. Marie tries to gain Junior's trust by giving him her necklace and calling him Willow, and Phyllis stumbles across a cemetery where she is cornered and stabbed by Weasel. She crawls to a nearby tree and is stabbed to death. Marie convinces Junior to let her go, but her escape is halted by Krug, and Krug carves his name into her chest and then rapes her. Marie quietly says a prayer and walks into a nearby lake, where Krug fatally shoots her. After they change out of their bloody clothes, the gang goes to Marie's home, masquerading as traveling salesmen, and Marie's parents let them stay overnight. The gang finds photos of Marie and realize it is her home, and later, when Junior is in the midst of a heroin withdrawal, Estelle enters the bathroom to check in on him and sees Marie's peace symbol necklace around his neck. She then later finds blood-soaked clothing in their luggage and overhears him talking about Marie's death and of her disposal. Estelle and her husband rush into the woods where they find Marie's body and decide to take revenge. Estelle seduces Weasel, bites off his penis and swallows it, and decides to leave him to bleed to death. John takes a shotgun and shoots Krug and Sadie. John fetches a chainsaw, and Krug attempts to flee but is incapacitated by an electrocution booby trap, and Sadie rushes outside and falls into the backyard swimming pool where Estelle slits her throat, and the sheriff arrives just as John kills Krug with the chainsaw. Not as great as the first house on the right, but it's still really good. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have I Spit on Your Grave, and this is a 1978 American rape and revenge horror film. And it starts off with a short story writer, Jennifer, who lives in Manhattan and rents an isolated cottage in Connecticut in the countryside to write her first novel. The arrival of this attractive young woman attracts the attention of Johnny, a gas station manager, Stanley, and Andy, 2 unemployed men. Jennifer has her groceries delivered by Matthew, who is mildly mentally disabled, and Matthew is friends with the 3 other men and reports back to them about a beautiful woman he met, claiming that he saw her breasts. Stanley and Andy start cruising by the cottage in their boat and prowl around the house at night. And one day they attack Jennifer, and she realizes that they planned her abduction so Matthew can lose his virginity. She fights back, but the three men rip her bikini off and hold her, and Matthew refuses to rape Jennifer out of respect and pity for her. So Johnny and Andy rape her instead. After she crawls back to her house, they attack her again, and Matthew finally rapes her after drinking alcohol. The other men ridicule her book and rip up the manuscript, and Stanley violently sexually assaults her. She passes out. Johnny realizes that she is a witness to their crimes and orders Matthew to go kill her, and Matthew cannot bring himself to stab her, so he dabs a knife in her blood and then returns to the other men, claiming that he killed her. In the following days, Jennifer pieces herself together along with her manuscript, and the men learn that Jennifer has survived and beat up Matthew for deceiving them. Jennifer calls in a grocery order, knowing that Matthew will deliver it, and he ends up taking the groceries and a knife, and at the cabin, Jennifer entices him to have sex with her under a tree. Then she hangs him and drops his body into the lake. At the gas station, Jennifer seductively directs Johnny to enter her car, and she stops halfway at her house, points a gun at him, and orders him to remove all his clothing. And Johnny tries to, get out of it, but, she's not buying that bullshit. However, she pretends to believe him, as he said that the rapes were all her fault because she enticed them by walking around in revealing clothing, and then she invites him back to her cottage for a hot bath where she gives him a hand job. As he nears his orgasm, she takes the knife that Matthew brought with him and cuts off Johnny's dick. After he dies, she dumps his body in the basement and burns his clothes in the fireplace. Stanley and Andy take their boat to Jennifer's cabin, and Andy goes ashore with an axe. Jennifer swims out to the boat and pushes Stanley overboard, and Andy tries to attack her, but she escapes with the axe. Andy tries to swim out to rescue Stanley, but Jennifer plunges the axe into Andy's back, killing him, and Stanley moves towards the boat and grabs a hold of the motor to climb aboard, begging Jennifer not to kill him. And then, and then she's like, "Suck it, bitch," and sucks. She starts the motor, and it cuts him up with the propeller and drives away. What the fuck? No. Half a star. Alright, next up we have Possession, and this is a 1981 psychological horror drama film. And it starts off with this guy named Mark, who is a spy and returns home to West Berlin from a mysterious espionage mission to find that his wife, Anna, wants a divorce. She will not say why, but insists it is not because she found someone else, and Mark reluctantly turns the apartment and custody of their young son over to her. After recovering from a destructive drinking spree, he visits the apartment to find Bob, his son, alone, unkempt, and neglected. When Anna returns, he stays with Bob, refusing to leave her alone with the child, but attempts to make amends. Anna then leaves in the middle of the night. Mark receives a phone call from Anna's lover, Heinrich, telling him that Anna is with him. The next day, Mark meets Bob's teacher, Helen, and she inexplicably looks identical to Anna but with green eyes. Mark visits and fights Heinrich, who beats him. Mark then beats Anna at home, after which she flees. The next morning, they have another hysterical argument during which they both cut themselves with an electric knife, Anna on the throat and Mark on the arm. Mark then hires a private investigator to follow Anna and discovers that she has been keeping a second flat in a derelict apartment building. When the investigator discovers a bizarre tentacled creature in the bedroom, Anna kills him with a broken bottle. The lover of the now dead detective, Zimmerman, goes to the flat himself, where he finds the creature and his lover's dead body. Anna beats Zimmerman in a rage before stealing his gun and then shooting him to death. Anna continues her behavior and recounts to Mark a violent miscarriage she suffered in the subway while he was gone. She claims it resulted in a nervous breakdown, and during the miscarriage, she oozed blood and fluids from her orifices. Heinrich visits Anna at the second apartment and is shocked to discover the creature in her bedroom, as well as a collection of dismembered body parts in her refrigerator. She attacks him, and Heinrich flees. Heinrich then calls Mark and begs him to pick him up, and Mark stops by Anna's apartment first and discovers the body parts. However, the creature is gone. Mark meets Heinrich at the bar where he murders him, but stages it as an accidental death in the bathroom stall. He then sets Anna's apartment on fire before fleeing on Heinrich's motorcycle. At home, he finds Anna's friend, Margie, on the point of death as she emerges from the lift, bleeding from knife wounds, and she dies, and he drags the body inside where Anna greets him, and the two have sex in the kitchen. Afterward, he makes plans to cover up Margie's death, and then he discovers Anna having sex with the creature as she cries. Heinrich's mother calls Mark on his phone asking about her son, and when he goes to meet her, she commits suicide by poisoning herself. The next day, as Mark wanders through the street, his former business associates pressure him to rejoin them. He is evasive and returns to Margie's apartment to find it surrounded by police and his former employers, allowing someone to sneak away in his car, but he is wounded in the ensuing shootout. Fleeing on the motorbike, he has a horrific accident and races into a building where he is pursued by Anna, the police, and his business associates. Anna reveals a creature, now fully formed as Mark's doppelganger, and Mark raises a gun to shoot it, but he and Anna are gunned down by a hail of bullets from the police below. Anna lies on top of Mark and uses his gun to shoot himself. She dies in his arms, and he jumps to his death through the stairwell. The doppelganger then flees through the roof. Later, Helen is at the flat babysitting Bob when the doorbell rings. Bob implores her not to open the door, but Helen ignores him. From outside, the sound of sirens, planes, and explosions fill the air, and Bob races through the flat into the bathroom, where he floats in the bathtub face down. The silhouette of Mark's doppelganger is seen from the frosted glass door, and Helen stares, her eyes shining. The scariest part was the fact that they named their child Bob. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Kids, and this is a 1995 American coming-of-age drama film, and it's just about a bunch of hedonistic kids, and it starts off with this boy named Telly and a 12-year-old girl who are kissing in bed, and with no adults around, Telly, who is a few years older, persuades the girl, who is a virgin, to have sex with him. Afterwards, he meets up with his best friend Casper, and they talk about his sexual experience. Telly vocalizes his desire to keep having sex with virgin girls, and then the pair enter a local store where Casper shoplifts a 40-ounce bottle of malt liquor as Telly distracts the cashier. Looking for drugs, food, and a place to hang out, they head to their friend Paul's apartment, despite expressing their dislike of him on the way there. Once they arrive at Paul's house, they join the other boys in boasting about their sexual prowess, as well as their nonchalant attitudes to both unprotected sex and venereal diseases. While doing so, the boys smoke marijuana and watch a skating video. Across the city, a group of girls, among them Ruby and Jenny, are talking about sex, and their attitudes evidently contradict that of the boys on many topics, particularly oral sex and the significance of the individuals whom they have lost their virginities to. Ruby and Jenny mention that they were recently tested for STDs at Ruby's request, though Jenny only got tested to keep Ruby company. Ruby's test is negative, though she has had multiple sexual encounters, and Jenny tests positive for HIV. Distraught over her results, Jenny spends the rest of the day trying to find Telly to prevent him from passing on the virus to another girl. Meanwhile, Telly and Casper walk to Telly's house and steal money from Telly's mother, who is preoccupied with taking care of a new baby. They go to Washington Square Park and purchase a dime bag of marijuana, and they meet up with friends to talk and smoke. During the hangout, Casper and many others taunt a gay couple passing through the park. As Casper rides a skateboard, he carelessly bumps into a man who angrily threatens and pushes Casper, and the man is struck in the back of the head with a skateboard by Casper's friend Harold, causing him to collapse. They start beating, stomping, and hitting the man with their skateboards until he is rendered unconscious. While discussing whether or not they killed the man at the park, Telly and some of the group pick up a 13-year-old girl named Darcy, who is a virgin younger sister of one of their acquaintances, and Telly wants to have sex with her. He successfully convinces her to accompany them to a public pool, and some of the girls engage in kissing and flirtation. Meanwhile, Jenny makes her way to Washington Square Park, where she speaks to Misha, and Misha tells her about Telly's possible whereabouts. She runs into Fidget, who is a raver boy who shoves a pill in her mouth, which he says is supposed to make Special K look weak, quote unquote. The drug turns out to be a depressant, and once the effect sets in, Jenny discovers that Telly is at the party at Steven's house. Jenny arrives at the party only to learn that she is too late, and she discovers Telly having sex with Darcy, thus exposing her to HIV. Emotionally drained and still under the influence, Jenny cries and passes out on the couch among other sleeping partygoers. A drunk Casper then rapes Jenny unprotected as she sleeps, exposing himself to HIV. And as daylight approaches, a voiceover by Telly explains how sex is the only worthwhile thing in his life. And the next morning, a naked and confused Casper wakes up and says, "Jesus Christ, what happened? I hate you." 1 star. Alright, next up we have Hard Candy, and this is a 2005 American psychological thriller film, and it's about this 14-year-old girl who's torturing a man that's a sexual predator. It starts off with 14-year-old Haley and 32-year-old photographer Jeff, who engage in a sexually charged, flirtatious online chat. Jeff and Haley agree to meet at a coffee house, and he takes her back to his house after making her think that he has things at his place that would really interest her. She agrees to go with him and leave in his car, and when they arrive, Jeff makes some drinks, but Haley refuses. Haley then goes into the kitchen and makes them both screwdrivers. It's a type of drink. And Jeff shows her around and shows her photographs he's hung on his walls, all of which seem to be underage, half-clothed girls. As they drink a little more, Haley asks Jeff to photograph her, and he gets out his camera and Haley begins to pose, but before they can take any photos, Jeff loses consciousness. When Jeff wakes, he is bound to a chair, and Haley explains that she has been tracking and baiting him through online chats and drugged him because she knows he is a sexual predator and murderer. Jeff denies these allegations, claiming he has innocent intentions, and Haley searches Jeff's house and finds his gun and safe. In the safe, Haley finds pictures including a photo of Donna Maurer, a local girl who was kidnapped and still remains missing. Jeff continues to deny any accusations and kicks Haley to the ground, which temporarily knocks her out. He rolls the chair into his room and manages to get his gun that Haley left on his bed, and he rolls back into the living room to see that Haley must have gotten up, and she comes from behind him and wraps his face in plastic wrap, choking him unconscious. When Jeff wakes up, he finds himself bound to a steel table with a bag of ice on his genitals. Haley explains that she will castrate Jeff, and Haley sets up his camera to take pictures of his genitals before the surgery. Jeff starts to realize she might really do this, so he threatens, bribes, and sweet talks Haley to dissuade her. When that doesn't work, he tries to get her sympathy by telling her he was abused as a child. She proceeds to pull out a medical guidebook to guide her through procedure while talking Jeff through it as she does it. Following the supposed operation, which Jeff does not feel due to the ice numbing his genitals, Haley walks away, saying she will take a shower. Jeff frees himself and realizes he is unharmed, and he storms off in a rage to get Haley in the bathroom where the shower is running. Scalpel in hand, he attacks but finds that the shower is empty, and Haley attacks him from behind, and as they struggle, Haley incapacitates him with a stun gun. Haley poses as a police officer and asks Jeff's ex-girlfriend to come immediately to Jeff's house, and Jeff regains consciousness to find that Haley has bound his wrists and hoisted him to stand on a chair in his kitchen with a noose around his neck. Haley makes Jeff an offer. If he commits suicide, she promises to erase the evidence of his crimes, but if he refuses, she promises to expose his secrets. The conversation is then interrupted when a neighbor knocks on the front door, selling Girl Scout cookies, and when Haley returns, Jeff breaks from his bindings and pursues her to the roof of his house, where she has lured him. Haley has brought her rope from the kitchen and fashioned it into a noose and secured it to the chimney, and Haley keeps Jeff at bay with his gun. Jeff confesses that he watched while another man raped and murdered Maurer, and he promises Haley that if she spares his life, he will tell her the other man's name so that she can exact her revenge. Haley reveals that she already knows his name, Aaron, and that Aaron said Jeff did it before he killed himself. Janelle, Jeff's girlfriend, arrives, and Haley once again urges Jeff to hang himself, promising that she will destroy the evidence. Defeated, Jeff lets Haley slide the noose on his neck and takes the last final step off the roof. After he falls, Haley says, "Or not." And yeah, Haley runs into the woods. Fuck. 4 stars. Alright, next up we got Mysterious Skin. And this is a 2004 coming of age film. It's pretty fucked up. It starts off with 2 8-year-old Little League teammates, Neil and Brian, who both experienced life-altering events during the summer of 1981. Neil, the son of an irresponsible single mother and already discovering his own homosexuality, is sexually abused by his Little League coach, who leaves town after that summer. Brian, whose parents are often neglectful or busy working, only remembers that it had started to rain during a game, and the next thing he remembers is being in the crawl space of his house with a bloody nose, having no memory of the intervening 5 hours. Neil views the coach's abuse as love and develops an attraction to older men, and he begins working as a hustler at the age of 15 and continues doing so 3 years later when he moves to New York City, where his best friend Wendy now lives. In New York, Neil has an emotional encounter with the client Zeke, who is dying from AIDS and instead of sex, only wants to feel another person's touch. Afterward, Neil begins withdrawing from sex work and takes a job at a sandwich shop with assistance and encouragement from Wendy. Brian suffers from chronic nosebleeds, blackouts, and bedwetting for years, and he has recurring dreams about being touched by a strange bluish hand, which eventually lead Brian to suspect that he may have been abducted by aliens. Another boy wearing the same Little League uniform begins to appear in these dreams later on, and at 18, Brian meets a woman named Evelyn who also believes she was abducted by aliens. They start to form a friendship, but when she makes sexual advances towards him, he panics and refuses to speak to her again. Brian sees a photo as a Little League team as he tries to untangle his confused memories, recognizing a young Neil as the other boy from his dreams. Meanwhile, after a client brutally rapes and beats him, Neil returns back home to Kansas to spend Christmas with his mother. There, Neil and Brian meet for the first time in over a decade, and after breaking into the house that was previously rented by the Little League coach, Neil tells Brian what happened that night, as the coach offered to drive Brian home with Neil after a baseball game was rained out, and instead they all went to the coach's house, where the coach performed sex acts on the boys and made them perform sex acts on each other. At one point, Brian collapsed face first onto the floor, giving him a bloody nose, while a porch light caused the atmosphere to have an eerie blue color. And having finally learned the truth, Brian breaks down, crying, and is comforted by Neil as Christmas carolers sing Silent Night. Strange how the greatest movies make you want to die. 5 stars. Alright, next up we have Bad Boy Bubby, and this is a 1993 black comedy film, and it starts off in this industrial area of Adelaide where Bubby is a mentally challenged 35-year-old man who lives in a house with his abusive and religious fanatic mother, Florence. He has never left the house due to his mother convincing him that the air outside is toxic and Jesus will strike him down should he leave. He and his mother regularly have incestuous sex, with his mother often encouraging Bubby to fondle her breasts. The two have no other company except for a pet cat, which Bubby accidentally kills. One night, Bubby's father, Harold, returns, having abandoned Florence years earlier to pursue a career as a preacher, and Harold did not know he had a son, but he quickly comes to disdain Bubby and mocks him for his presumed mental disorder. Harold frequently beats Bubby and encourages Florence to do so as well, and tired of the abuse, Bubby suffocates both his parents and decides to go outside for the first time. Bubby is picked up by members of the Salvation Army and wanders into the town center. However, he is socially inept and is harassed by members of the public for his strange behavior. He is later given a lift by a group of men who perform in a rock band, and he helps the band set up a gig. The band take a liking to Bubby but are also unnerved by his odd actions. After reading a newspaper that reports on the murder of Bubby's parents, the band members decide to send him to stay with their friend Dan. The two go out for dinner, but Bubby fondles a woman and is arrested. He is sent to jail but is unwilling to talk to the warden, and as punishment, he sends Bubby into a separate cell where he is raped by another inmate. The prison chief then deems him to be rehabilitated and lets him go. Bubby then enters a church and converses with a man there who tells Bubby that God does not exist, and it is the job of humans to think God out of existence and take responsibility for themselves. Bubby goes to a pub and fondles another woman and is beaten by her friends. Overwhelmed, Bubby returns to his home as he believes there is no place for him in the world. He puts on his father's clothes and assumes the personality of Pop. With newfound confidence, he returns to town and finds a stray cat who he vows to take care of. He goes to the club where the rock band is performing and joins them on stage, where he delivers a bizarre performance, repeating phrases he has heard from various people. His performance is seen as a success with the crowd, and he goes back to feed the cat, but is distraught to see that it has been killed by local hoodlums. Upset, Bubby encounters a nurse named Angel who cares for people with physical disabilities, and they return to a care center, and Bubby becomes infatuated with her breasts as they remind him of his mother's. Angel and Bubby end up becoming lovers, and Angel invites him to have dinner with her strict and religious parents. Angel's parents humiliate her by mocking her weight, enraging Bubby, who curses at God in retaliation before her parents demand he leave. Bubby ends up killing Angel's parents, and the two continue their relationship. Bubby then returns to performing with the rock band and becomes a sensation with audiences. Finally, at peace with himself, Bubby and Angel later have a child. Australia's Forrest Gump, 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we have La Bête, or The Beast in French, Oui, mon ami. And this is a 1975 erotic horror film. And it's, oh God. All right, so it starts off with this guy, this businessman, Philip Broadhurst, who dies and leaves his estate to his daughter, Lucy, on the condition that she marries Mathurin, who is Marquis Pierre de la Esperance's son, within 6 months. She is to be married by Cardinal Joseph de Ballo, the brother of Pierre's uncle, and Mathurin, the son, who manages the family's horse breeding business, is dim-witted and deformed and has never been baptized. Pierre summons the local priest to the house for the baptism, but Pierre, by promising the priest repairs to his church in Nouvelle, performs the ritual himself so that the priest will not find out the truth about Mathurin. They end up having dinner with the family, and Mathurin's uncouth manners become apparent, and Lucy and her aunt try to leave but are persuaded to stay. With everyone having drank too much wine, the assembly falls asleep while waiting for the cardinal, and Lucy retires to her room, undresses, puts on a thin wedding dress, and dreams that she is Romhilda playing a harpsichord. Seeing a lamb staying in the forest, she chases after it to find that it has been torn apart by a hairy black beast. The beast, with a large visible erection, chases Lucy through the forest, and she loses most of her clothing in the process and ends up hanging by her arms from a branch, and the beast licks her and masturbates. Lucy wakes up in a sweat and wonders if it was merely a dream, and she tiptoes to Mathurin's room, but he is asleep, fully clothed and on his bed. Lucy returns to her room, masturbates, and dreams that the beast is copulating with her. She wakes again and is convinced that Mathurin must have visited her. She visits his room again, but he is sleeping soundly. Lucy returns to her dream, and the beast continues to masturbate, and Lucy rubs his ejaculate all over herself. Eventually, the beast dies of exhaustion, and Lucy wakes and walks into Mathurin's room to find him dead on the floor. She runs through the house naked, screaming, and everyone runs to her aid. Virginia examines Mathurin's body and discovers that a plaster cast on his arm conceals a claw for a hand. Pulling his clothes off reveals that he is covered in thick black hair and has a tail, indicating that he is a descendant of Romilda and the Beast. Sexo furry. 4 stars. Alright, next up we have The Eyes of My Mother, and this is a 2016 American black and white horror film, and it starts off with this woman, Francisca, and their parents who live on a farm where they raise animals. Being a trained surgeon, Francisca's mother teaches her how to remove eyeballs from farm animals, as well as the legend of Saint Francis of Assisi. One day, Charlie, a door-to-door salesman, asks to use the bathroom, and against her better judgment, Francisca's mother lets him into the house. Charlie draws a gun and takes her mother into a bathroom, and when her father comes home, he finds Charlie bludgeoning his wife's body in a tub. He knocks Charlie out and chains him up in the barn, and Francisca and her father bury her mother in the backyard. Francisca visits Charlie, and he explains the thrill of killing others, so she removes his eyes and vocal cords, then bags them and puts them in the refrigerator. She explains to Charlie that he was not killed because he is her only friend and she will look after him. Years later, Francisca's father dies and she preserves the body. She meets a young woman, Kimiko, at a bar, and Kimiko and Francisca return to their home, but after learning Francisca's mother was killed, Kimiko is frightened when Francisca jokes oddly that she murdered her father. Kimiko tries to leave, but Francisca ends up murdering her and chops her up and bags her organs, putting them in the refrigerator. Afterwards, she bathes Charlie, still chained up in the barn, and brings him inside to sleep with her. Charlie attempts to escape, but she catches him and repeatedly stabs him. She tells him that he was right. Killing another person, quote unquote, feels amazing. Now distraught at being completely alone, Francisca wanders the woods until she reaches a highway and catches a ride with a woman named Lucy back to her house. Lucy has a baby son named Antonio, who Francisca kidnaps upon reaching the house. She stabs Lucy and praises her dead mother for bringing the pair to her, then keeps Lucy's son as her own child. Like Charlie, Lucy has her eyes and vocal cords cut out and is kept chained in the barn. When Antonio grows to be about 8 to 9 years old, he becomes curious about the barn, seeing Francisca go in and out of it and having been told to never enter. One night while Francisca is asleep and he enters the barn, he is shocked at seeing a person in chains, blind, and groaning unintelligibly. Lucy later escapes the barn and blindly makes her way to the road where a trucker finds her. Francisca discovers the escape and digs up her mother's body, cradling the skeleton and telling her how much she misses her. Upon return to the house, she sees police come into the house and she rushes to wake Antonio. Taking him into the bathroom while holding a knife, she screams that the police will never take her baby, and a gunshot is heard and the film ends. Dear any hitchhiker I come into contact with in the future, I'm so sorry, but I won't be stopping. It's not you, it's me. XO. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Naked, and this is a 1993 British black comedy drama film, and it starts off in a Manchester alley where a man, Johnny, rapes a woman. When her family arrive and chase him away, he steals a car and flees to Dalston in East London. He seeks refuge at the home of Louise, a former girlfriend from Manchester who is not happy to see him. Louise works as a file clerk and lives with 2 flatmates, the unemployed Sophie, whom she calls her hippy-dippy friend, and the primary tenant Sandra, a nurse who is away in Zimbabwe. Johnny seduces Sophie while treating Louise coldly, but soon tires of her. He leaves and walks around central London, expounding his worldview at length to anyone who will listen. Among the people he meets are Archie, a young Scottish man looking for his girlfriend Maggie on Brewer Street, and Brian, a security guard who looks after an empty office building at night, which Johnny calls the most tedious job in England. After pursuing a drunk woman and rejecting her when he notices a skull and crossbone tattoo on her shoulder, Johnny follows a young cafe worker home but is thrown out when she starts crying. He hitches a ride with a man, hanging posters around town until the man, exasperated by Johnny's nonstop talking, throws him down the street and kicks him before driving off with Johnny's duffel bag containing his clothes and books. Johnny then wanders the streets and is severely beaten by a wandering gang of thugs. He returns to Louise's residence to find that their landlord, Jeremy, is a psychotic rapist, has let himself into the apartment and raped Sophie. Sophie is desperate to get Jeremy out the house, but she and Louise fear the police won't help. They try to keep the injured Johnny quiet, but he has a fit that awakens the sleeping Jeremy. Sandra returns early from her trip, and though horrified by the state of the apartment, she tends to Johnny's injuries. Louise drives Jeremy from the house by pretending to be interested in him and then pulls a knife on him. He ends up departing, leaving behind several £100s. Feeling desolate and rejected, Sophie flees the house with her few possessions, and Louise and Johnny seemingly reconcile and discuss returning to Manchester together. But once she leaves for work, Johnny steals the money and hobbles out into the streets. Joker for British guys, 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Enter the Void, and this is a 2009 English language experimental art film, and it starts off with Oscar, who lives in Tokyo with his younger sister Linda and supports himself by dealing drugs against the advice of his friend Alex, who attempts to turn Oscar's interest towards the Tibetan Book of the Dead, a Buddhist book about the afterlife. The first segment begins with Linda leaving for work at a local strip club, and then follows Oscar's nightly routine through strict point of view shots, including momentary blackouts that represent blinking, private internal thoughts, and extended sequences of a DMT-induced hallucination. Next, Alex meets Oscar at the apartment, and they leave so that Oscar can deliver drugs to his friend Victor. On the way, Alex explains parts of the Tibetan Book of the Dead to Oscar, how the spirit of a dead person sometimes stays among the living until it begins to experience nightmares, after which it attempts to reincarnate. They arrive at a bar called The Void, and Oscar enters alone and sits down with a distressed Victor, who mutters, "I'm sorry," before they are swarmed by police officers. Oscar seals himself in a bathroom stall and attempts to flush his drugs, and when the flush does not work, he yells through the door that he has a gun and will shoot. In response, a police officer opens fire and hits Oscar, who falls to the floor. Oscar's viewpoint rises, and he looks at his body from above, and we begin to witness his life in a non-chronological order. His loving parents were killed in a violent car crash. Oscar and Linda, devoted to each other, were sent to different foster homes. Oscar moved to Tokyo and earned money through drug dealing until he could afford to bring Linda to live with him. Oscar sleeps with his friend Victor's mother in return for extra money to help bring his sister over. Linda found work as a stripper for the nightclub owner Mario. Victor also discovered that Oscar slept with his mother, and finally, we get to see Oscar meet Victor at the Void to sell him drugs, only to be shot in the bathroom. Afterwards, a disembodied Oscar floats over Tokyo and witnesses the aftermath of his death. Linda becomes withdrawn and despondent, especially after getting an abortion. Oscar's dealer Bruno destroys his stash. Alex lives in hiding on the streets, and Linda wishes she had been with Alex instead of Mario. On one occasion, Linda wishes that Oscar would come back to life, and Oscar then enters Linda's head and experiences her dream, in which he wakes up at the morgue, from which his body is taken to be cremated. Meanwhile, Victor and his mother scream at each other because she had sex with Oscar and because Victor had informed the police about Oscar's drug dealing. Victor is then thrown out of his parents' home, and he shows up at Linda's apartment and apologizes for having her brother killed, but says Linda is partially to blame since she hung out with creeps. This angers Linda, who repeatedly screams that Victor should just go kill himself. The view then drops to Linda and Alex, who take a taxi to a Tokyo love hotel and have sex. The perspective moves among hotel rooms and observes several other couples in various sex positions. Each couple emanates a pulsating electric-like pink glow from their genitals, and Oscar enters Alex's head and witnesses the sex with Linda from Oscar's point of view. He then travels inside Linda's vagina to witness Alex's thrusting, then observes his ejaculation and follows the semen into the fertilization of his sister's ovaries. The final scene is shot from the perspective of a baby being born to Oscar's mother, and this is a flashback to Oscar's birth in the form of a false memory.
I think I just got f***ed by a movie. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Guilty of Romance, and this is a 2011 Japanese film. Yeah, and it starts off with this woman who decides to get a job working at a local supermarket selling food samples, and while on the job she is shy and timid and gets verbally abused by her boss. One day a modeling agent walks past her and convinces her to work for her company Spare Time, and she does so, but this leads to her downfall, as what starts as like pictures with bikinis and nudes and sex videos lead to her feeling dirty, yet at the same time empowers her character. It's an interesting one. There's like this whole plot line where they're investigating like this dead woman, but it's like a fake out, and it ends up being like someone related to the detective or something like that, and it turns out like everyone was cheating on each other. It's weird, bro. It's weird. I don't feel like getting into this one. There's literally never been a reveal on the level of cheating on my husband with my husband, who was also cheating on me, then revealing myself by taking off a shake and go wig and sunglasses in the middle of writing his cock in cinema history. 5 stars. Alright, next up we got Maniac, and this is a 1980 psychological slasher film, and it starts off with Frank, who was abused as a child by his prostitute mother, and as a result becomes a serial killer who murders young women, scalps them, and attaches their hair to mannequins. After he awakens from a nightmare about killing a couple on a beach, he dresses himself, revealing terrible scars on his torso, and leaves his apartment towards Manhattan into Times Square. When Frank is randomly invited inside a hotel by a prostitute, she kisses him before he abruptly strangles and scalps her. He returns home, dresses a mannequin with the dead sex worker's clothing, and nails her scalp to its head. Frank tells himself that beauty is a crime, punishable by death. Sometime later, he dresses again and takes a collection of weaponry with him, including a double-barrel shotgun, before leaving. He drives around Brooklyn in the Queens area, where he finds a couple exiting a local disco and parking near the side of the Verrazano Bridge. When the boyfriend starts up the vehicle after his date sees Frank spying on them, Frank kills a couple with a shotgun and then adds the woman to his mannequin collection. After seeing his recent crime on television, he talks to himself and the mannequins as he sobs himself to sleep. During the next day in Central Park, Frank follows a photographer named Anna after she takes a photo of him and a little girl riding a bicycle in the distance. At night, Frank sees a nurse leaving the Roosevelt Hospital, where he then stalks her inside the subway station and murders her with a bayonet before adding her to his mannequin collection. Days later, Frank heads to Anna's apartment and is invited inside by Anna after she recognizes him from the photo she took of him. Upon him asking her out to dinner, he later shows her a photo of his mother who died in a car crash years ago. A few days later, Frank is invited by Anna to a studio during a photography session, and she introduces one of her models to him. After seeing the two talking and holding hands, he steals the model's necklace and leaves. Later that same night, he arrives at the model's apartment
to give her a necklace before then attacking her and tying her to the bed. Frank begins talking to her and addresses her as his mother and stabs her with a switchblade before scalping her for his collection. One night, Frank takes Anna on a date and they stop by a cemetery to visit his mother's grave, and while laying some flowers beside the headstone, Frank begins to mourn over one of his early victims and attacks Anna. He chases her around the cemetery, but she hits him in the arm with a shovel before fleeing. He hallucinates his decomposing mother attacking him from the grave, and he runs back to his apartment where he sees his mannequins suddenly coming alive. They mutilate Frank with his weapons before ultimately tearing off his head. The next morning, 2 police officers break into Frank's apartment and see Frank lying dead on his bed, having committed suicide by stabbing himself. After the officers leave, Frank's eyes suddenly open. This movie is the cinematic equivalent of accidentally touching someone's greasy hair. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS, and this is a 1975 Canadian exploitation film about this Nazi prison camp. And it starts off in Europe, 1945, where Ilsa is the commandant of a Nazi prison camp, and she conducts sadistic scientific experiments designed to demonstrate that women are more capable of enduring pain than men are and should therefore be allowed to fight in the German armed forces. Ilsa also has a voracious sexual appetite for men, choosing a new male prisoner each night to copulate with. However, owing to her hypersexuality, she is disappointed when her victims inevitably ejaculate and promptly has them castrated and put to death. Ilsa oversees the arrival of a new batch of male and female prisoners, and though dismissive and dehumanizing of the majority of her wards, she becomes enamored by the presence of Wolf, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed prisoner who, unlike his compatriots, resembles the Nazi Aryan ideal human. Wolf, a German-American student who had been studying in Berlin before the war broke out, tells his cellmate Mario, one of Ilsa's former victims, that he has the ability to ejaculate at will, allowing him to have sex with incredible endurance and skill. Wolf demonstrates this when called to Ilsa's bedroom at night, and he manages to bring her to an orgasm, becoming her first repeat partner, whom she willingly spares. Having gained Ilsa's confidence, Wolf begins plotting a revolt with Mario and the group of female prisoners, and meanwhile, Ilsa is made gradually more anxious by news of Allied forces breaking through the German defenses. Believing that the enlistment of women into the German military will help stem the tide, Ilsa tries to convince a visiting general of her theories of female supremacy by showing him the various inhumane experiments she has subjected her female prisoners to. The impressed general ends up giving Ilsa the Iron Cross for her efforts, while forcing her to pee on him. With the Germans eventually in retreat, the prisoners revolt, killing most of the guards and rounding up the surviving staff, and Ilsa is tied to her bed with her stockings by Wolf during a sex game before he steals her gun and helps his comrades. Wolf pleads with the other prisoners to leave the Nazis to be captured and tried by the Allies, but they insist that they'll escape punishment and summarily execute them. Wolf and a lone prisoner escape into the nearby hills as the remaining prisoners, including Mario, resolve to fight to the death. They are quickly outgunned by the Waffen SS tank troop, who promptly wipe out the small resistance. A commander disembarks and begins investigating the camp, and upon finding Ilsa tied up, he shoots her in the head before ordering the razing of the camp to destroy evidence of their atrocities. As he brags that the Allies will never know what happened, Wolf and his fellow escapee watch from atop a nearby hill, being the sole survivors of Ilsa's death camp. Girl power. 3 stars. Alright, next up we have the cook, the thief, the cook, the thief, his wife, and her lover. There we go. And this is a 1989 crime drama art film, and it starts off with English gangster Albert Spica, who has taken over the high-class La Hollandaise restaurant, which is managed by French chef Richard Borst. Spica makes nightly appearances at the restaurant with his retinue of thugs, and his oafish behavior causes frequent confrontations with the staff and his own customers, whose patronage he loses, but whose money he seems not to miss. Forced to accompany Spica is his reluctant yet elegant wife, Georgina, who soon catches the eye of a quiet regular at the restaurant, bookshop owner Michael. Under her husband's nose, with the help of the restaurant staff, Georgina carries on an affair with Michael, and ultimately Spica learns of the affair, forcing Georgina to hide out at Michael's book depository. The chef, Richard, sends food to Georgina through his young employee Pup, a boy soprano who sings while working, and Spica tortures the boy before finding the bookstore's location written in a book that the boy was carrying. Spica's men storm Michael's bookshop while Georgina is visiting the boy in the hospital, and they torture Michael to death by force-feeding him pages from his books, and Georgina discovers his body when she returns. Overcome with rage and grief, she begs the cook to cook Michael's body, and he eventually complies. Together with all the people that Spica wronged throughout the film, Georgina confronts her husband finally at the restaurant and forces him at gunpoint to eat a mouthful of Michael's cooked body. Spica obeys, gagging. Georgina then shoots him in the head, calling him a cannibal. This is the grossest movie I've ever watched, and I've seen The Human Centipede 3 times. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have 29 Palms. And this is a 2003 film, and it starts off with a Russian woman called Katya and a young American photographer called David, who drive a Hummer from Los Angeles to a motel in the little desert of 29 Palms. She hardly speaks English and he speaks no Russian, and they talk in French. They kind of suck at it. Therefore, much of their communication is nonverbal, with the two frequently misunderstanding each other. They literally just spend the days driving and walking in the empty desert, and sometimes they're naked, and they just have sex, sometimes fight, or just like do nothing. Eventually, they're stopped by a pickup truck full of rednecks, and David is beaten and raped while Katya is stripped and forced to watch. And they go back to the motel, and David cuts off his hair before stabbing Katya to death. And yeah, what the fuck? 4 stars. Alright, next up we got Eden Lake, and this is a 2008 British horror thriller film. And it starts off with nursery school teacher Jenny and her boyfriend Steve travel to a remote lake together in the wooded English countryside. Steve is said to have visited the spot before and remembers it as an open area, but since his visit, the land has been bought up by a development company. Despite the keep out signs, they proceed to the lakeside where they meet Adam, a young boy gathering insects. As Steve and Jenny relax by the lake, the peaceful setting is disrupted by a gang of rowdy teenagers who have ridden their bicycles to a spot within a few meters of the young couple. Steve asks them to keep the noise down, but is met with abuse, and one boy accuses Steve of looking at his girlfriend. The next morning, Steve and Jenny find their food supplies have been infested with insects, and their car tire has been damaged by a bottle left behind by the teens. Back at the lake, Steve goes scuba diving while Jenny sleeps on the shore, and Steve has been planning to propose and is starting a story about finding the ring in the lake when he discovers that the bag with their car keys, phone, and wallet is missing, and their car is also gone. Returning to town on foot, they avoid collision with their own car, being driven recklessly through the woods by the gang of teens' psychopathic leader, Brett. Finding the group of teens in the woods after nightfall, Steve demands the return of his belongings, only to be pounced on by the knife-wielding teens. Brett's Rottweiler, Bonnie, is mortally knifed, provoking Brett into a maniacal rage. The couple grab the keys and drive off, but the group throws stones at them, causing Steve to crash the car. While Steve is trapped, Jenny is forced to run for help. At daybreak, Jenny sees Steve tied to a rock with barbed wire, and Brett orders each teen to torture him. When Paige, a female gang member, records Steve's torture on her phone, the gang realizes that they have no choice but to kill Steve. Jenny acts as a decoy, and the group starts to chase her while Steve buys time to try and free himself. Jenny evades the gang and finds Steve, but is unable to nurse his fatal wounds, and she finds the engagement ring, and Steve proposes to her. Jenny runs off, but accidentally steps on a large spike, and her scream catches the group's attention. Steve dies from his injuries, and Jenny runs into Adam and thinks he will help her, but he ends up texting the group their location. They tie Jenny with Steve's body to a pile of wood, and Brett forces Adam to light the bonfire while Paige films. Jenny is able to escape, and the gang burn Adam to death in retaliation. Jenny continues to evade the gang, killing gang member Cooper, who was actually attempting to help her, and after finding the body, Brett is thrown into further rage and beats Harry, another gang member, to death. Jenny reaches the road and is picked up by a driver who is looking for his brother Ricky, another gang member, and when the driver exits the van to talk with Ricky and fellow gang member Mark, Jenny panics and steals the van, speeds off, and runs over Paige while making her way back into town. Jenny makes it into town, crashes into a fence at a large backyard party and collapses. After awaking and finding herself being comforted by an unknown woman and her husband John, she realizes she is in Brett's house. Jenny is led to the bathroom after saying she feels sick before one of the parents receive a call informing him of the dead gang members who are the children of the adults at the house. A commotion begins in the house and the bathroom door is kicked open as Jenny is confronted by Brett, his father John, and the other party guests. Brett has convinced the adults that Jenny and Steve sadistically murdered the gang members and accuses Jenny of stealing the van. Jenny begs John to call the police and then tries to ineffectually attack him with a razor she found in the bathroom, but John quickly subdues her. John tells Brett to go upstairs, then takes Jenny back into the bathroom with 2 other men. Brett shuts the door, blocking out her screams, and he deletes videos of the footage from Paige's phone, puts on Steve's sunglasses, and stares blankly into a mirror. Teenagers are idiots. I hate them. Even when I was a teenager myself, I hated them. I just want to make it clear that I hate teenagers. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Frontiers, and this is a 2007 French-Swiss independent horror film, and it follows a group of young criminals from Paris who lodge at a countryside inn run by neo-Nazis in the aftermath of riots spurred by a controversial presidential election. A far-right candidate ends up reaching the second round of the election for the French presidency, sparking riots in Paris, and hoping to escape Paris but needing cash. A street gang made up of Muslim Arab youths, Alex, Tom, Farid, and pregnant Yasmin and her brother Sami, take advantage of the chaos to pull off a robbery. Sami is shot and the group splits up, and Alex and Yasmin take Sami to a hospital, while Tom and Farid take the money to a family-run inn near the border. Gilberte and Claudia claim their rooms are free and seduce the 2 men. At the hospital, the emergency room staff report Sami's injuries to the police, and Sami insists Yasmin run before the police catch her. His dying wish is that Yasmin not have an abortion. Alex and Yasmin flee, leaving the fatally wounded Sami behind, and Alex and Yasmin phone their friends for directions to the inn. Tom and Farid give them directions but are soon brutally attacked by Gilberte and Claudia and Goetz. When Tom and Farid try to escape, Goetz runs their car off a cliff. The injured men wander into a mine shaft where Tom is quickly recaptured, and Farid must fend for himself with the family's rejected children in the mine. Unaware of their danger, Alex and Yasmin arrive at the inn and are captured by the family. Alex and Yasmin are then chained in a muddy, floored pig pen, and Alex breaks Yasmin's chains and allows her to escape. When the captors discover Yasmin's escape, the family patriarch, von Geisler, cuts Alex's Achilles tendons. The family realizes something is amiss in the mine, and Hans chases Farid into a boiler where Farid is cooked alive. Yasmin flees from the inn but is quickly picked back up by Goetz, and back in the pig pen, von Geisler personally grants Alex's last wish to be put down quickly, wishes for Carl to wed Yasmin to carry on the family lineage, but when von Geisler learns she is already pregnant, he entrusts her to the meek Ava, who tells Yasmin that she came to the family in a very similar manner, and that she is obedient because the family promised her that her parents would return for her someday. Ava also tells Yasmin of the rejected homeless children that she and Hans care for in the mine. Ava leads Yasmin down to dinner, where the family awaits her. Von Geisler is revealed to be a former Nazi and still practicing Nazi who's lived in the inn since the end of World War II, and von Geisler offers up a toast to the new blood, and Yasmin quickly grabs a large knife and takes von Geisler hostage. Hans grabs a shotgun and shoots von Geisler in the confusion, and Carl shoots Hans dead in turn. Yasmin escapes and is chased by Carl and Goetz into the mine, and Yasmin eventually makes her way into one of the body storage rooms where she fights with Goetz. After a bloody struggle, she repeatedly hits him with an axe before impaling him on a rotating table saw. Carl catches Yasmin as she tries to return to the surface, but Ava comes to the rescue, blowing off Carl's head with a shotgun. Yasmin searches for the car keys to escape, but is ambushed by Gilberte and Claudia, bearing submachine guns. Yasmin hits a gas tank during the shootout, blowing up the room, and Gilberte survives the explosion and attempts to kill Yasmin, only to have her throat torn out by her. With everyone else in the neo-Nazi family dead, Yasmin tries to persuade Ava to leave with her, but Ava stays to take care of the children in the mine. On the road, one hears on the radio that the far-right candidate in the election has won the second round, thus becoming the new French president. Yasmin then runs into a police blockade near the border, where she surrenders to the authorities. The dumbest Nazis ever cross paths with the dumbest hustlers ever. It's infuriating. 2 stars. Alright, next up we got High Tension. And this is a 2003 French slasher film. And it starts off with Marie and Alex, who are best friends, on their way to stay at Alex's parents' house for the weekend to study. When they arrive, Alex gives Marie a tour of the house before they settle down for dinner. After dinner, Marie and Alex get ready for bed, and as Alex sleeps, Marie lies on her bed listening to music and masturbating. Marie hears a doorbell ring, and Alex's father Daniel wakes to answer it. The man at the door is a serial killer who slashes Daniel's face with a straight razor, and Daniel's head ends up being pressed between 2 spindles on the staircase, and the killer shoves a bookcase towards his head and decapitates him. The noise awakens Alex's mother, who finds Daniel dead and is approached by the killer. Marie, hearing the mother screams, quickly arranges the guest room to make it appear that no one was staying there and hides under her bed, and the killer inspects Marie's room but does not find her. Marie creeps downstairs to find Alex chained in her bedroom, and promising to find help, she sneaks into the parents' room to find the phone. After hearing loud thuds, she hides in the closet, and through the slats of the door witnesses the killing of Alex's mother as her throat is brutally slashed with a razor. Alex's younger brother Tom runs from the house to the cornfield and is pursued by the killer, and Marie returns to Alex, where she witnesses Tom's murder from a window. Marie promises to free Alex, but the killer is heard returning, so Marie sneaks into the kitchen and takes up a butcher knife. Alex is then drugged into the killer's truck, and Marie sneaks into the truck with a butcher knife and hides in there with Alex, and the killer drives off. When the killer stops at a gas station, Marie gives Alex a knife and sneaks into the gas station shop for help. When the killer comes into the shop, Marie hides, and she witnesses the store clerk, Jimmy, being murdered with an axe. The killer returns to the truck, and Marie calls the police, but hangs up in frustration when she is unable to tell them where she is. She takes the clerk's keys and uses his car to follow the killer down a deserted road, and the killer notices Marie following him and rams Marie's vehicle, pushing the car off the road where it wrecks. Exiting on foot and badly injured, Marie runs into the forest as the killer chases after her, and eventually Marie bludgeons the killer with a fence post that's covered in barbed wire. As Marie inspects the body, he grabs at her throat, so Marie suffocates him with a plastic sheet and makes her way back to the truck. Alex seems terrified of Marie as she returns to the vehicle, and as police investigate the gas station murders via the in-store videotape, the tape shows Marie murdering the store clerk. In retrospect, it is revealed that Marie is murderous, delusional, and in love with Alex and the real killer of Alex's family. At the truck, Marie unties Alex, and as soon as Alex is free, she threatens Marie with a knife and accuses her of butchering her family. Alex slashes Marie's face and stabs her in the stomach before running into the forest, and Marie chases Alex with a concrete saw. Alex finds a road and flags down a car, and as Alex is climbing into the car, Marie appears brandishing the concrete saw and disembowels the driver. A stray piece of glass then slices Alex's Achilles tendon, and Alex takes a crowbar from the car's toolbox and crawls along the road. Marie then forces Alex to tell her that she loves her, and she kisses her. While engaged in the kiss, Alex plunges the crowbar into Marie's upper chest, and Marie proclaims she will never let anyone come between them. Sometime later, Marie is in a psychiatric hospital room with Alex watching her through a one-way mirror, and Marie grins and reaches for Alex, evidently aware that she is behind it. The tension was definitely high. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have An American Crime, and this is a 2007 American crime horror drama film. And it starts off in 1965, where 16-year-old Sylvia and her disabled 15-year-old sister, Jenny, are left in the care of an impoverished woman named Gertrude, a church acquaintance and mother to Paula, Johnny, Stephanie, and several younger children. Sylvia and Jenny's parents, Lester and Betty, work in the carnival circuit and leave on tour, and Gertrude agrees to take care of Sylvia and Jenny for a fee of $20 a week. Lester's payment fails to arrive, and infuriated, Gertrude whips Sylvia and Jenny with a belt, and when the payment arrives with a letter from the parents, Gertrude discards the letter without telling the sisters. After Sylvia tells Paula's boyfriend about Paula's pregnancy, Gertrude forces Sylvia to apologize for spreading lies and has Johnny help Paula beat Sylvia until she complies. Jenny discovers the letter from their parents in the trash, and Sylvia telephones them, but she is seen by the rest of the children. Gertrude falsely accuses them of stealing money from her for the call and burns Sylvia with a cigarette. She also accuses Sylvia of flirting with Andy, father to one of Gertrude's sons, and she sexually abuses Sylvia and orders Johnny and Stephanie's boyfriend, Coy, to push her down the basement stairs. Gertrude says Sylvia will remain in the basement until she learns her lesson. Gertrude then instructs her children to lie that Sylvia was sent to juvenile detention. With Gertrude's knowledge and approval, Johnny regularly invites the neighborhood children to the basement to abuse Sylvia. Paula soon feels guilty and tells her mother that Sylvia has been punished enough, and Gertrude ignores Paula, reminding her that there is blood on her hands as well. The Reverend arrives, hinting that Paula has confessed about her pregnancy and Sylvia's treatment, and Gertrude lies to him, saying that Sylvia was sent away. Once the Reverend leaves, Gertrude orders everyone into the basement, where she restrains Sylvia and begins branding the words, "I am a prostitute and proud of it," on her stomach with a heated needle. Gertrude then passes the needle to her teen neighbor Ricky Hobbs to finish the branding. That night, Paula helps an injured Sylvia escape from the basement, and Gertrude is awakened by another daughter, and she tries to catch Sylvia but is stopped by Paula. Ricky ends up driving Sylvia to her parents, and they are horrified by Sylvia's condition and drive her back to Gertrude's house at her request to make sure Jenny is okay. When Sylvia enters, she sees a distraught Stephanie trying to revive Sylvia with Ricky's help, but to no avail, indicating that the entire escape and reunion with her parents had been a hallucination. Sylvia dies in the arms of Stephanie and Ricky, after which Gertrude claims the death has nothing to do with her. And at the murder trial, Jenny says Gertrude threatened her with the same treatment if she told anyone. Again, Gertrude denies all wrongdoing and tries to frame her children and her friends for Sylvia's death. However, her attempts to frame all her witnesses backfire, as she is sentenced to life in prison for first-degree murder, and Sylvia's voice narrates the fates of her other murderers. Gertrude, in her prison cell, briefly sees Sylvia's ghost. I need to start a list on Letterboxd called Reasons to Give Up on Lip. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we got The New York Ripper, and this is an Italian slasher film, and it starts off with a decomposed human hand being found in New York City, and the police identify it as belonging to Anne Lynn, a local model, and Lieutenant Fred Williams, the burned out police detective investigating the murder, interviews the young woman's nosy landlady, Mrs. Weisberger, and she tells him that during her daily spying and eavesdropping on her tenants, she overheard the girl last week over the phone arranging to meet a man who spoke in a strange duck-like voice. A young woman is eviscerated as she attempts to vandalize a car, and the pathologist who conducts the autopsy tells Williams that the style of the murder was similar to that of Anne Lynn in a similar case in Harlem. When Williams tells the press about the potential serial killer on the loose, the chief of police orders him not to make any further public announcements about the case to avoid starting citywide panic. Williams then hires Dr. Paul Davis to advise on the case. That night in New York's red light district, Jane Lodge attends a live sex show and records the simulated moans and groans of the two performers with a pocket tape recorder. Mickey, a scruffy, dangerous-looking man with 2 fingers missing from his right hand, sits nearby and observes what she is doing. After the show is ended, the female performer is brutally killed by the maniac, stabbing her in the groin with a broken bottle. Later that night, while at the apartment of Kitty, a prostitute he patronizes, Williams receives a taunting phone call from the duck-voiced serial killer saying that he is killed again. A young woman, Faye, is attacked by a handsome, razor-bladed, wielding killer, but survives, and she is comforted in the hospital by her boyfriend, Peter, and Faye tells Williams that she suspects her attacker was a scruffy, dangerous-looking man missing 2 fingers from his right hand. Jane continues to prowl New York for sexual experiences, and after being molested in a pool hall, she picks up Scalenda, and they go into a sleazy hotel room and engage in BDSM. As he has a post-coital nap, Jane overhears a radio DJ describing the killer, whom the press has now dubbed the New York Ripper, as missing 2 fingers from his right hand. Jane slips from the room, only to be killed by the New York Ripper. Williams identifies Scalenda as the 8-fingered man and a Greek immigrant with a history of sexual assault and drug abuse. Although Dr. Davis doubts Scalenda is intelligent enough to be the serial killer, his concerns seem obviated when Scalenda attempts to kill Faye in her home before being chased off by her boyfriend. A week later, Williams receives a call from the Ripper, who wants to dedicate a murder to him. After being delayed by a false lead, Williams realizes the Ripper's target is Kitty, but arrives too late to prevent her gruesome murder. Scalenda's body is then found days later as he has committed suicide, and the pathologist tells Williams he was dead for several days before Kitty's murder, proving that he couldn't be the Ripper. Dr. Davis completes a profile of the killer and concludes they are an intelligent young man who hates young, sexually active women and follows Scalenda to identify his victims. Realizing this describes Peter, Williams and Davis begin to follow him and Faye. They discover that Peter has Susie, a terminally ill daughter from a previous relationship. Williams goes to their house to arrest him. There, he discovers Peter attempting to kill Faye and kills him. Davis then explains to Faye that Peter resented her and other women for enjoying a life that his daughter never would, and Susie attempts to call Peter on the phone from her hospital room but receives no reply. This has some pretty effective moments, but overall was pretty silly and nasty for the sake of nastiness. 2 stars. Alright, next up we have Dogtooth, and this is a Greek psychological drama film. And it starts off with a couple, their adult son and 2 daughters, who live in a fenced-in compound. And the children have no knowledge of the outside world, and their parents say that they will be ready to leave once they lose a dog tooth, and that one can only leave safely by a car. The children entertain themselves with endurance games such as keeping a finger and hot water, and they believe they have a brother on the other side of the fence to whom they throw supplies or stones. Their parents reward good behavior with stickers and punish bad behavior with violence. The father pays a security guard at his factory, Christina, to come to the house and have sex with his son, and frustrated by the boy's refusal to give her cunnilingus, Christina trades her headband with the elder daughter in exchange for oral sex from her. The elder daughter persuades the younger daughter to lick her shoulder by bartering the headband, and later the younger daughter volunteers to lick the elder again. The elder has nothing to offer in exchange, but the younger does not mind and experiments by licking other body parts. When the children are terrified by a stray cat in the garden, the son kills it with a pair of pruning shears. Deciding to take advantage of the incident, the father shreds his clothes and covers himself in fake blood and tells the children that their unseen brother was killed by a cat, the most dangerous creature. After he teaches them to bark on all fours to fend off cats, the family holds a memorial service for the brother. Christina again barters for oral sex from the elder daughter, and the daughter rejects her offer of hair gel and demands the Hollywood videotapes in her bag. She watches the films in secret and afterward recreates the scenes in quotes with their dialogue. When the father discovers the tapes, he beats her with one of them, then goes to Christina's flat and hits her with the VCR, cursing her future children to be corrupted by bad influences. The parents decide that with Christina no longer available, they will have their son choose one of his sisters as his new sexual partner. After fondling both sisters with his eyes closed, he chooses the elder. She is uncomfortable during their sex and afterwards recites threatening dialogue from a Hollywood film to her brother. During a dance performance for the parents' wedding anniversary, the younger daughter stops to rest, but the elder continues performing the choreography from the film Flashdance, disturbing her parents. That night, she knocks out one of her dog teeth with a dumbbell and hides in the boot of her father's car. The father discovers her tooth in fragments and searches for her fruitlessly, and then he drives to work the next day, and the car sits outside the factory unattended. What kind of anti-cat propaganda? 3 stars. Alright, next up we have Hostel Part 2, and this is a 2007 American horror film, and it starts following the events of Hostel, where Paxton suffers PTSD and lives in seclusion with his girlfriend Stephanie. After an argument where Stephanie denounces Paxton's paranoia as exaggerated and insufferable, she wakes to find his headless corpse in their kitchen, and an unmarked box containing Paxton's severed head is delivered to elite hunting boss Sasha. Meanwhile, in Rome, Italy, 3 American art students, Beth, Whitney, and Lorna, are convinced by Axel, a nude model that they are sketching, to join her on a luxurious spa vacation in Slovakia. The 4 check into a hostel where the desk clerk uploads their passport photos to an auction website. American businessman Todd and his best friend Stuart win the bids on Whitney and Beth, and then they travel to Slovakia. Later that night, at the village's harvest festival, Lorna discovers Beth has inherited a vast fortune from her mother, and Stuart and Todd attend the festival. And Stuart approaches Beth, and the two share a friendly conversation, although strange. Meanwhile, Lorna is invited by Roman, a local man, on a boat ride. In a secluded area downstream, Roman kidnaps Lorna. Lorna wakes up naked and hung upside down above a bathtub, and a woman enters the room and slashes at her with a scythe to collect her blood in the bathtub. She then bathes in the blood before slashing Lorna's throat, and meanwhile, Beth, Whitney, Axel, and a local man, Miroslav, head to a spa to relax. Beth dozes off and wakes up alone without her belongings. While looking for her friends, she is pursued by several men and flees the spa. And in the woods, she's ambushed by a gang of violent gypsy street children, but is saved by Sasha and Axel. And Sasha executes one of the boys as punishment. Later at Sasha's remote mansion, Beth is pursued by the men from earlier, and she realizes that they are associated with Sasha and Axel. Looking for a hiding place, she discovers a room filled with human trophy heads, one of which is Paxton's, and Beth is captured and taken to an abandoned factory and tied up in a room. Beth is soon joined by Stuart, who is supposed to kill her, and it turns out Todd, who is wealthy while Stuart is not, paid for Beth for Stuart. Stuart appears to have second thoughts, unties Beth, and explains the situation, and says he is not that guy. Beth then goes to the door to try to leave, but someone knocks her out. In another room, Todd terrorizes Whitney with a power saw, but loses his nerve after accidentally scalping her without killing her. Horrified, Todd tries to leave, but is informed that he has to kill Whitney to leave. After Todd refuses, the guards unleash several dogs which maul him to death. Meanwhile, Stewart, who was the one that knocked out Beth, has completely changed his mind and is revealed to be psychotic, now intent on torturing and killing Beth. He reveals that Beth bears an extremely close resemblance to Stewart's wife, whom Stewart hates but cannot kill because it is against the law. And then he starts to torture Beth. With Todd now dead, the elite hunting club offers the maimed Whitney to other clients to kill, including an old Italian who is eating Miroslav alive. Stewart, after discovering Todd's death, shows Beth the pictures of the maimed Whitney to frighten her, then accepts the club's offer, leaves Beth, and beheads Whitney. When Stewart returns, Beth seduces him into untying her from the chair, and Stewart attempts to rape her, but she fights him off and chains him to the chair. Sasha and the guards arrive at her cell, and Beth offers to buy her freedom with part of her inheritance, and though Stewart tries to outbid her, Sasha reveals that he knows that Stewart cannot afford to do so. Sasha tells her that in order to leave, she must also kill someone. When Stewart insults Beth, she cuts off his entire genitalia and feeds them to the dogs, and leaving Stewart emasculated and bleeding to death, Sasha gives Beth an elite hunting tattoo, making her an official member. That night, Axel is lured by the gypsy street children into the woods, where Beth ambushes and beheads her. Shortly after, the children start playing football with Axel's severed head. Hostel Part 2 is good and crazy. A lot of violence. 4 stars. Alright, next up we got the house that Jack built, and goddamn, this is super f***ed up, man. It's a 2018 psychological horror film and starts off with Jack, a failed architect in 1980s Washington State, recounting how he became a serial killer to Virgil, who he refers to as Verge, and Verge leads Jack through the 9 circles of hell. Each of Jack's crimes, depicted through the flashback, feature commentary from both Jack and Verge. In the first incident, Jack encounters an abrasive woman on a rural road who needs to repair a flat tire. He agrees to take her to the local blacksmith to repair it, and on the way, she says he looks like a serial killer and insults him, and when they return, they're not able to repair the tire, and then they're like, I'll just take it back to the blacksmith. And on the second trip, she's like, no, you don't look like a serial killer. You look like too much of a wimp to kill anyone. And then Jack bludgeons her with a tire jack, and then he stores her body in an industrial freezer inside a factory building. In the second incident, Jack cons his way into the home of a widow, Claire, and then strangles and stabs her, and after cleaning up, he puts the body in the back of his car, and instead of leaving, his OCD compels him to return and re-clean the crime scene multiple times, nearly resulting in him being caught when a suspicious police officer stops by. Jack manages to outwit the officer, pretending to be an acquaintance of Claire, and then he ties Claire's body to the back of a van and drives off, dragging her body and creating a blood trail. It then starts raining and washes away the trail, and Jack takes this as divine intervention, believing God is on his side. Jack then puts her corpse in the industrial freezer and declares himself Mr. Sophistication and begins signing anonymous letters to the media with this moniker. He develops a fetish for photographing his victims' corpses and begins taking greater risks as his OCD diminishes, such as impulsively hitting an old woman with his van. In the third incident, Jack brings his girlfriend and her 2 sons, Grumpy and George, on a hunting trip, and he kills both sons with a rifle before forcing the woman to have a picnic with their corpses. And then Jack allows the mother to run away as he gives her a head start in his hunting tower, and she does not comply and purposefully allows herself to be shot by Jack. In the fourth incident, Jack is in a dysfunctional relationship with Jacqueline, whom he psychologically and verbally abuses and nicknames Simple. When he drunkenly confesses to her that he has killed 60 people, she doesn't believe him, and after he marks red circles around her breast with a marker, she becomes frightened and approaches a policeman, but he dismisses her as drunk. In her apartment, Jack binds her before cutting off her breast with a knife, and he pins one of the breasts to the policeman's car and fashions the other one into a wallet. In the fifth incident, Jack has detained 6 men in his freezer, intending to kill all of them with a single bullet. Upon realizing his ammunition has been mislabeled, he leaves and chastises the gun shop owner before visiting a friend, SP. SP calls the police, and Jack stabs SP through the throat. Then he waits for the police and then kills the officer, and he returns to the freezer, and needing more space to focus the scope of his rifle, unseals a closed door inside, revealing a second chamber. Inside he meets Verge, who reveals that he has been observing Jack throughout his life and reminds him that he has never built the home he intended to, as Jack had made several attempts to build his house between his murders. In the freezer, Jack arranges the frozen corpses he has collected over the years into the shape of a house, and as police break in, Jack enters his house and follows Verge into a hole in the floor, entering hell. And then Jack falls into literally the abyss of hell. Should Lars von Trier have rights? Be honest. 2.5 stars. Alright, next up we have the Poughkeepsie tapes, and this is a 2007 American pseudo-documentary horror film. And it starts off when police raid a house in Poughkeepsie, New York, and they discover over 800 videotapes shot by serial killer Edward Carver, which present a visual record of his murders, filmed in full from the point of abduction to the post-mortem mutilation of the victim. Despite the volume of evidence, Carver is careful not to be shown on film unless fully disguised, leading to police and law enforcement beginning an investigation into his whereabouts and the whereabouts of his victims. The first tape records the murder of his first victim, an 8-year-old girl whom he abducts, rapes, and murders, and after the success of his first crime, he becomes more meticulous and he convinces a couple, the Andersons, to give him a ride before clubbing the man and subduing the woman with chloroform. He then performs a C-section on the woman, placing the severed head of her husband inside her womb before sewing her up, waking her, and filming her reaction. Carver shows himself in the CCTV footage of another gas station using sign language to reveal the location of the bodies. Carver's next victim is teenager Cheryl Dempsey, and he murders and mutilates her boyfriend Tim and imprisons Cheryl in his basement, abusing her sexually, physically, and psychologically as his slave. Cheryl's mother, Victoria, appeals to her kidnapper in a televised statement, and he goes to her offering to help while filming her, and stands shocked while he laughs and flees. With his crimes gaining a rising level of attention, Carver changes his methods of operation and begins targeting sex workers while posing as a police officer. He is then dubbed as the Wall Street Butcher. The police investigating the murders are led to Officer James Foley because Foley has a history of purchasing sex, and he is mentioned in the eyewitness statements and has no alibi and has matching sperm samples, and he is convicted and sentenced to death in 1996. Foley continues to plead his innocence and refuses to make any plea deals, and he is executed by lethal injection on September 9th, 2001. Days later, his former partner finds a map in his mailbox with the location of another body, and the real killer had presumably taken Foley's sperm from a fertility clinic and framed him. Foley is exonerated of the murders on September 12th, but because of the proximity to the September 11th attacks, this goes unrecognized by the public. After another murder, the police reverse engineer the killer's map search, and Cheryl is discovered in his empty house. She is rescued but irreversibly damaged from the ordeal, suffering from malnourishment and harming herself in secret. In an interview, she identifies with her captor and defends him, saying that he loved her. 2 weeks later, she dies by suicide. Her body is exhumed after its burial, and there was a tape that was found in her empty coffin. The investigators ponder where Carver is and assert that he will watch the documentary, and a post-credit scene shows a restrained woman being filmed by Carver, who says she will be allowed to live for as long as she does not blink. Child. Anyways, so 1.5 star. Alright, next up we have Strange Circus, and this is a 2005 Japanese horror drama film, and it starts off at the Strange Circus where we see the start of a performance, and the MC brings out a guillotine and offers the strange array of characters a chance to die on stage before bringing a young girl on stage. The girl states she has always been on the execution stand, and if not for her, then for her mother. Mitsuko is a 12-year-old girl whose father is the sexually deviant principal of her school, and after noticing that Mitsuko had seen her parents having sex, Gozo summons her to his office at school and has her climb into a cello case with a peephole, then has sex with her mother, Sayuri, without knowing her daughter is watching. Shortly after, Gozo rapes Mitsuko, which is discovered by her mother, and afterwards Gozo has sex with Sayuri, again her mother, with Mitsuko still watching in the cello case. Gozo then reveals to Sayuri that Mitsuko has been watching the entire time, and then he coerces Sayuri into the cello case to watch him rape her daughter. Yeah, it's this director, bro, Sion Sono, bro. This guy is fucked. He's fucked, bro. He's it's a movie, man. And then at the end, it's like Sayuri puts her head in the guillotine, and then the MC like rips off his face, and it's revealed to be like Gozo. And everyone's like clapping. Oh my god, bro, you're weird, bro. It's called Strange Circus because completely fucked in the head circus just doesn't have the same ring to it. Alright, next up we need to talk about Kevin, and this is a 2011 psychological thriller drama. And it starts off with Ava, a once successful travel writer, living alone in a rundown house and working at a travel agency near a prison where she visits Kevin, her son. She looks back at her memories of his growing up as she tries to cope with the hostility of her neighbors. Ava, being a reluctant mother, viewed Kevin as detached and difficult from childhood. He appears to loathe and deliberately antagonize Ava, and she has trouble bonding with him. As a baby, he would cry incessantly, but only around her. As a child, he resisted toilet training and showed no affection or interest towards anything. He behaved like a happy, loving son when his father, Franklin, is present, and one day, Kevin's cruel behavior drove Ava to throw him against the wall, breaking his arm. Kevin tells Franklin that he fell, using the incident to manipulate Ava into doing what he wants. Franklin dismisses Ava's concerns and makes excuses for Kevin's behavior. And when Kevin is confined to a bed with fever, Ava reads him Robin Hood, and Kevin shows Ava affection for the first time. However, he resumes his spiteful demeanor the moment he gets better. Franklin then gives him a bow and arrow and teaches him archery. Ava and Franklin then have a second child, Celia, who is lively and cheerful. However, Kevin is disdainful towards her. A few years later, Celia's guinea pig mysteriously goes missing, and Ava finds its remains in the garbage disposal the next day. She uses a drain cleaner to unclog the disposal, and Celia is later blinded in one eye after being exposed to the cleaner while Kevin was supposed to be watching her. Ava suspects Kevin is to blame, but Franklin defends him, and Ava's suspicions strain the couple's marriage, and they discuss divorce, which Kevin overhears. Kevin then orders several bike locks off the internet, and 3 days before his 16th birthday, he uses them to lock several students in the school gymnasium and murder them with his bow. After witnessing Kevin's arrest and the bodies of the victims being carried away, Ava drives home, where she discovers that Kevin has murdered Franklin and Celia. On the second anniversary of this massacre, Ava visits Kevin in prison, and his demeanor has changed to being frightened of being transferred into an adult prison. Ava finally asks him why he committed the murders, and Kevin responds that he used to think he knew, but is no longer sure. Ava then gives Kevin a warm embrace before leaving. We need to talk about birth control. 4 stars. Alright, next up we got The Class, and this is a 2007 Estonian drama film. And it starts off with Joseph Rack, who is an Estonian teenager who is being bullied by his entire high school class. And the ringleader of them all is Anders, his accomplice Paul, and 3 other friends, Thomas, Tiit, and Olav. Anders encourages the class to continually beat up Joseph and harass him in other ways as well, such as fully undressing him and then pushing him into the girls' changing room. However, classmate Casper decides to go into a matter of loyalty by going against Anders and the others' entertainment of harassing Joseph by defending him, and this does not sit well with the whole class, so Casper becomes separated from the whole group that the class has formed, and Casper's love interest, Thea, becomes distant to him, and this begins to worry him, but continues to defend Joseph. Joseph's tutor Lane becomes aware of Joseph receiving harassment and sends Paul to the headmistress's office, and so he frames Casper of the whole harassment, and they believe in him due to being unaware of his true actions, which leads to the school contacting Joseph's parents. Joseph's father, Margus, is a militarist fascinated with guns and insists on Joseph being a real man, and encounters him about the accusation of Casper bullying him. Joseph reveals that is actually the whole class, and this angers Margus, and he tells Joseph to fight the ringleader of the crowd, as he believes it's the only way to get them to stop and scare somebody from bullying him. The next day, when Anders and 4 of his friends go to attack Joseph, the restrained Casper breaks free and attempts to hit Anders with a chair, which Anders manages to dodge, and then Anders claims that Casper has gone. Anders asks Casper to meet him in the school playground after class, and upon meeting him with an expected fight, where then Paul, Thomas, Tiit, and Olav appear with a restrained Joseph and lock Casper in a burned down shed, where they force him to watch as they take turns to hit Joseph to the point where he can't breathe anymore. Before leaving off, Anders tells Casper that if he continues to defend Joseph, then it will only earn Joseph worser beatings, and Joseph goes to Casper's apartment complex where they meet up, and he informs Casper that he wishes for him to stop defending him. And a concerned Casper asks what Joseph will do and suggests that he could shoot them, and Joseph believes that it will be best if he simply lets it go on until he completely finishes school, so we will never have to see them again and be free. Thea becomes saddened and angered when Joseph and Casper are ridiculed for supposedly having gay feelings for each other, and she becomes stressed about this and decides to talk to Casper. And Thea starts to believe that Casper cares more about Joseph than her and leaves him. Meanwhile, Joseph is beaten in class. When returning home, Joseph's mother discovers heavy bruises on his chest as well as a cut on his chin and becomes heavily worried that he had been fighting and demands to know what is happening, but he refuses to tell and Margus supports him on the claim. Lena informs the school administration and at last the whole class is rightly blamed, and when Lane confronts the class about the claim, Joseph runs home fearing the worst and is angered. Upon entering his home, crying only to encounter Margus, who learns that Lena called the school and tries to encourage his son to fight back and demonstrates a fighting technique by giving the boy an additional punch. Out of revenge, the class assembles on a beach, calling both Casper and Joseph there by writing them emails showing each other as a fake sender. And once there, they make Thea confess to Casper that she is no longer with him in front of the whole crowd, which sets him off, and he beats Anders to the ground, only to have a knife pulled on him. They then all force Casper to perform oral sex on Joseph at knife point and photograph the sexual act. The boys decide to avenge themselves as Joseph steals Margus's 2 pistols, a bolt-action rifle, and ammunition from his gun safe whilst asleep, and the two proceed to school the next morning. As they proceed, students and teachers notice the guns in their hands, and when a teacher encounters them about it, they simply walk past and Joseph tells her to call the police. Curly, a gothic girl from the class who also witnessed the incident on the beach, decides to let them have their revenge and goes past them. They begin the massacre on the students responsible for their torment as Joseph shoots Teet at close range and then shoots Olav in the head, then shoots and kills Thea's best friend Rena, and to their regret, Casper accidentally shoots an 8th grade female student from another class while trying to shoot Anders. Tomas tries to grab the gun from Joseph but ends up getting shot in the abdomen. Then Anders and Paul manage to restrain him and take his rifle. However, Casper saves Joseph by shooting Paul in the head, and just before Anders could reach the exit and escape, he is shot in the shoulder and executed by Joseph. Joseph then goes over to finish off Thea, but Casper stops him and decides to spare her. Finally, Joseph and Casper facing one another, each aim a gun at their own head and decide to commit suicide together after counting to 3. Joseph pulls the trigger and dies, but the film ends with Casper still standing there with the gun aiming at his head.
Pain, just pain. 5 stars.
Alright, next up we have Lilia Forever, and this is a 2002 crime drama film. The film introduces the audience to Lilia, an adolescent girl who has been recently badly beaten, and then the film goes on to reveal her past. Lilia lives with her mother in a rundown apartment block of an unnamed former republic of the Soviet Union, and Lilia's mother tells her that they are immigrating to the United States with the mother's new boyfriend, but instead she abandons Lilia in the care of her aunt while she and the boyfriend move to America. The aunt moves herself into the larger, nicer flat Lilia and her mother had lived in, while forcing Lilia to move to the smaller, squalid apartment. Succession of humiliations and miseries are heaped upon Lilia as her best friend Natasha encourages her to join in prostitution, but Lilia declines. When money is discovered in Natasha's possession, she lies and says that the money belongs to Lilia, whose reputation is subsequently ruined by the community and at school. This culminates into Lilia being raped by a group of boys that she knows, and she ultimately actually has to become a prostitute to support herself. Meanwhile, Lilia forms another close protective relationship with a younger boy named Volodya, who is physically abused by his alcoholic single father. She then meets young man Andre, who becomes her boyfriend and convinces her to move to Sweden, where he says she will have a better life. After arriving in Sweden, she is instead met by a pimp who takes her to a nearly empty apartment where he imprisons and rapes her. Lilia is then forced to perform sexual acts for a large number of clients. Despondent over the departure of his only friend, Volodya commits suicide, and his soul takes the form of an angel. As an angel, Volodya comes to Lilia to watch over her, and on Christmas Day, he transports Lilia to the roof of the apartment building where they lived, and deeply regretting having killed himself, gives her the world as a present, but Lilia rejects him. After an escape attempt, Lilia is violently beaten by her pimp, but she escapes again successfully. With the story arriving full circle to the scene of the beginning of the film, Lilia jumps from the bridge and commits suicide. The film then presents 2 different endings, with one version showing Lilia being sent back in time after killing herself to when she made the decision to go to Sweden with Andre. However, this time she rejects Andre's offer, and she and Volodya are shown to presumably live happier lives. And in the final scene, Lilia and Volodya are both angels, happily playing basketball on the roof of a tenement building.
Jeez.
This film should come with a health warning. It will put you in a state of depression and will probably make you want to kill yourself, but it's a masterpiece and must be seen. 5 stars. All right. We finished up with tier 3. Good job. Moving on to tier 4. Let's go. First off, we have Antichrist, and this is a 2009 experimental psychological horror film, and it starts off with an unnamed couple having sex in their Seattle apartment, while their toddler's son, Nick, climbs up to the bedroom window and falls to his death. The mother collapses at the funeral and spends the next month in the hospital crippled with atypical grief. The father, a therapist, is skeptical of the psychiatric care she is receiving and takes it upon himself to treat her personally with psychotherapy. She reveals that her second greatest fear is nature, prompting him to try exposure therapy. So they hike to their isolated cabin in the woods called Eden, where she spent time with Nick the previous summer. During the hike, he encounters a doe that shows no fear of him and has a stillborn fawn hanging halfway out of her. During sessions of psychotherapy, the woman becomes increasingly grief-stricken and manic, often demanding forceful sex. The area becomes increasingly sinister to the man as acorns rapidly pelt the metal roof, and he wakes with a hand covered in swollen ticks and finds a self-disemboweling red fox that tells him chaos reigns. In the dark attic, the man finds the woman's thesis studies, which includes violent portraits of witch hunts and a scrapbook in which her writing becomes increasingly frantic and illegible. She reveals that while writing, she came to believe that all women are inherently evil. The man reprimands her for this, and in a frenzied moment, they have violent intercourse at the base of an ominous dead tree where bodies are intertwined within the exposed roots. Upon viewing Nick's autopsy and the photos she took of him while they stayed at Eden, the man becomes aware that she had been systematically putting Nick's shoes on the wrong feet, resulting in a foot deformity. While in the woodshed, she attacks him and accuses him of planning to leave her, and then mounts him and smashes a large block of wood into his groin, causing him to lose consciousness. She then masturbates him and he ejaculates blood, and she drills a hole through his leg, bolting a heavy grindstone through the wound, and tosses the wrench she used under the cabin. The man awakens alone, unable to loosen the bolt, and he hides by dragging himself into a deep foxhole at the base of the dead tree. Following the sound of a crow, the woman locates, attacks, and then partially buries him. Night falls, and now remorseful, the woman unburies the man but cannot remember where the wrench is. She helps him back to the cabin, where she tells him that only, quote unquote, when 3 beggars arrive, he can die. The woman recounts that she saw Nick climbing up to the cabin window on the night of his death, but did not act, displaying her perceived essential evil. In the cabin, she cuts off her clitoris, and the two are then visited by the crow, the deer, and the fox, referred to as the 3 beggars. When he finds the wrench under the cabin's floorboards, she attacks him with scissors, but he manages to unbolt the grindstone. Finally free, he viciously strangles her to death, and then burns her body on a funeral pyre. The man limps from the cabin, eating wild berries as the 3 beggars look on, now translucent and glowing. Reaching the top of a hill under a brilliant light, he watches in awe as hundreds of women in antiquated clothes come towards him with their faces blurred.
I hate this, man. 3.5 stars.
Alright, next up we got Happiness, and this is a 1998 American black comedy drama film, and it starts off with Trish Maplewood living an upper middle class life, and she is married to psychiatrist Bill Maplewood and has 3 children. And Trish is unaware of her husband Bill's secret life, as he is a pedophile who is obsessed with 11-year-old Johnny, classmate of their son Billy. When Johnny comes home to the Jordan house for a sleepover, Bill drugs and him, and later Bill learns that another boy, Ronald, is home alone while his parents are away in Europe. Under the guise of a PTA meeting, Bill drives to the boy's house and him as well. After Johnny is taken to a hospital and found to have been sexually abused, the police arrive at the Maplewood residence to question Bill and his wife. Bill, out of guilt, mistakenly asks the officers if this is about Ronald, even though the police only mentioned Johnny's name when they arrived, inadvertently implicating himself. The next morning, the family awakens to the words serial rapist and pervert spray painted on their house. And after school, Billy questions his dad about the things being said at school, and Bill admits that he molested the boys, that he enjoyed it, and that he would do it again. When Billy asks if he would ever molest him, his father tearfully replies, "No, I'd jerk off instead." Trish packs her family into the car the next morning, leaving for her parents' condo in Florida, and leaving the audience to presume Bill is going to prison. Helen Jordan, the middle sister of Trish, and a successful author who is adored and envied by Everyone she knows leaves her ultimately unfulfilled, and she despairs that nobody wants her for herself, and that the praise regularly heaped upon her is undeserved. She ends up fascinated by an unknown man who makes an obscene phone call towards her and tries to seek out a relationship with him. She is disappointed though when she finds that the man is her neighbor Alan, whom she is not attracted to. Alan, who is coincidentally one of Bill's patients, sinks in depression as Helen's rejection ruins his fantasies. But he begins a relationship with Christina, who lives in the same apartment a block down the hall. While on a date, Christina tells him that she killed the apartment doorman after he raped her, and although Alan is still content with her friendship, after she confided this in him, Helen reveals that the genitals of the doorman were discovered by police less than 6 months later in Christina's freezer. Now we move on to the youngest sister, Joy, who is overly sensitive and lacking direction. She works in telephone sales, but leaves to do something more fulfilling, teaching at an immigrant education center. Her students do not like her, and she begins to feel empty in that job too, and she is constantly let down by her personal life. After a rejected suitor, Andy calls Joy shallow at the beginning of the film, and then goes on to kill himself. Helen tries to set her up with other men. Expecting to hear from a suitor, she instead gets an obscene call from Alan. Later, one of her Russian students, Vlad, offers her a ride in his taxi and they end up having sex, and she is initially smitten, but she soon realizes that Vlad was using her and that he may be married. After being attacked by someone she thinks is his wife at school, she goes to his apartment to make amends, but discovers that she is not his wife at all, even though they live together and have some sort of relationship. In the apartment, she sees her missing guitar and CD player and insists on getting them back, and he coerces her into lending him $500 in exchange, and she is back to being alone. Finally, the sisters' parents, Mona and Lenny, are separating after 40 years of marriage, but will not get divorced. Lenny is bored with his marriage, but does not want to start another relationship, and he simply wants to be alone. As Mona copes with being single during her twilight years, Lenny tries to rekindle his enthusiasm for life by having an affair with a neighbor. It is no use, however, as Lenny eventually finds that he has become incapable of feeling, and the only person who attains happiness is Billy, who finally achieves an orgasm for the first time. He proudly declares this to his family, who respond with confusion. I came and farted. 5 stars. Alright, next up we got Tetsuo, the Iron Man, which is a 1989 Japanese cyberpunk body horror film. And it starts off with a metal fetishist entering his Tokyo hideout, which is full of metal parts and photos of famous athletes. He cuts open his thigh and thrusts a large metal rod into the wound, and later he unwraps the wound to discover it rotting and covered with maggots. He runs outside into the streets and gets hit by a car. We move on to a salaryman being tormented by visions of metal and industrial machinery, and while shaving in his apartment, he notices a metal spike protruding from his cheek that spurts blood when he touches it. Eventually, this salaryman literally transforms into a metal man, and his penis transforms into a large metal drill. He ends up attacking his girlfriend, and then he kills her with his penis. And then the guy and then the guy from the beginning tries to fight him. But the Iron Man uses the powers and they fight. And then they merge into a single penis shaped mass of metal. Yeah. Gay. 5 stars. Alright, next up we got Audition, and this is a 1999 Japanese horror film, and it starts off with Shigeharu, who is a widower whose son, Shigehiko, says that he should find a new wife, and Shigeharu's friend Yasuhisa, a film producer, devises a mock casting audition at which young women will audition for the part of Shigeharu's new wife. And Shigeharu agrees to this plan and is immediately enchanted by Asami and is attracted to her apparent emotional depth. Yasuhisa cannot reach any of the references in Asami's resume, such as music producer she said she worked for who was missing. However, Shigeharu is so enthralled by her, he pursues her anyways. She lives in an empty apartment containing a sack and a phone, and for 4 days after the audition, she sits perfectly still next to the phone waiting for it to ring. When it finally does, she answers pretending that she never expected Shigeharu to call, and after several dates, she agrees to accompany him to a seaside hotel where Shigeharu intends to propose marriage. At the hotel, Asami reveals burn scars on her body, and before having sex, Asami demands that Shigeharu pledge his love to her and no one else. Deeply moved, Shigeharu agrees, and in the morning, Asami is nowhere to be found. Shigeharu tries to track her down using her resume, but as Yasuhisa warned, all of the contacts are dead ends. And at the dance studio where she said she was trained, he finds a man with prosthetic feet. And the bar where she said she worked had been abandoned for a year following the murder and disembowelment of the owner. And a passerby tells Shigeharu that the police found 3 extra fingers, an extra ear, and an extra tongue when they recovered the body. Shigeharu then has hallucinations of the body pieces. Meanwhile, Asami goes to Shigeharu's house and finds a photo of his late wife. Enraged, she drugs his liquor, and Shigeharu comes home, pours a drink, and after a short while feels the effects of the drug. A flashback shows that in the sack of Asami's apartment contains a man missing both feet, his tongue, 1 ear, and 3 fingers on 1 hand. He then crawls out and begs for food. Asami vomits into a dog dish and places it onto the floor for the man, and the man sticks his face in the vomit and hungrily consumes it. Shigeharu collapses from the drug, and Asami injects him with a paralyzer agent that leaves his nerves alert and tortures him with needles. She tells him that he is just like everyone else in her life, and he has failed to only love her. She cannot tolerate his feelings for anyone else, even his own son. She inserts needles into his skin, blows his eyes, saying deeper continuously as she does so, and then she cuts off his left foot with a wire saw. Shigehiko, the son, returns home as Asami begins to cut off Shigeharu's other foot, and she sneaks up behind him. As she attacks the boy, Shigeharu appears to suddenly wake up back in the hotel after he and Asami had sex, and his current ordeal seems to only be a nightmare. Shigeharu proposes marriage and Asami accepts. As he falls back asleep in the hotel, he returns to find his son fighting Asami, who is brandishing a can of mace. Shigehiko kicks her downstairs, breaking her neck, and Shigeharu tells his son to call the police and stares at the dying Asami, who repeats what she said on one of their dates about her excitement on seeing him again.
This is what I assume happens when you meet people off Tinder. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we got The Piano Teacher, and this is a 2001 erotic psychological drama film, and it starts off with Erica, who is a piano professor in her late 30s and lives with her elderly mother, and her father had been a long-standing resident in a psychiatric asylum. Despite Erica's aloof and assured facade, she is a woman whose sexual repression and loneliness is manifested in her paraphilia, including some of her fetishes and the self-mutilation. Erica ends up meeting Walter at a recital, who is a young aspiring engineer who also plays piano and who expresses admiration for her talent for classical music. The two share an appreciation for composers such as Schumann and Schubert, and he attempts to apply to the conservatory to be her pupil. His audition impresses the other professors, but Erica, though visibly moved by his playing, votes against him. Despite this, Walter is admitted as Erica's pupil. Meanwhile, another pupil, Anna, struggles with anxiety while pushed by her own ambitious mother. However, when Erica witnesses Anna and Walter socializing, she slips to an empty coat room and smashes glasses, hiding the shards in one of Anna's coat pockets. This cuts Anna's right hand, preventing her from playing at the forthcoming concert. Walter pursues Erica into a lavatory, and Walter passionately kisses Erica, and she responds by repeatedly humiliating and frustrating him. She proceeds to give him a handjob before performing fellatio on him, but abruptly stops when he does not want to abide by her orders to be silent and to look at her and not touch her. She tells him that she will write him a letter regarding their next meeting. Later at the conservatory, Erica feigns sympathy for Anna's mother, with Erica saying only she can substitute for Anna in the upcoming school concert. Walter becomes increasingly insistent in his desire to initiate a sexual relationship with Erica, but Erica is only willing if he will satisfy her masochistic fantasies. She gives him a letter indicating acts she will consent to, and he follows her home and reads a letter in her bedroom, but the list repulses him and he leaves. Later that night, Erica's mother is berating her while they lay in bed together for letting Walter in her bedroom in the middle of the night, when Erica suddenly begins kissing and groping her mother. Her mother resists and tells Erica she is unwell. Erica finds Walter at an ice rink after his hockey practice to apologize, and she begins to subjugate herself to him in a janitorial closet. Walter says he loves her and they begin to have sex, but Erica is unable to and vomits while performing fellatio. Later that night, Walter arrives at Erica's apartment and attacks her in the fashion described in her letter. He locks her mother away in her bedroom before proceeding to beat and rape Erica.
The next day, Erica brings a large knife to the concert where she is scheduled to substitute for Anna, and when Walter arrives, he enters cheerfully, laughing with his family, and greets Erica. Moments before the concert is due to start, a distraught Erica calmly stabs herself in the heart with the kitchen knife and exits the concert hall into the street. Sheesh. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we got Inside, and this is a 2007 French horror film, and it starts off on Christmas Eve, 4 months after the expectant mother Sarah survives a car crash that kills her husband, and she makes final preparations for her delivery the following day. Her baby is pretty much long overdue, and still reeling from her husband's death. Sarah has grown moody and depressed, and she turns to her mother's request to stay with her for the night. That evening, a mysterious unidentified woman arrives at Sarah's door, asking to use the telephone to call for help, and Sarah lies that her husband is sleeping and does not want to be disturbed, but the woman says she knows he is dead. When the visitor persists on coming in, Sarah, a professional photographer, attempts to take her photo through a window and telephones the police, and when they arrive, the woman has already vanished. The police assure Sarah that she will be fine, arranging to have a patrol car visit throughout the night. Upon developing our photos, Sarah recognized the woman in the background of an earlier photo she had taken, indicating that she was stalking Sarah. Sarah telephones Jean-Pierre, asking to have the photos enhanced, and then she goes to bed. And the woman arrives in the bedroom, awakening Sarah with scissors, puncturing her pregnant belly. Sarah fights the visitor off and locks herself in the bathroom, where the woman tries to gain entry, and the woman makes it clear that her intentions are to take Sarah's child for herself. Jean-Pierre arrives, and not knowing what Sarah's mother looks like, takes the woman's word that she is the mother. Not long after her actual mother, Louise, arrives, arousing his suspicion, Sarah accidentally kills Louise by stabbing a needle into her neck, unfortunately believing it was her attacker. Jean-Pierre is later stabbed to death by the intruder, and the police arrive to check up on her with a prisoner in tow. Not knowing what Sarah looks like, the police take the woman's word that she is Sarah and everything is fine. As they are about to leave, the police then realize that the woman who answered the door was not pregnant and return to the home. The first officer is stabbed to death with knitting needles as he attempts to arrest the attacker, and the second is shot in the back of the head as he attempts to help Sarah. The intruder then turns off the power as the third officer enters, waiting until they turn it back on before shooting the officer and stabbing the prisoner in the head. Sarah ends up confronting the woman, and they both injure each other with various household appliances. Sarah manages to burn half the woman's face off with an aerosol container and a cigarette, and the woman flees, and after being cornered by Sarah, reveals that she was the other driver in the car accident, which killed her unborn baby, and she wants Sarah's baby as a replacement. Before anything else can happen, the two women are interrupted by the revival of the third police officer. He survived being shot, but is now disoriented and blinded, and he confuses Sarah with her attacker and beats her in the stomach with his club, forcing her water to break. The woman comes to Sarah's aid and brutally kills the officer, but Sarah, now lying on the stairs, has begun to give birth and the baby is stuck. Desperate to save her child, Sarah pleads for the intruder to do what she originally intended, and acquiescing to this, the woman performs a C-section on Sarah with scissors, saving the infant but killing Sarah in the process. And then the woman sits in a chair and begins rocking the baby, who briefly cries.
We need to quarantine the French so we could figure out what the fuck is going on over there. 4 stars. Alright. Look, I'm tired as fuck, bro. I've been recording this over the span of like a couple weeks, and I've been trying to just like recap the movies and everything, but you know what? It's getting long. So, you've hit the speed run portion of this video. We're just gonna speed run through the rest of these goddamn movies, bro. Alright, next up we got Who Can Kill a Child. Alright, this is a 1976 Spanish horror film, and basically, this couple, Tom and Evelyn, arrive on an island where it's like a whole bunch of kids, bro, and they're completely fucked up, and they learn that the kids murdered like all the adults on the island, and then Evelyn ends up getting killed by a whole bunch of children, and then Tom is like, you know what, fuck these kids, bro, and he shoots a whole bunch of kids as he tries to escape from the island. This is basically like Lord of the Flies and yeah, gone wrong. I think I'm actually just terrified of children in general. 4 stars. Alright, next up we got Cannibal Holocaust, and this is a found footage cannibal horror film. It's about this like rescue team that go into the Amazon forest to locate a crew of filmmakers after disappearing
They eventually find this group of people called the Yakumo, and they arrange the release of the hostage in exchange for being taken to the Yakumo village, and who knows, they end up getting cannibalized. And then they like make a trade for like a music recorder for the surviving reels of film that the previous crew had on them, because the rest of them were all dead and eaten. And then the footage is shown, and it shows like they found a Yakumo person, and then they shot him in the leg so that they could follow him into the village. And then they tried to intimidate this tribe of cannibals to stage like a massacre for the film that they were recording. And then they are eventually attacked by this group of people, and this guy gets his wiener chopped off and mutilated, and then someone is gang raped and beaten and beheaded, and that's pretty much it.
They literally went to an island for no reason other than to see a bunch of cannibals, then were surprised when they got cannibalized. 1.5 stars.
All right, next up we have Men Behind the Sun, and this is literally it's a kind of like a reenactment of the atrocities committed by the Japanese Unit 731. I think I've talked about them in like some of the conspiracy theory icebergs, but basically it was a secret unit in the Imperial Japanese Army, and they were super fucked up. They did some fucked up shit, some fucked up experiments on people. And yeah, this whole movie is just like a reenactment of that. People get their organs harvested, experimented on, and
Quote, "This is the most ghoulish fictional movie I've ever seen. Wait a second, a factual account of real events? Moves into the woods to be alone and throw up forever." 4 stars.
All right, next up we got Cold Fish, and this is a 2010 Japanese film. It starts off with this guy, Nobuyuki, and he is the quiet and unambitious owner of a Shizuka shop, now specializing in selling tropical fish, and his home life is pretty shit as his daughter, Mitsuko, is rebellious and physically abuses her stepmother, Taiko, his second wife. And one night, Nobuyuki is summoned when Mitsuko is caught shoplifting at a local market, and Yukio, a patron at the supermarket, persuades the manager to drop the manor and invites Nobuyuki to visit his own larger tropical fish shop. During the tour, Nobuyuki meets his wife, Aiko, and stating that fate brought the two men together, convinces Nobuyuki to go into business with him, and Yukio takes on Mitsuko as a worker in his shop. And then they become serial killers. And it's based on a true story, actually. Yeah.
Watch twice in a month. I am insane. 5 stars.
Alright, next up we got The Human Centipede 2, and this is a sequel to the first Human Centipede. And it starts off with this intellectually impaired Englishman who watches the first Human Centipede film and decides to make his own centipede, consisting of 12 people. The guy assembles the centipede the same way the other guy did it. He cuts out the ligaments in people's knees, and then he uses a hammer to knock out their teeth. Yeah, he kind of messes up on a couple people, and they bleed to death, and then it becomes like 10 people long, because accidents happen. And then he injects everybody with a syringe of laxative, forcing them to all right forcing them to explosively evacuate their bowels into the mouth of the person behind them. And this guy just loves it, man. It's great. It's great. The centipede ends up like splitting in half, and then Martin gets mad and shoots everybody and then slits everyone's throats. The hero of the film, Ashlyn, punches him in the crotch and then shoves a funnel into his ass and drops a centipede into it before she gets her throat slit.
I've been watching this movie for 7 minutes and I can already give it the rating it deserves. Edit. This is the worst movie I've ever seen. My boyfriend had to actually call me to make sure I was okay because of this fucking excuse for a sequel. I quit. 0.5 star.
Alright, next up we got Calvaire, and this is a psychological horror film, and starts off with Mark en route to perform at a Christmas special, and then he ends up breaking down during a storm and gets stranded in the woods, and then gets rescued by a local young man named Boris, who takes Mark to a rundown inn. The sole occupant of the inn is its proprietor, Mr. Bartel, who is like an old man and kind of like a hermit, and Bartel welcomes Mark to stay and offers to repair his van, and then Bartel knocks him unconscious, and Mark wakes up tied to a chair dressed in a sundress, and Mr. Bartel is addressing Mark as if he were his wife, asking why she has come back after leaving him. Yeah, and then Mr. Bartel shaves off half of Mark's scalp to quote unquote protect him from the villagers before forcing him into bed and cuddling next to him. This weird role play goes on for a little while, and some villagers come by and lay siege to the inn for some reason, because they're weird, and they end up mortally wounding Bartel before one of them rapes Mark. Mark then manages to escape from the mob into the forest, and when he's running away, he's being chased by this guy, and the guy falls into a swamp and starts drowning, and then Mark just watches him drown. Dear Belgium, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Jesus. P.S. That's Jesus as an expletive. It wasn't a message from Jesus signing off emphatically with an exclamation mark. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we got Philosophy of a Knife, and this is a Russian-American horror film, and it's literally another Unit 731 movie, and it mixes kind of like archival footage and interviews and extremely graphic reenactments performed there. Yeah. 4.5 hours of irrelevant talking heads paired with poorly reenacted torture, and not a single knife was interviewed on his perspectives on life. 1 star. Alright, next up we got Viva la Muerte. This is a 1971 internationally produced drama film, and it takes place at the end of the Spanish Civil War, telling the story of Fando, a young boy whose father was turned into authorities as a suspected communist. And then he was told that his father was executed. In truth, his father is actually just imprisoned, and it turns out that his mom is the one that turned in his dad, and a bunch of shit goes down. Movies and I aren't speaking anymore. 2 stars. Alright, next up we have Feed, and this Australian crime horror film. It starts with Australian cop Philip working as a cybercrime investigator, and he's investigating a case in Germany in which a man consented to having his own penis cut off and eaten by his lover. Meanwhile, Philip has been working with his partner, Nigel, and they investigate this fetish website that features morbidly obese women being held captive and fed fattening food. In Ohio, the website's sadistic webmaster Michael holds Deidre captive in a cottage in the woods. Yeah, it's learned that this guy has a sexual fascination with obese women, and not only are people paying to watch this shit on the website, but they can also place bets on when each woman will die. Philip eventually gets to this cottage, and he finds this missing person he was looking for, Lucy, who is dead. Yeah, and then Philip ends up shooting Deidre, who developed some like Stockholm syndrome and falls in love with Michael. And then the final scene reveals Philip living in a suburban bliss with Michael's overweight adoptive sister. And they eat sandwiches, and they drive to a cottage in the woods where Michael is, and he's starving in a wheelchair, and he's begging for Philip to feed him. And that's it. Somebody needs to slap the shit out of me for watching this. 1.5 star. Alright, next up we have Tierrische Liebe, and this is this is about people that love animals. Yeah. Sponsored by cats and cat people. 3 stars. Alright. Next up we got Dumplings, and this is a 2004 Hong Kong horror film. And it's about this woman, alright, Mrs. Lee. Alright, and she seeks the help of this woman named Aunt May, who cooks her special dumplings that claim to be effective for rejuvenation, and she tells her the secret ingredient is unborn fetuses imported from an abortion clinic in Shenzhen, where she used to work. Mrs. Lee becomes frustrated by the lack of progress and is like, "Hey Aunt May, hey Aunt May, oh shit." She's like, "Hey Aunt May, we need to find some better shit, man." So Aunt May is like, "All right, I'm gonna go perform this abortion on this girl and we could get it fresh, man." But the girl ends up dying. And then Mrs. Lee kind of gets pissed because apparently eating all these fetuses make her smell like fish, like gross ass fish. She kind of gets upset, and then they kind of have an argument low key, and then Miss Lee ends up coming back and trying to get more dumplings, but May ignores her. And then Mrs. Lee she's like, "I'm gonna leave this check for you, give me some dumplings." And then May's like, "Nah, I don't want your money." And then Mrs. Lee meets with her husband's masseuse, and the masseuse says she's 5 months pregnant. So Mrs. Lee pays her to abort the fetus, and then Mrs. Lee makes dumplings with the fetus. Not only does this film make me not want to eat dumplings anymore, it makes me not want to eat anything remotely associated with it. Thus, it looks like I'm not going to be able to enjoy any fruit for a long time. 4 stars. Alright, next up we got My Chan's Daily Life, the movie, and I think this is like based off of a manga. Yeah, it is based off of a manga. Yeah, it is. And yeah, it's about this young woman, Miyako, who responds to an advertisement to be a maid. She's given the job, and then turns out it's extremely fucked up. That's about it, man. That's all we can really get into without, Don't ask. Half a star. Alright, next up we got Zoo, and this is a 2007 documentary film about that guy who got fucked to death by a horse. Yeah. Yeah. 50 Shades of Nay. 1 star. Alright, I'm gonna completely butcher this, but next up we have Jagdzen Ausneiderbian. Ooh, sorry. And it's this 1968 German film, and it's about this guy, Abram, who comes back home to his mother, who's living in a village in Lower Bavaria. And his mom tells the villagers that her son worked in the big city while he was away, but soon there was whispering in the village that Abram was in prison, and Abram keeps quiet about why he was in prison, but it quickly emerges that he was in prison for contact with another man under section 175. And yeah, this meant he was gay, and he got sent to prison for it, and people were angry. These villagers labeled him an outsider and start treating him with hostility, and his mother is like, "Well, he ain't part of my family anymore, bro." And a butcher who happens to be driving by observes Abram and embrace with Ernstl, who is it was a disabled guy, and this leads to the speculation that Abram this young man, and then he's basically like exiled, like low key, and Abram's like, "F this, I'm leaving the village." The villagers prevent him from getting on the bus because they called the police on him, and then a fight breaks out in which Abram kills a young woman in a fit of anger, and then the mob gets angry and they search in the forest for Abram, and then they catch him and arrest him, and yeah, then they celebrate at a festival. 4.5. 4 stars. Alright, that's it for tier 4. Good job. Great job, guys. You made it. On to tier 5. Here we go. Alright, first off, we got Come and See, and this is literally like an anti-war film, and the plot focuses on the Nazi German occupation of Belarus, and the events are witnessed by a young Belarusian partisan teenager, Fleora, who, against his mother's wishes, joins the Belarusian resistance movement, and thereafter depicts the Nazi atrocities and human suffering inflicted upon the Eastern European villages' populace. Yeah, they see some fucked up shit, man. They're literally in a fucking war zone, man. Low key. 2 partisans arrive at Fleora's house to conscript him, and they get his ass. He's at a camp, and then they're suddenly attacked by German paratroopers and dive bombers, and this girl he met, Glasha, go back to his village only to find his home deserted and covered in flies. And he believes that his family's not dead, but they're hiding in an island. So they run into the direction of this island that he believes his family's at, and they see like piles of dead people's bodies, and yeah. And then on the way there, like going through a swamp, they literally start losing their mind and shit. I mean, they're fucking kids. Then he's taken through a village of Paracodi, where they discuss a fake identity for him, while the SS unit surround and occupy the village. And Flora tries to warn the townsfolk as they are being herded to their deaths, but is forced to join them inside a wooden church. And Flora and a young girl are allowed to escape the church, but the young girl gets dragged by her hair across the ground and into a truck to be gang raped. And then they set the church on fire and shoot into the building. And Flora ends up returning to the village sometime later and finds that his partisans have captured 11 Germans and the collaborators, including a commander. Yeah, and then they shoot him. They were gonna burn him alive, but they were like pissed, so they shot his ass. And then Flora rejoins his comrades, and they march through the woods together. As soon as this film ended, I went online and enlisted in the U.S. Army. No child will ever suffer like this again on my watch. 5 stars. Alright, next up we got In a Glass Cage, and this is a 1986 Spanish horror film, and basically it follows an ex-Nazi child molester who is now paralyzed and using an iron lung to live, and a young man named Angelo, claiming to be his new caretaker, reveals himself as one of the Nazis' former victims and forces him to watch while he reenacts his tormentor's crimes. Yeah, Angelo does a lot of fucked up shit. All this to take his revenge on this ex-Nazi Klaus, and Angelo brings in like children and ties them up in front of Klaus and does experiments on them, and he even stabs like a boy in the heart and injects him with gasoline, forces another boy to sing and kills him by cutting his throat, and yeah. At the end, Angelo takes Klaus out from the iron lung and lets him die. And then Angelo gets into the iron lung and takes Klaus's identity. Yeah. Yo, what the fuck? Yo. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. This is a 1986 American psychological horror crime film, and it's just about this guy named Henry who murders a whole bunch of men, women, and children. Yeah, he goes on a killing spree, man. It's great. Some movies are like a punch in the gut. This is more like an ice pick to the eyeball. Alright, next up we have Martyrs, and this is a 2008 psychological horror film, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have heard about this one, right? Like, even I hadn't know about this one. Basically, people get their house broken into. This girl, Lucy, kills this family with a shotgun. And this girl, Anna, comes by and she's horrified but tries to help clean. And then Anna is then, like, captured. And this group that captures her, they, like, try to push people to the brink of, like, death by torturing them, and they call them martyrs. And the whole like idea behind this is to like try to discover the secrets of the afterlife by having these people like tortured, you know what I mean? Anna, this new martyr, she makes it to like this final stage or whatever and enters an ecstatic state, and then Anna ends up killing herself. It's so good, but I would never ever recommend people to watch it. Stay away from this movie at all costs. 4.5 stars. Next up we have Irreversible. This is about like 2 men that try to avenge a brutal rape and beating of a woman that they love. And yeah. Holy shit. I want to throw up. This is disturbing as hell. I am now looking for a therapist in the Chicagoland area. 4 stars. Alright, next up we have I Stand Alone. And this is about this life of this butcher guy. He was sexually abused when he was younger, and after several years of work, he opens his own butcher shop, and his girlfriend gives birth to a daughter, and his girlfriend ends up like leaving him and shit. And he decides to take care of the daughter, and he ends up being a single father. And then he like stabs a guy that he thinks his daughter, but he didn't. And then he's sentenced to prison. And in prison, he has like sex with his cellmate, and then he gets released, and he finds a job as a bartender. And then he starts looking for his daughter, and he finds her in an asylum. And then he has sex with his daughter. Real footage of 4chan user going outside for the first time. 3 stars. Alright, next up we have The Act of Killing. And this is it's literally a documentary about individuals who participated in the Indonesian mass killings of 1965 to 1966. And it was a genocide that led to the killing of like over 1 million people for apparently belonging to a communist community. And yeah, it's a documentary. It's actually real so it's pretty f***ed up, man. Unable to process. 5 stars. Alright, next up we have Funny Games, and this is a 2007 shot-for-shot remake of the 1997 film, and it follows a middle-class family as they are captured and tortured by 2 young criminals on their vacation. And yeah, these 2 guys are just f***ed up in the head. As you would expect. Shit goes down and the 2 bad guys end up winning in the end. It just be like that sometimes. Logan and Jake Paul going psycho. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we got Man Bites Dog. And this is a 1992 black comedy crime mockumentary film about this crew of filmmakers following a serial killer, recording his crimes for a documentary that they're producing. And yeah, they just... what would you expect, man? They... As you can see, I'm really trying to get through this right now. Like, this video is fucking 4.5 hours by now. I don't know, but I'm really trying to fucking speed through this shit. Most Sane Frenchmen. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have these guinea pig movies. And these are literally just a whole bunch of snuff films. And they're not actually snuff. They're fake. It's fake snuff videos. But it's literally snuff reenactment. But they're so, oh my god. They're so like real looking. You know what I mean? Ew. 1 star. Alright, next up we have Ebola Syndrome, and this is a 1996 Hong Kong Category 3 exploitation film, and it's about this guy who is a convict and escapes to South Africa, and then he travels with his new boss to a South African tribe that is infected with the Ebola virus, and then the guy contracts the virus. However, he is immune and he becomes a carrier and spreads the disease to other people, and yeah, he ends up killing his new boss and his boss's wife, but not before spreading the virus to them, and he cuts up their corpses and serves them as hamburgers in a restaurant and spreads the virus all over South Africa. That may be the grossest film I've ever seen, but it's an experience. 4 stars. Alright, next up we have There's a Secret in My Soup, and this is a 2001 Hong Kong horror film, and it's literally about the Hello Kitty massacre. It's literally a reenactment of that. So yeah, it's cool, I guess. I don't know. It's not cool. Yeah, I cannot get through this. 1 star. Alright, next up we have Grotesque, and this is a 2009 Japanese exploitation horror film. And yeah, these 2 people get snatched off the street on their first date, and they wake up shackled in a basement and they get tortured. And the guy torturing them does it because he is sexually stimulated by it. Fuck. And then the guy torturing them is like, here, I'll let you guys go and I'll turn myself in. And then, of course, it was a fucking lie. And he shackles them again, you know, like Ramsay Bolton style, where you release your captor or your victims. You know what I mean? Get that reference? No? Alright. So much fuckery in this 74-minute gore fest. Jesus. I love it. 3.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Thanatomorphose. And this is a 2012 Canadian body horror film. It's about a young woman who has sexual relations with her abusive boyfriend. And it's really weird. It's like scatty, like really scatty. And really sick, like 2 girls, 1 cup type stuff. And a little bit of slight necrophilia as a cherry on top. Bone apple tea, man. Why do I watch the things I watch? 1 star. Alright, next up we got The Bunny Game, and this is about this guy who literally abducts a prostitute, and the whole time he's just torturing her in the back of a car, or a van, or a truck. It's more like a truck, like a U-Haul. Yeah. Alright, next up we have Dear Zachary, a letter to his son about his father. It's, oh my god. This isn't even disturbing, it's just sad. It's about, alright, so this guy, Andrew Bagby, was murdered after he ended a relationship with this woman named Shirley. And man, his friend makes this documentary film for his son about his dad. It's so sad, dude. Like, why? It's not even disturbing, bro. It's just fucking sad as shit. Fuck. Ouch. 4 stars. Alright, moving on to tier 6. We're really about to get through this. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I don't know how long this shit is right now. It's gotta be long as fuck right now. Alright, we're moving on. Tier 6. Here we go. Good job, guys. You're doing great. Alright, first off, we got Playground. And this is literally the reenactment of the murder of James Bulger. And if you don't know who that was, it was this 2-year-old boy who was kidnapped by these 2 other boys. And they fucking killed him. It's a fucked up situation. And this is the reenactment of it. If I'm ever murdered, please, please, please don't let there be an austere art house adaptation of my death. Alright, next up we have The Embryos Hunt in Secret. And this is a 1966 Japanese film. And it's about this guy who keeps his girlfriend tied up in a small apartment and tortures her. Yeah. And in the end, the girl breaks free and has her revenge. So what's the safe word again? 2 stars. Alright, next up we have Tumbling Doll of Flesh. I literally can't show shit from this. I cannot show shit. I don't even know how to describe how it's filmed, but it's kind of like a reenacted snuff film. And this, oh my god, I might throw up. I've made it through like this whole video without throwing up, and Jesus, man, I just don't like talking about people getting he cuts her tongue with a knife and a potato peeler, and he cuts off her tongue with shears to make her stop screaming, and injects her with drugs, and cuts open his abdomen so that the guy can have sex with her intestines. Fuck, man. Fuck, I hate this. I signed up to fucking look at scary movies and for Halloween. I thought we were gonna deal with some like Nightmare Before Christmas type movies, man. This is bullshit. Now I gotta finish this shit. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Alright, next up we have Begotten. And this is a 1989 American experimental horror film. And there's literally like no dialogue. And it's like, and it's kind of like similar to early silent films. And it's like, it takes place in a barren landscape. And there are these group of people who, yeah, I don't even know how to explain it. There's like this group of people who are like nomads and take this guy by his like umbilical cord and capture him, and he like vomits his organs up, and I don't know, Jesus Christ. This is why we have psychiatrists and counselors. 4.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Black Metal Veins, and this is just literally a fake mockumentary about these 5 heroin junkies, and the reason why it's so low on the list is because it's so fucking realistic, man. Like, you could literally like watch it and think, oh my god, that actually happened. I mean, which it probably has, but the movie itself, thank god, is fake. Sheesh. Some girl I'm talking to recommended me this documentary, and now I'm scared of her. 3 stars. Alright, next up we have Fetus. It's about this guy who loses his child in a miscarriage, and he has a breakdown, and he tries to bring his wife, who he also lost in the miscarriage, back to life. And he starts doing some like occult rituals and shit. I don't even know how much of this I could show, because I mean, even though it is all fake blood, there's so much of it, dude. So much. What the fuck? 3 stars. Alright, next up we have Red Room, and this is a 1999 Japanese horror film about these 4 contestants on a reality TV game show who are locked in a red room to torture each other, with the last person standing winning 10 million yen. It's literally the OG Squid Games. No, that wasn't yen, that was won. I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, should I keep that in? Person. So what kind of movies do you like? Me. 5 stars. Alright, next up we have Aftermath, and this is, oh my god. This is a 1994 Spanish horror short film, and it's about a woman who dies in a car crash. And at the morgue center, the mortician locks himself in the morgue with her body, undresses it, and he like uses a knife to mutilate the woman's vagina and cut open her torso. He's weird. He's fucking weird, and there's necrophilia, and yeah. Quality ASMR. 2.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Angst. This is a 1983 Australian horror film. It's about a serial killer, and he gets released from prison, and he loves killing people, so he comes across a house and breaks in and kills people. And then there's this scene where there's like a mother, and the daughter is like, my mom is gonna die without her medication, and the guy's like, okay, I'll fucking give her medication so she doesn't die, so that I can kill her. And then he kills the daughter and then drinks her blood. I have a legitimate fear that somebody out there found this movie entertaining. 1.5 stars. Alright, next up we have Green Elephant. This is 1999 Russian psychedelic exploitation horror film. It's about these two guys in the Soviet army who are being held in prison. This is more like, I guess, psychological, low-key. It's still nasty. It's still fucking nasty. This happened to me and my buddy John. 3.5 stars. Next up we have Vase de Noches, and it's about this fucking guy who fucks a pig. Like, I really don't know how else to fucking put it. He fucks a pig, okay? Jesus Christ. The filmmakers. The farmer is autistic. Me too, the fuck. 0.5 star. See, and he's not out here fucking a fucking pig or whatever though. Whatever. You have your creative freedom, do whatever the fuck you want with it. And I'm done. I'm finished. Happy fucking Halloween. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Jesus. If you need therapy, I suggest you go and seek it, man. I sound pissed, but I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed making this video. It's been a good time. There's shit that I regret seeing, of course, but thank God it's not fucking real. And remind yourselves of that. You just have to deal with the fucked up imaginations of whoever wrote and directed the shit. But whatever. I hope you guys have a fucking wonderful fall. Again, happy Halloween. I love you.